Well,
Help Klingspor's Woodworking Shop celebrate their 23rd annual Extravaganza at the Hickory Convention Center October 20th and 21st. Don't miss the wood carving competition and raffle, the free Turning Learning Center, hands-on projects, woodworking demos, and tremendous show specials. Plus, get expert advice from over 40 vendors. You can even win a $2,300 gift card grand prize. Scan this QR code for more information. Also, stop by one of our 4 convenient locations to save. See you there at Klingspor's 23rd annual Woodworking Extravaganza.
Welcome to the Klingspor's Woodworking Shop Woodworking Extravaganza, October 20th and 21st this year at the Hickory Metro Convention Center. Oh, hey, got that one out right.
that's right, Mike. And man, what a fun time it's been.
Absolutely. So I'm Mike in the control room, and Chris is out there on the ground in the field making it happen. We would just like to
professionals say, I'm live on location.
That's correct. So Klingspor's Woodworking Shop Woodworking Extravaganza is presented by Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Over 15,000 quality tools and supplies for the woodworker at woodworkingshop.com. Also, Klingspor abrasives, quality that you cannot surpass anywhere else with the most sanding power for your money.
That's right. And we have got a packed show this morning. A little drizzly outside here in the Hickory, North Carolina area, but it is flooded in here, that's for sure.
So what all do we have today, Chris?
Oh, man, we've got some really cool vendors in, some brand new vendors for sure. Hillview Metals, one of the newer vendors. We've also got the Maker Collab. U is here. We've got a couple of local community colleges here. Demonstrations, turning, carving. I mean, the list goes on. If it's a vendor we carry, they're likely represented here about something.
That is very true. And if you're looking forward to what the demonstration schedule is, you can find that at woodworkingextravaganza.com. There you'll find all the specials on sale at the show, as well as the demonstration schedule and the floor plan layout. So as you can see, there's so much going on, we can barely fit it on the screen. And also the floor plan has free apples. So the admission is free, the parking is free, the demonstrations and classes are free, as well as apples. Just don't bring a bag and take them all.
You know, Mike, I think we started this. I think we should just go literally from the booth and, yeah, let's just go check it out and see. Let's go see the show. You want to see the show?
Let's go take a look.
I mean, do you think the people want to see the show?
I think so.
Let's go check it out. Hold on. We'll just do some fancy stuff here and be ready to go. Look at that. Mobility at its finest. So let's just give you a quick tour just from our booth. You can see right there, you got Jerry Meesimer's going to have a couple classes. We will get him in tomorrow. Scan around here real quick. You can see there's a lot going on. So Arbortech, and hang on just one second. Who do you think that might be?
That looks like that might be Mr.
Sighting?
Paul Jackman.
Oh, that is a Jackman sighting for certain. So let me zoom back out so I don't freak people out. All right. Let's do a little walkthrough. So Jackman's over here in the Arbor Tech booth because he was handling out all that stuff with the Carve It Up 23. If you're not familiar, that was that grand prize sweepstakes thing you had. Oh, I caught him working. Look at that. We'll see what's happening here.
No filming. I don't like being on camera.
I'm sure. Okay. So if you're interested in power carving, this Arbor Tech booth's got a lot of live stuff going on all day. And Mr. Jackman will be there. And we'll try to swing back by and check on him later. So turning left out of our booth, we've got a lot of cool things going on. Right here we've got the King Arthur folks. We've got the King Arthur folks. They're also doing some live carving competition demonstrations today. And they'll have their stuff on display as well. So if you like power carving, it's a good section to come to. Then over here, this is the North Carolina Wood Turning Club, and they're going to be doing different demonstrations, learn to turn. So if you're interested in wood turning, it's a good place to swing by there. Get your hands on the lathe. Check out the club information. There's some marquetry stuff on display here. And this is Charlie Brown. He made that saw, and he teaches locally to some of our folks. So if you're in the marquetry, he does an exceptional job on his little hand saw there. So we're going to work our way around a little more and check out some of the club information over here. We've got
It's a beautiful view of feet.
yeah, sorry. Trying to get around and not catch things I don't need to be catching. So this is, again, some of the local stuff where you can come and they're raffling off some different things. So if you're interested in silent auction items, checking out club information. Now this will be full of carving stuff tomorrow. Today, they're just starting to pepper in. And so there'll be a lot of stuff here tomorrow, which we will be sure and check that out first thing in the morning, because there is a live carving competition where they're going to be judging all the entries. There'll be several. The club has done this every single year. So not only do we have this, but if you recall, we just had a Carve It Up sweepstakes where we're going to give away a lot of prize stuff, and that will be coming soon. And we're doing that, I think, tomorrow as well. The winner, announcing the winner. So we like to support our local clubs here, and so we've got a few of them that come and they set up their booths and they talk about their club, what they do, things they like, and show off their talents. And so got some folks here doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. And again, this is a local club to the Hickory area, the Western Piedmont Woodcrafters. And they've got this whole corner taken up. So if you're walking in the front, this is what it would look like. So walking in here, you walk in and there are just a plethora of options to see. And maybe I'll back that, zoom out just a little bit more. People take it in. So we're going to walk in. First thing you see here is Grex and the Rikon. Rikon's right up front, and you can see there's a lot of machinery. And of course, if you're familiar with Rikon, they've got anything woodworking related, they've got it. And today they've got George up here doing some demonstrating and turning on the Rikon lathe. And if you're not familiar with George, very, very interesting background and pretty famous for a lot of things, but you might recognize him from a Subaru commercial. or plenty of his actual work in there. So let's go down this aisle here. It's going to be a little tricky, meandering with all the traffic, but we'll get there. So we can see we've got more Rikon. There's a lot of turning here. It's a pretty big platter.
Now that looks like their new extended bed lathe.
Yeah, that's the 70-3040. So that's a pretty big lathe, and that's a pretty nice size platter he's got going on there.
That's Mr. Kevin Bedgood.
Yeah. And so anything and everything Rikon will be here. I'm going to pan to the left real quick. If you're familiar with Shaper, Shaper Origin is in the house. And so they'll be doing some hands-on demonstrating with that. If you're interested in the Shaper, now's the time. That new Shaper Trace is out and is available. Definitely going to look at that myself. Mousetrap is here. And so they'll have a lot of their stuff on display and talking about it. And then we've got Grex over here. We've got a great line of nailers, airbrush systems. We've been carrying them for a while now. Very pleased with that product line. So there's the Grex. FEIN is here. Of course, Kreg. What show would be complete without Kreg? And so you can see they've got a lot of their stuff on display here to answer questions. If you wanted to try your hand at pocket hole joinery, you can come here and check out the K5, K7. They've got them all out here ready to be shown. Different clamps, router table. Universal work table with their track saw system. Bessey Tools is here. So if you're looking for kind of clamps, this is definitely the time to come take advantage of them. There's some really good pricing on clamps at this show. And everybody should be familiar with Bessey because their clamps are some of the best in the industry. There we go. Come on. That's right. So.
Letting the chips fly.
We're going to come right up in here, and we're going to catch some of Jerry making shavings. It's always nice to see when you can clear the curtain, right?
So a little bit about Jerry Miesemer. He is from Richfield, North Carolina. Is a man of many hats, literally. A man is a master woodworker. He turns massive blocks of wood into exquisite urns and bowls, pens, guitars, toys, and most notably his signature custom fitting hats that are pared to merely an 8-inch thickness.
So if you come on down to the show, as you can see, this is a good place to sit. You can watch a turning demonstration. He'll be describing a little bit about what he's doing. And you can learn to turn a hat. And of course, we've got Mr. Bagnell from Microjig is here.
Oh, and Tom.
If you've never experienced Microjig, you're missing out. Very good quality product. On my personal side, I use their match fit clamp system almost 100% for all jigs and fixtures and things that I make, and it has transformed my shop for sure. So he'll be down here demonstrating the gripper, blade clean system, and of course showcasing the match fit. So if you've got questions, come on down. Let's see if we can't make our way down this aisle. Mohawk is here. And some of you might recognize that guy. He's here talking about the general finishes stuff. Hold on, hang on. What's who is that guy?
That's a fancy setup. I like that. That's pretty cool.
Only the best for us.
Okay, I can see that. That's a beautiful. Hey, Chris.
So,
Now we're going.
Mr. Sterling Davis is in the house. Kind of hard to meander down the aisles, but Erlex is here. They're also part of the Wagner. There's a few cool things here that I'm interested in. We are now going to be able to carry the Wagner spray tents. I personally am going to get a small one and a large one later. So that's for sure. I've been waiting on that for a while. So, but also while you're here, if you're interested in spraying at all, the Wagner and the Erlex systems are available, and you can learn to spray for a very economic price. You can get into spraying, and you can tint it up so you can protect everything around you while you're spraying. So come down and check out the Erlex Wagner booth. And there's a new vendor here this year, Maxiwa. If you've never heard of them, they've been around a while. They've got a few cool products. And so, yeah, if you're interested in edge banding, I think they've got a couple of pocket machines over here. You know what? Hang on. Hold on. Tell us who you are, what you got. Just talk right on into it.
Yes, so Maxiwa's 40-year anniversary. We're out of South Florida. We ship all of our product from Boca Raton there. But yeah, we have a edge bander I'd like to show you, and also a trimmer. We'll demonstrate that.
All right, let's see this edge bender at work. Okay, so he's going to edge bend it, take it right over here.
This will trim it and scrape it all in one pass, the front and the top. Then I'll flip it over, do it again, it'll be completely done.
Okay, so if you're doing a lot of plywood or sheet good material, they've got that edge bender. Now let me zoom in on that because I want you to see that. Hold on. There's a little router bit, so to speak, with a little ball bearing on it that rides up and follows that panel. That's very ingenious. And that leaves your part extremely flush.
Very quick.
Very cool. Look at that. That is perfectly smooth. And so all in one pass. So you've got your edge bender. You bring it over here to your trimmer, cleans it up. So if you're trying to start a little small shop, and if you notice, this is on wheels. So if you're in a small shop, but you're doing semi-production stuff, this can fold up and hook out of the way for you. So sheet good material, building cabinetry, in a small shop or even a big shop, this is a good option for you. So come by the booth, check out Maxiwa, and he'll be glad to answer questions. Now, this is something else that you probably see here. This is a horizontal boring machine. So if you're making a lot of shelf-in holes, this will do them all at one time. If you're interested in pocket holes, well, guess what? They have a pocket boring machine. This is very similar to like what you'd see with like a Castle. So very nice machine, very heavy duty. So certainly come by the Maxiwa booth, check it out, and I'm sure he'll answer any questions you might have.
Now, where's that going?
We're live.
Oh, it's live.
Yeah, we're live on YouTube right now.
Oh, come on down.
Yeah, exactly. Come on down. It's like better than The Price is Right. And what show wouldn't be complete without our boy there from Amana? Really nice guy, Mr. Miller. And we've got a lot of Amana products on display today. He's here to answer any questions you might have about bits or blades, anything like that. So come on down and ask him. If he's a CNC specialist too, so he can get you hooked up with the right bits if you got questions on those. And then, of course, the SawStop. We'll be trying to get in a demonstration later and catch a live show later on. But if you've been in the market for SawStop, I know I just purchased mine last year and absolutely love it. So come by and check it out. And up here, we've got the Festool booth. So if you've got questions about Festool or you've been interested in thinking about it for a while, trying to make that decision on do I want a domino or don't I want a domino? Well, the answer is you do want a domino, and you want to come to the Klingspor Woodworking Shop, Woodworking Extravaganza, and pick it up live from Festool booth. So come on down and check that out. Take care of all your Festool needs. And over here, we've got the JPW, the Jet Powermatic, and they've got a new vendor in their lineup over here, and by the Axiom. And so if you're familiar with our channel, you know that I'm a very big fan of the Axiom line. And so we're going to try to squeeze in an interview later with the head of technical or whatever. I don't even know what his position is. We're going to check on him later. So, and maybe he can get us an interview talking about the Axiom brand and what's happening there. Everybody's busy this morning. Now there's another demonstration going on in booth all day, and this is in the Sorby booth. So they'll be demonstrating different turning techniques and different tools. And you can see with the Robert Sorby line, there's not a lack of options, whether you're looking for a set or whether you're looking for an individual cutter, individual tool, both traditional and replaceable cutter style. Sorby has got it all. So come on down, check that out if you're interested in turning tools. We got you covered. Like I said, this show has everything. Shopbox is here. We sell a lot of their dust collection, different brushes, as well as some of their clamps and sharpening stones. So pretty good little booth. We sell quite a bit of their stuff. A lot of their dust collection is not here, but it is on sale in the store. So come by and take advantage of that if you're local to one of our 4 stores. Easy Wood is here. They're both demonstrating and talking about their tools. And they've got them all on display so they can answer any questions. This seems to be like the turning corner. And migrate on around. Then we've got Nova spanning this booth out here a little bit. You can see there's demonstrations in almost every booth. So there are vendors here actively talking, selling, answering questions. Make them tell you what makes yours better than the other guy. Moving on around, we've got the Nova over here with their turning products, all their chucks.
You take a chunk of wood like this, get it down. You guys can pick that.
Nova is well known for their chucks and chuck accessories. Not just their machinery and their tools, but they've got a fantastic lineup of chucks and accessories. If you don't believe me, well, there you go. Check out that display board. That's the problem with running live, folks. Sometimes you never know what you're going to run into. So, keeping on with the turning theme, we've got the Crown tools. So, they're also from England, like Sorby. They've got a lot of interesting tools, steel and metallurgy, that very sharp, durable tooling. So if you're looking at turning tools, like I said, we've got you covered at this show without a doubt. Whether you want to learn to turn or you already know and you want to buy some tools. Sowers Veneers, they're here. They will cover all of your wood needs. And I'll tell you, we carry a lot of their veneers. We don't represent it fully here, but we certainly have it both on our website and in our store level. We've got full line of their veneer products. I want to show you, they've started coming out with a few little cool pieces already pre-made up where all you have to do is glue it. So this would be your backgammon. And then they also have one that's chess and checker. So if you're interested in making your own game board, they've eliminated all the problems in the layout by making the board already for you, just veneer it down. So you could put that on any substrate, MDF or some other kind of material, and make your own game board. Pretty cool little setup, as well as their pre-matched veneers, PSA backed, all kinds of stuff. So if you're interested in wooden veneers, we've got you covered. Back here again with the Sorby booth. And over here is the other side of the jet booth. So as you can see, they've got different lathes, joiners, dust collectors, band saws, all the jet equipment. The Powermatic equipment will be on display here. And even if it's not here, they'll custom order it and they can ship it to you right where you are. So come by the show, check it out, and we'll see what happens. I caught two Klingspor guys doing what they do best, talking and selling. The Klingspor guys here, we got belts and sheets, bargain boxes, everything. We're here to answer all of your standing questions. So if you've got any, it's a good place to come check it out. We've got a few new sampler boxes on display here. See, that's our new 6x48 in that big giant yellow tub. As well as our other samplers, 5x, 5x, 4x. We've got them all on display. Come by here. Oh, look. Klingspor pen. Got me one of those.
Hey, Chris, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You're getting to the limit.
Huh?
You're getting to your limit as far as you're starting to cut in and out.
Okay. Well, so what we're going to do is we're going to migrate back towards our booth a little bit. Oh, okay. And this is a familiar vendor here, Jim. They have come on strong in the last few years in the wood industry. And we interviewed them last year. You can see they have their Jim on display. And this thing, if you're doing any kind of sheet goods or flat, solid material, it's wood or solid surface, blades on there, and you're good to go. This thing is a beast. So if you're doing a lot of slab work, sheet work, it will make work of it. And it's very nice clean. If you can literally go from abrasion to polishing all at the same sheet. Very cool. Now I'm going to pan over here, just so you can see, we've got a whole wood corner over here that would be available. If you're interested in any kind of wood turning or carving blanks, we've got all kinds of wood sitting over here in the blank corner. Can't go. So the gym is busy. He's pretty busy right now, but we're going to let him do his thing. If you're looking to make woodwork of slabs, that 11-inch disc over 5 or 6, do that with a very flat, clean surface. All right, coming on back down. We've got a couple clubs. Formax here. We've got Morris Schlesinger here. Normally, he is out there doing some turning stuff this year. He is doing talking scraping on. So if you've been interested in a two-pack system, maybe you just you weren't sure that was right for you, come on down and talk to Morris. Bring your knife; he'll sharpen it up for you. And one of the things we mentioned, we like to work with our local clubs. This is the North Carolina Woodworker.net, and they are a local club. But they are all across North Carolina, and they're here demonstrating their talents, and they are also teaching. So if you've got to want to learn about scroll saws or have any interest at all in woodwork, you can learn handwork techniques, hand chisel, hand plane. It's a little crowded around there. Know your face. If I can sit in and catch him. Mr. Artisan Pirate. He's over there doing a little bit of scroll work. That's right. Yep. So check out Artisan Pirate. Come down to the show. You can see him live. Ask some questions. And glad to answer anything you might have. Also. But come on down and check out the show over here. We've got more stuff. They've got some different products on display, both with ncwoodworker.net. They've got the Learn to Turn. And then there's Western Piedmont Community College is here again, and they're showing their furniture department. So very cool system. Come on in. If you're interested in learning the woodworking, they're a good place to go if you're local to the Hickory area, Lenore, Western Piedmont Community College. And you can see they've got everything from the finished product to the starting and everything in between to kind of show you the different phases of the furniture. And they offer that as a course through their community college. So Western Piedmont Community College. So there's one section we didn't really talk about, and we're going to make our way over there because I'm hoping I can interview one of them, or two of them, three of them. Jerry's class is very busy, and we've actually got a few schools. North Carolina has a great CTE educational program, and so we've actually got a handful, I think 3 or 4 high schools that are here, some from close out on the coast of North Carolina. So this is a great field trip. If you're interested, keep that in mind next year. You might want to bring the school, your class down. So Paul Jackman is here live. Come down and see him if you want in the Arbortech booth. We did that Carve It Up 23 competition, so he certainly is key in regards to that. We'll be announcing those winners later. Maker Collab University. We're going to sit down, we're going to chat with these folks because if you're into woodworking and you want to kind of join a community of other makers, other creators, people maybe interested in the social media side of that, it's a great place to just join. Maker Collab University, you can learn, you can be part of a community of other woodworkers, and yeah, they'll have stuff online, and we'll talk a little more about them later because we do want to interview them and find out a little bit more about Maker Collab University. And so they're instrumental, and they're new here. You might recognize that guy. Last year, he was with another vendor. He's still helping them out, but now he's here showcasing the Maker Collab. So we'll come back and check on them later. Make our way over here. We're going to film the filmer. And so this is the Tony Rulo Hillview Wooden Metal. He is here showcasing this one-of-a-kind square that nobody else has, but Klingspor's Woodworking. If I can zoom in on that a little bit. So if you want a custom one-of-a-kind square, it's got a unique logo on it. Let's see if it'll focus. This is very high quality. This is not your cheap China steel. This is heavy duty with an Amboina burl inlay. But Tony's a little busy at the moment. We'll come back and check on him later. We might be able to get him in for an interview. But yeah, he's talking with customers. But if you're interested in one of those one-of-a-kind squares that we started with 30, I know for a fact we're down to 29 at least. I won't say how I know that. Let's just say that I own one. So
well, I just gave it away right there.
Guys, this is the Klingspor Woodworking Shop 23rd Annual Woodworking Extravaganza at the Hickory Metro Convention Center in Hickory, North Carolina. There is so much going on. It is unreal. But it's a lot of fun. And as you can see, if you're looking for something to do, even if you're not, this is a great place to come. And we're back here at our home booth here. Let's see if I can get everything situated. Maybe, possibly. So, Mike, was there anything we need to revisit later? Or look at more in detail?
Well, we didn't do the North Carolina wood turners. They were over there
Yeah.
by the cafeteria. That's really about it. I think you hit most of everything for
Yeah,
where we could
saw
reach.
We saw them first.
Very good.
All right. I've got my Klingspor pen, so I feel good about that.
Yeah, lucky dog. It's a good pen. Try changing to another camera. I want to see because it's very fuzzy, like low quality, unfortunately. I'm thinking it's your internet.
Yep. You see, we've got a seat here. We'll be interviewing some folks later. So we're going to be doing some in-booth interviews as well as mobile interviews. And let's see if that fixed the camera yet. How's that?
Wonderful. So is there anything that you saw in particular that people should know about while you were out running around the floor?
Well, definitely the Jerry Meismer classes are going to be packed. So if you're interested in the turning the hat this afternoon, he's going to be doing coloring a bird box. His classes will fill up quick. So if you're interested, he will be doing the turn the hat class again tomorrow at 10 a.m. So check the class schedule. It'll be on the Woodworking Extravaganza website. So check that out, and you can see what all the different classes and demonstrations that are going on. The Carolina Strollers have different things going on. The North Carolina Wood Turners behind us. There's a full map layout so you can see who all's here and where you can go find them, and look for the little apples, because everywhere that you see the little apple on the map, there's a box of apples. You can get you a couple apples to snack on while you're walking around.
Very good. And did you want to talk more about the CTE program?
What else? There's so much going on. It's hard enough to see it when you're trying to do it with a camera, let alone just trying to walk it slow and take it all in. But we're here today and tomorrow, and so come on down, check it out.
Now, a lot of the deals that are on woodworkingextravaganza.com, you'll have to see them at the show. We won't be able to post a lot of them online because they are violating tons and tons of pricing problems. So we're not able to actually advertise them, but we can tell you that they're that good that you don't need to add it to the cart. You just need to go check it out.
Right. And there are some really, really good deals. Even as of yesterday afternoon, some of the vendors wanted to do even better deals on some of their stuff. So, there is a vendor that I did not show, and that's the Yeti Smart CNC. I was going to take a look at that, but I didn't get a chance to go by his booth when we were doing the walkthrough. But we passed it, but it was behind us. So we will go by and check that out and hopefully catch a little interview with him after a while. But as you can see, we're live at the show. The Hickory Metro Convention Center is the 23rd annual Klingspor's Woodworking Shop Woodworking Extravaganza. Man, what a show. Man, hard to believe we've been doing this 23 years. And I was here when they did the first one. Does that make me old?
Nope. Makes you experienced. Here's kind of a list of all of the vendors that we have there at the show. There's so many. Crams into that page. But there's a lot of vendors going on. And all the vendors, by the way, are there to answer your questions. They do not sell you anything from the booth. They actually will come to you and talk to you about anything that you may need to know about. And their main job is to answer your questions and talk to you about the products. And then you go take the product to the front and then you check out that way. So there's no exchange of money at the vendor booth itself. You walk around the entire show, and then when you're finally done, you can check out at the end. It's a great way to set up and do it because then the vendors are there just strictly to help you in what you need to know.
We've got you covered in the back. We've got a full array of a lot of the heavier machinery. so you can back your truck right up. We'll load you right up and get you on down the road. So you know, there's so much going on, so much opportunity here, and the prices are good. The vendors are out in full force. A lot of, if you've ever been curious about how a product works, this is the show for you. Come down, check it out, and see how the stuff works. Get your hands on it yourself so you know you can try before you buy and know what you're getting into.
Absolutely. That's the nice part. There is a lot of demonstration and hands-on with the vendors, so you can actually try out tools, get a better idea of what it's like. I do like that with the shaper. I want to see more of that trace. That is a great tool.
Right. And we've got a few clubs that are here kind of talking to us and roaming around. So, and those are not just clubs that are participating in the show, but they're here checking things out. Come on in. We're going to interview our general manager, Coleman Forche. Come on in, Coleman. Tell us more about the show. We did a full walk around. Come tell us a little bit about it.
We're glad to.
So this is our general manager, Coleman Forche. It was his vision and forethought 23 years ago to start this little shindig of a show, and now it's blowing up all of Western North Carolina and the surrounding states. So tell us more.
So, I guess you've talked about 23 years. So we're excited that it's lasted that long. We started out, we wanted it to be free, and that's it's continued to do so. And if you look around here, all the chairs are full. Parking is it's getting full, and we're having a great time.
That's right. So, you know, Coleman, he's got a lot going on. So when I saw him walk by, I said, I'm going to snag him just to get him to say a few words because I know he's a busy man. But, yeah, if you come by, just give him a pat on the back or a smack on the back of the head. Well, no, don't do the smack on the back of the head. Just give him a pat on the back and tell him good job.
Shake my hand. It'll be okay.
All right. So that is General Manager Coleman. Thanks for stopping by.
Thank you, guys.
So there you go. I'll snag him if I see him walk by. We'll get him in here on the road. So, do we have any questions or comments from anyone about anything going on?
Not at the time. We do have someone that had commented, Mr. Kerry Alfred is going to be looking forward to being here tomorrow at the Extravaganza.
Well, come by and say hey. Now there's so much going on. Let me peek around and see. No. Yeah, the booths are full. People are packed into this place, and there's so much going on. I'm gonna tell you, Jerry Meesemer's turning demonstration. You know what? Let's just do this.
Now we're just gonna get rid of all this right here. See if I can hit Chris.
How's that for behind the scenes? I'm getting hit with shrapnel here.
That's Jerry for you.
Really, you can turn a lot of that. One and a half will take about 55 gallons a day. So the chicken will have plenty of fat.
I can see from the red on his thumb, he has already injured himself.
The man has broken literally every bone in his hands. at least once.
And he is really hogging the material away.
I like to step it down, but that way you don't get the cut.
And in case you're curious,
So you won't.
he has flooded the back room with shaving. And as you can see, the crowds are here. Yeah, Jerry puts on quite the show. The wealth of knowledge, information.
So the band is in just one piece of wood too, not hanging on. It's just burning. And what I mean by burning is take another piece of wood, put it on your.
Oh, yeah. I was waiting on that to come down. Matter of fact, we just talked about that. Hang on just a second, folks. I'm going to pan out just a moment. Let you kind of catch some of the show. We want to try to get you as much of the actual experience as we can. It's really tricky to do, but I'm trying to wait on some of these vendors to lighten up, but they're just slammed. Well, maybe we can catch some demonstrations over here with an Arbortech. There's a lot going on. He is using the power card there. You can see he's making quick work of that little block. Let's see if we can't catch some more of these demonstrations. And as promised, here is the Yeti Smart Bench. This is the system that will basically, you can stick a whole 4x8 sheet on there, and it traverses on the stand, and you'd have yourself a full-blown CNC that's completely portable. You can take on the job site, off the job site, and out in your yard, wherever. Checking it out last night, so we'll get over here and interview him a little more. We like to have a little fun and play around. We'll come back and try to catch him when he is not so busy. See if I can back away slowly. And we mentioned earlier the MC wood turners. And they are here with their 4 lathes. So if you're interested in learning, literally you can come get your hands on, get your hands dirty, make a little shaving, get a little dust in the air, and learn to turn at the NC North Carolina Wood Turning Club. I keep waiting on the Maker Collab people to be free, which seems to be next to nothing. Hard to get in there. Popular folks.
And while you still have, yeah.
I don't think we made it this way last time.
We didn't.
Come up here and check that out. The Carolina Scrollers. If I can get over here and catch an eye. These are a lot of products hand done by a lot of these folks. And there's another wall of artistry over there. So much going on. Come by, get your hands on there. Learn to scroll. You can learn to turn, learn to scroll, learn to carve, learn to paint, learn to finish. Tony looks like he's free. Maybe we can actually see his table now. Maybe. You see, he makes some very, very high quality tools. We've already looked at that square, but you can see Tony does a full array of different T-bevels, hand planes. Very, very good work. Come by and check out Hillview Wood and Metal.
On $70 per month.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, thank you. How you doing? What is too funny? You ever seen I'll have to show it to you.
Sounds good.
Look for an email.
And see, well, this is how you do it. So tell us about Maker Collab University.
Should I hold it?
Yeah.
What should we say? Is this live right
It
now?
is live.
It is live. All right. Hey, everyone.
Mike, he's on the other side.
What's up, Mike? It's Christy with the Maker Collab University, and
I'm Nick from the Maker Collab.
we are here at day one of the Woodworking Extravaganza, and we are here to talk about our online educational platform. And we just happen to be giving away some of these cute little Apple engraved items we're personalizing with the laser on the spot for people who sign up for the newsletter.
Yeah.
What else you got? What else are we doing?
Oh, we're having fun. Where's my ball? I was playing with the ball earlier.
Tell
He
us
was,
about the
he was having a ball.
So we are doing a couple benefits for Klingspor's Extravaganza right now. So if you come by, if you sign up for the newsletter, you get the little Christmas ornament. We're doing 50% off for the first 3 months of our subscription plan. It's $15 a month usually. So first 3 months could be $7.50. Or if you sign up for the newsletter, you get into a drawing Friday and Saturday. We're going to give away 1 year subscription for free, which is really, really good.
Yeah, stop by and see us.
Well, that's cool. Well, what can they expect if they were to join Maker Club? What kind of stuff is online?
So when you join the Maker Collab University, you're getting together with a community of like-minded individuals every single week. And that happens on Zoom, which most people can handle, clicking a link and getting on Zoom. Beyond that, we're hopping in a forum where we're discussing certain topics like woodworking, like CNC, like laser or metalwork, and basically just helping each other. We're talking about issues that we're having, doing our own work with making, and helping others when they're wanting to answer some questions as well. So, yeah, if you join the Maker Collab University, you join a great community that is going to have your back and help you out.
Sounds cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Get the apples. They're great.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
So there you go. Maker Collab University. Eventually, I'd like to get over there and catch Michelle. She is always busy with her pyrography. Wood burning is a very hot topic, literally.
Meh, meh, meh.
Yeah, expect the dad jokes in abundance today. They are free of charge. Oh, I was hoping one of the Drex guys might be free. You know what? Let's go find some local clubs. Let's hear about some. Here's going to teach someone how to do some scroll work. All the club guys seem to be busy. I don't want to bother them, but we can certainly go over here and see George. Well, once he's not slammed full. You know what we could do? Well, kind of quick, so let's see. You know what? We might can catch the shape of origin. Nope, never mind. We'll walk the aisle and see who else we can interview. We're going live until what? 11?
Yeah, we can, or we can start a video whenever you need to do a break and run and go do something. That's fine. We are flexible.
Got some new stuff here from FEIN. A lot of new cordless tools. If you've not seen the new cordless tool from FEIN, FEIN Multimaster has been around quite some time, and they are well known in the professional industry. But you might also know them from their info. They offer a whole line of industrial tools, and they're well known for their fine vacuum. It's been around a long time. You want to give us a demonstration on the one of your cordless tools, or even one of the corded tools?
Yes. So we have went ahead and gone with Bosch AmpShare platform batteries, which are 60 million all over the country. And we've gone ahead and not only combined with Bosch batteries, but with our excellent Multimaster 500. And this particular one here, the actual battery and the tool itself is I apologize, is variable speed. And with the variable speed, you can actually have it wide open, or you could slow it down for wood cutting And there you go. That's our new 500 and 700 multi-master with the Bosch battery platform.
Very good. Well, have a great show.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've owned a Multimaster for quite some number of years. Used it both professionally when I was doing cabinet and tile work, but I use it quite often, even now. Oh, got caught in a rut. Let's get this thing out of unstuck here. Let's make our way to the front. There's bound to be some stuff up there we can get into. We're going to take a look at this. I'd like to maybe see if he can give us a little info on the paper trace. And Chris may just snag his up while he's here. If not, if we can get an idea, we might be able to get you a view. So the way the shaper works is it uses that sort of tape to create sort of a grid, if you will, and a map so you can tell where it's going. So once you've got your design set up, it will keep that bit perfectly inside the cut. And if you go outside of the cut, it will oscillate slightly side to side to make up for your error. But what it will also do is if you get way outside of that, it will automatically stop the bit and retract it above the workpiece. We'll come back and try to catch a little interview later, but as you can see, what's got to do, I get the flare, you can see it kind of gives you an overlay in a colored scale. So as you're slowly moving the router, it follows the path that's in the design. Thanks to the engineering and technology behind that tape that looks like dominoes. It actually provides coordinates. The machine is very ingenious. Anyway, that is the shaper origin. We're going to come back and check that out a little later. My camera back in order. Let's go forward and see what we got.
Yeah, we're still looking at an image of the shaper origin. There we go. Now we see a crowd.
I'm sorry I didn't hear you, Mike. What was that?
It's choppy at best.
Well, I don't see the packaging guy here yet. I'll stop demo. We'll catch one of those later. I will tell you, that is one of the best surfacing bits on the market, hands down. And there are also the 3 custom sets that we've created. They're here as well. If you're getting into CNC, you definitely want to check those out because that has got everything you need if you're just getting started. Mr. Chris Miller from Amana, long-time friend, long-time vendor. Great guy. I was hoping I could make my way down the aisle to catch the Microjig demonstration, but don't think that's going to happen. It's really crowded. Yep, not going to happen. We're going to turn around and retreat the other direction.
I demoed in Charlotte one time. There used to be a Charlotte Woodworking Club.
As you can see, they're doing a lot of hands-on in these clubs. In these booths. Well worth checking out. Nova booth is active. They're here answering questions for you. If you got questions on any of the chucks, tools, machinery, Nova experts are on hand to help.
Is that your toy or is that the company? Huh?
Company, we're live. Yeah, so they've got the DVR drill presses on display,
Wow.
lathe on display.
That is professional. All right.
Come on down and check them out.
That's what I do with myself.
Gotta love a live crowd.
We're live.
Okay, now we're gonna work on the frame.
If I can't make my way through here.
We wanted to fix the thing. Yeah.
We'll come back and catch one of those live. Hard to do back here because you couldn't hear even if you wanted. Now, just to get an idea of what kind of mess.
And you want to be able to move it. You don't want it to get stuck. So we're gonna do that thing. So once we get rolling, I'm going to start with another fresh tool.
Looks like he's using the long Nampa built arm, if I had to guess. You know what? Let's go back here. We've never shown this on any of our content. Back here is our warehousing area where we house a lot of the machinery that you would buy. And as when you buy it, they give you the ticket. You'll come back here, give them the load you up right there. There you go. So this is never before seen show exclusive. Let's go back here and get a check on Jerry and see where he stands with his
At
hat.
this point, you could make another cut in right here, and you could core that out and make a ball or a little mini hat. But I don't do that either. I don't pick up that tool anymore. It just hurts me pretty bad.
So now we're looking at the back side of the hat. See if we can't go over here and get shot. Sorry about the turbulence, folks.
You kind of go out here and everything. Here, you see it, you feel it.
A little harder to see back there.
It's still not fixing it. You don't want to put the calipers right here while it's running. You'll break a half. You'll break the brim. I've done it every which way.
Literally
Break
peeking
that.
out from behind the curtain.
I got upset one time. I was working in the shop.
You can see from the light shining through the brim of that hat just how
right
thin
at the
he's
end
getting.
of it. And I stay up my shop 80 foot long. 80 feet. Then I had a talk with myself. I went in the house and I talked to myself. And I said, you know what? It's cool. And I learned something. I learned not to get upset. And there's always more work. If you don't make a mistake, you're not learning them. But it's really better to learn off someone else's mistake. Okay, see how that went in? That's what you want. So we just go in a little bit farther. Yeah, I told you it gets boring. You just watch a little.
One day I'd love to get one of his hats.
I was telling you earlier, I've had a lot of accidents. My son and I, we went on a.
While we're at it, let's check out the back side of that.
Either one of them, and they just had floods that was in all. And if we got any creek, get the canoes. Instead of the creek being 2 or 3 feet. A lot wide.
So from our booth, we got a pretty good sight of about everything at the show.
Well, fantastic, sir. Do you want to break for a video for a little while? We got Fuji that we can do up next.
Trying to get it all set back up. Well, that's how it works. You want to come in and talk about Arbortech? Oh, we'll catch another demo too, but if you want to come in. Yeah. Hey, this is how we roll. Spur of the moment.
What are we going to talk about?
Arbortech.
Is this
All right.
live?
It is live.
Oh boy.
That's right. So
Oh boy. Let me.
that's right. Be serious. You can look at that one or look at that one, whatever you want. Hang on. I'll get you. Now, you can clean your hair up, get all prim and proper. Make sure the beard's in check. That's right. We do it right here. So, we know you're from Arbortech. Tell us who you are, what you do over there, and maybe some cool things going on with Arbortech right now.
on. I'm Troy, and I've been with Arbortech for a few years now, about 8. I manage our creators and our shows, and do a lot of relationship managing. And we got a cool event going on here. The Klingspor Extravaganza is always fun. The Carve It Up competition has technically wrapped up, but still a lot of buzz around it. I think we'll have fun announcing the winner tomorrow.
I feel confident.
Yeah, plenty of entries. Always could have used more, but I think we had a good response for the first go around with it.
Yep. Hey, and even if there's only 3, that's guaranteed somebody's going to win something.
Absolutely. And we got Paul Jackman here, so I mean, it doesn't really get much cooler than that guy.
That's for sure,
without a doubt.
Well, that's cool. So if you're in the area, or even if you're not, come on down. The Arbortech booth, we've been by there a couple times. As you can see, they have got a lot of stuff going on. They're demoing all their tools. If there's something you've been curious about, but you weren't sure, maybe just because the video didn't portray it the way you think, come down, talk to Troy, Paul. They'll tell you all about it. They'll put the tool in your hands, maybe.
If we trust you.
There's a trust factor, but come on down. You might learn how to use the tool and walk away with the tool of your dreams.
Absolutely. And I will say, if I can run these tools, I think anybody can. So I think he'll be all right.
If they trust Paul, everybody else is good to go. Right. Well, Troy, man, I appreciate it. We look forward to, just hope you have a successful show.
Absolutely.
Glad you stopped by the booth.
Happy to be here.
That'll teach you to swing by the booth, not knowing where the things are. I'll snag you in and make you go live. Because that's how we roll at Klingspor's Woodworking.
Love that.
No agenda, just go with the flow.
Swing it, baby. Let's go.
Awesome. Well, Troy, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nice seeing you, sir.
Right on.
I'll take that back.
Right on.
Well, there you go. Troy with Arbortech. Yeah. It's smooth. You didn't even have to break a sweat. So, lots of fun. Come down to the show, very laid back, very easy going. There's not a lack of things to do here, not a lack of things to see, not a lack of smell the sawdust in the air. Lots of stuff going on. So at the Hickory Metro Convention Center, this is the 23rd annual Klingspor's Woodworking Shop Woodworking Extravaganza, and we are live. So I believe we've got a couple of videos coming up behind this, and I'll come back and see you soon. And well, this is Chris signing off for this part of it, but don't hang up because we got more things coming. So y'all have a great day. See you soon.
Buddy, this is Josh from Fuji Spray, and I've been working for Fuji for over 10 years, and I'm very excited to be here with you guys and talk about anything and everything Fuji Spray. So let's get started.
All right, everybody, thanks for joining us. Today we have got Josh with Fuji, and he's joining us. He's going to talk a little bit about the Fuji sprayers, some of the different guns that are available, the different systems available, and give us a few little tips and tricks on what it's like to actually spray finish. So, Josh, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me here. Always a pleasure.
So, Josh, can you tell us a little bit about who you are, your background in finishing, Fuji Spray? Just kind of let everybody know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. My name is Josh Barrera. I've been at Fuji Spray for just over 10 years, and I'm currently working in the customer service department as a manager. And I also do a little bit of back projects here and there, the spray finishing workshop being one of them. And sorting out some other trade shows that we have on the go on a yearly basis.
Chris, you had a really good question, which is probably the starter for everybody trying to figure out consistency with the finish before they go to spray it.
Right. I mean, when you look at the cans will give you estimates on what they can be thinned down to or percentages reduced, things like that. But obviously, when you're getting into spray finishing, especially with the Fuji system, they're so versatile with the different needles and air caps and options that are available. And one of the items that's always included in their systems is that Ford viscosity cup. And so I thought, well, this would be a good time for maybe Josh to kind of cover that cup and explain how that would tie into helping you decide the right air cap for the particular finish that you might be spraying.
Yeah, absolutely. For sure. My name is Josh Barrera. I've been at Fuji Spray for just over 10 years, and I'm currently working in the customer service department as a manager. And I also do a little bit of back projects here and there, the spray finishing workshop being one of them. And I also do a little bit of Okay, well, that's probably a million dollar question that we get oftentimes here at Fuji Spray in our customer service department. And what I want to start off is that if whatever explanation is not quite clear here, feel free to jump on our YouTube channel. We also have some videos, and one in particular that shows you how to measure viscosity using our viscosity cup. So I have a little bit of water here that I'm going to show you just briefly how to work with a viscosity cup. And I'm going to pretend for now that this is my finish. This is my coating. Let's say, for instance, I got a shellac, which is very close in consistency to what water is. So we got some water here. We're going to measure the viscosity of shellac, let's say. And I'm going to grab my cup. This is the cup that Fuji Spray includes with all the spray systems and spray guns if you just purchase one alone. This is a number 4 Ford standard cup. Okay, that's the value for it. And what you do is you have to get a stopwatch, which I have right here, your viscosity cup, and of course the coating you're about to spray. With shellac, typically you would want to spray it undiluted and using the 1.0 tip, but for purposes of this demonstration, I'm just going to show you how it actually works. So what I do is, or what you would want to do is, you would want to submerge the entirety of the cup into the coating, into the finish, right below the surface line. And then you bring it up just above the surface line so you can see the stream coming out from the bottom of the hole here, coming down into the rest of the cup. So you as soon as the stream begins, that's when you use your stopwatch and start counting in seconds. You're going to see the stream coming down. The cup is going to empty out, of course, and to a point where the stream will start to break and just dribble down. That's when you stop your watch and you're going to see a reading in seconds. Typically with something like shellac or anything close to water, you'll get a 7, maybe even 8-second reading. And that's telling of what kind of viscosity you're working with. If you're doing something like, let's say, latex paint, you're looking at upwards of 80 seconds and probably even 5 minutes. So it depends on what you're going to be spraying. And the reason you want to do this, especially with heavier body coatings, is because you would want to identify the type of air cap set you can use that will conform to the type of consistency of the coating. Or at the same time, you would want to find out whether you should dilute it or not in order to effectively spray it. So something like latex paint, for instance, you don't want to leave it undiluted and just try to spray it as is, because it'll come out very blotchy and it'll just spit onto the surface that you're spraying, and it's not going to look good, of course. So I'm going to go ahead and start off over here. I got my water. I'm going to submerge my number 4 Ford cup just below the surface line, and I'm going to bring it just above the surface, and I'm going to start my watch. And I'm just going to say beep just to make sure, just to let you know that I started. Beep. Okay. Eight seconds. So there you go. The water drained out, or my finish has drained out from the viscosity cup, and it took all of 8 seconds. Fuji Spray provides what's called a quick reference sheet, and that in that reference sheet, you're able to see the type of coating that you're spraying, and it'll allow you to identify what air cap set would be most conducive to effectively spray it. For heavier body coatings, as I mentioned, you will need to dilute in order for you to get better results. Ideally, what you would want to do is dilute the least possible to get optimal results. And of course, you're not playing around with the structure of the paint or coating that you're using, so that you're able to get the desired results. I hope that answers your question.
Oh, for sure. And that's that chart that you mentioned. It is available in all of your different kits that are in guns, but it's also available as a free download on the Fuji website, which is nice.
That's correct. And if you're not able to, for some reason, find it in our website, you can just email us at support@fujispray.com, and we'll be happy to just pass one along to you.
Well, that's definitely one of the questions coming up that I have that I get a lot, is as far as, do I really need the whip hose?
Hmm. Okay. Having a whip hose is definitely a lot of help. With the standard 25-foot hose that your spray system comes with, it is because it's designed to withstand a lot of heat output from the machine. It is a little bit heavier and cumbersome in some cases to maneuver your spray gun as you're trying to get into intricate angles. So we have available a 6-foot whip hose that you can get. This is an accessory that we offer. It's 6 foot in length and it's super lightweight, super flexible. As you can see here, I'm almost bending it, which you don't want to do. And then with that in mind, you're able to maneuver your spray gun with so much ease. And of course, it alleviates some of the stress and strain that goes on your wrists when you're spraying for extended periods of time. So this is a very, very useful whip hose. We have in 2 colors. They come in blue, like this one here, and they also come in black if you so have the Hobby Pro spray system. This will go at the end of your 25-foot hose and not directly connected to the machine, because that's not going to be a good picture. So you're going to have your 25-foot hose right after connected to your turbine, and then you're going to have your 6-foot extension, which will be connected directly to your spray gun. So it is very helpful. You're going to find that after long periods of time, long periods of use, this whip hose will definitely be a game changer for you.
Yeah, especially if you don't have the muscles yet in your arms, if you're not used to spraying with a gun and having that extra weight, then having the extra weight of the heavy duty hose on top of it, that will definitely make life a little bit easier.
Yeah, one of the things
definitely
is that exact thing. I'll take the heavy hose out of the box and I'll say, hold this. And then I'll take the whip hose out and I'll say, hold this. This is what you want to hold on to at the end of the gun, not that. And almost every single time they'll buy that whip hose just because of the weight.
Yes, definitely. And you know, when you're spraying, so I'm just going to give you a little bit of scenario what it would actually look like. You would want to hold the whip hose with the other hand too, so you have better maneuverability. Whereas with the standard 25-foot hose, because it's a little bit more rigid, it does become cumbersome for it to react to the way you want it to when you're spraying in different angles.
Yeah, especially if you have contours, chairs. If you have chairs or you have to do chairs or anything like that, the whip hose is well worth its weight in gold.
Definitely.
You've tested it with the Ford Cup, and now let's say that on the back of the manufacturer's instructions, they say do not dilute, do not thin. So what are your options now?
Okay, that's a tough conundrum. Right. So diluting will be necessary for the most part when it comes to thicker coating materials. You would want to dilute the least possible, that's for sure. If let's say, for instance, you can dilute up to 10% at most, because that's what most coatings manufacturers will allow, up to 10%, sometimes even 7%. I would start a little bit less than that, maybe 5%, and go from there, see what results you're getting. If you need to dilute a little bit more, then yes, go ahead and do that. And of course, with visiting the quick reference guide, and I may stipulate that this is only a reference sheet. It doesn't mean it's written in stone. You should follow it to the T. It's only a suggestive reference sheet. And so it'll give you a good starting point where or around whereabouts you should start diluting to. And so coming back to your question is, a lot of these coating manufacturers will tell you can dilute a little bit. And so with that in mind, just dilute the least possible, use the adequate air cap set in accordance to the quick reference sheet, and test it out. You can't dive into a spray project and not having to do any of these checks, or having to not test it out to see how well it sprays, and troubleshoot if any issues you may see. Because once you start spraying the actual product or project rather, and you start seeing these problems, then it's that much more difficult to go back and fix it, whereby you could have tested it out in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's always having a test piece to try it out first, make sure your coating's going on the way you want it to before you just start going right at it would be a good way to test.
Absolutely.
Good.
And I love the fact that you guys offer so many different air caps to be able to make those adjustments. You know, so if you do need to go from something larger than a 1.3, I mean, you've got those sizes. No matter which gun you have different options available for each of those, and I found that crazy beneficial. We did a video not long ago where we sprayed the boss's desk with a water-based urethane. Well, we also used a shellac as a sealer. Well, so we needed a smaller air cap set for the shellac. Then we were able to bump up and go with the larger air cap set for the urethane, and that worked out really well in that particular video. Thankfully, I had that testing done. I kind of knew what to look for with the flow. Could add some problems, you know, on our video there, but I found that the Fuji system is just so well made, and the quality is just really good, that having those options just makes it even that more important of a system to use if you're going to get into spray finishing.
Oh, definitely. And I have 2 air cap sets here that we can use as examples. This is the 1.0 millimeter air cap set. This will allow you to spray mostly shellacs. And if you have light body coatings, let's say, for instance, a water-based polyurethane, or if you want to do a water-based lacquer or lacquers, for instance, the 1.0 or the standard 1.3 that the spray gun already comes included with, that will definitely do the job. And I'm just going to show you the other more popular air cap set, which is the 1.8 millimeter air cap set. And this is when you get into heavier coating, heavier body coatings, such as latex paints. If you want to do, you know, that very thick stuff, like let's say, for instance, the Bullseye primer, the Bullseye 123. This guy here with proper dilution, of course, will allow you to spray that. You can definitely jump up to a 2.0 if you so need to. If you feel like the flow is a little bit restricted and you want a little more output, you can definitely go to a 2.0, or you can even go to a 2.5. But when you get to a 2.5, let it be known that when you get into larger air cap sets like that, you're actually going to get a lot of flow, a lot of heavy flow. So understand the purpose of what you're looking to spray. Look at it, understand what kind of spraying results you're looking to achieve, and then just go from there. So having a 1.8, you can definitely, it's a nice roundabout air cap set that would allow you to spray thicker coating materials. And then the 1.3 is a nice middle of the way sort of air cap set for polyurethanes and even lighter body coatings. And then when you get to shellacs, you can do the 1.0, which is also conducive to the 1.0 is also conducive to the polyurethanes and so on. So these are the most common air cap sets that you will see out there. And then, of course, the 1.3 millimeter air cap set for top coats and sealants and so on.
Very good. So if I wanted to put on 3 coats at one time, you're saying the 2.5 is the way to go?
Well, you can try it out. You can try it out. You might be surprised on what the capabilities are of the 2.5, let's say coupled with a 5-stage spray system. It doesn't hurt to try it out and see what results you're getting. And it may not be the perfect recipe for somebody else, but if it works for you, then by all means, go for it.
Well, so that's a good question to get into next, is the turbine stages. You know, you've got 2s, 3s, 4s, and 5s. So what do you got here? We've got some semi-pro 2s and some Q5s. Tell us a little bit about the lineup.
That's correct. So what we got here is our Semi-Pro 2, which is our entry-level spray system. It is part of the DIY series. And if you notice, all of our spray systems have a number right beside it. So that's the Semi-Pro 2. We got a Mini-Mite 3, Q5, and so on. So what that means is that the size of the motor. Inside a Semi-Pro 2, you're going to find a 2-stage motor installed in there. And basically what that means is it's a series of stacked fans that the more fans you have, the more PSI output you get from the machine. So a Semi-Pro 2, there's a 2-stage motor installed in there. You get approximately 5 PSI. You get if you go one level up, you go into the 3-stage, and that's of course 3 fans that are within that motor, and that pushes out approximately 6.5 psi. That comes as a Q3 or a mini mic 3. Then we have a 4-stage. A 4-stage is a 4-stage motor inside, so you're looking at approximately 9 psi. When you jump into a 5-stage, you're looking at a Q5 or a mini mic 5. So these guys over here are our top of the line spray systems. The Q5, the Q series is the quietest turbine on the market. And then we have the Mini mic 5, which is a smaller unit, but nonetheless, it's just as powerful. So let's compare a Q5 right here with a Mini mic 5. I'll be right back real quick.
Perfect sound effects.
So over here is a Mini mic 5 and a Q5. They both have the same size motor installed in them, a 5-stage motor. They both put out 9.5 psi. The Q, which stands for quiet, would be the quieter of the two. And then this guy over here will be a little bit less quieter because of the size of the machine. So the reason we have this is because for those who want to do on-the-job touch-ups and are always on the go and want to carry their equipment without hauling something a little bit heavy like this, and noise level is of no concern, then you might want to go with a Mini mic 5 or any Mini mic whatsoever. With a Q5 or any Q system, they're much quieter. So if you're in a neighborhood where you're working out of your garage or a hobbyist, or in a scenario where noise level is of a concern, you would consider a Q model because it is bulkier, it has that noise dampening technology installed in there, and it will definitely be as quiet as a human-to-human conversation.
Interesting. Makes me kind of wish I would have went with a Q.
No, they're definitely quieter. Whenever we do trade shows or anything like that, or even small demos, it's definitely everybody is saying, "Oh my goodness, this is so quiet." And you compare to one of these guys here, it will sound like a little bit much like a shop vac, for instance. It is a little bit louder, but it's impressive to understand that they both put out the same PSI output, and one of them is much quieter than the other.
Now, what is the dial on the front for? On the Q5?
This dial here is the speed control dial, and only the Q5 has this dial. What it is it allows you to slow down the speed of the motor. Let's say, for instance, you're spraying a shellac. A shellac, because it's light body coating, you don't need all the 9.5 psi that this guy puts out. If you do, that's totally fine too. But you'll find yourself that there will be a little bit of excessive overspray kicking around, and in order to mitigate that, you can slow down the speed of the motor so that there's less psi output and then less air pressure coming into the spray gun, and of course, in turn, you get less overspray. Not in all cases you will need to reduce the speed of the motor. For instance, when you're doing with latex paints or any heavy body coatings, you would want all the power that a Q5 or any 5-stage could provide. You would want to slow down the speed of the motor just because you're dealing with lighter body coatings and you don't get as much overspray kicking around. So another benefit of having a slower running motor is a cooler turbine, because the motor's running at slower speeds. You have a cooler running turbine, you are lengthening the life of the motor. So there's sort of like a twofold benefit going on here with the Q5, and that'll definitely increase the lifespan of the turbine.
Very good. How many stages would you say there are in cleaning a gun?
So in cleaning a gun, there's a level 1 cleaning, level 2 cleaning, and level 3 cleaning. There's a level 4 cleaning as well, and that's when you get into using solvents in order for you to properly clean your spray gun. What I mean by that is to use solvents to soak some of the components for extended period of time to really get those hard to get spots out of the components. So when it comes to cleaning a spray gun, and luckily I have one right here that I had recently used, but I didn't clean fully. It doesn't have any paint in it at the moment, but it's easy enough for me to show you with a gun that I have recently used. And let's say I'm done spraying, I'm ready to give this a good clean. So I'm gonna go over real quick with you guys how to disassemble the spray gun, what parts to clean, what parts you can just leave aside because you really don't need to clean everything. And that way you can have a perfectly working gun. And may I add also that having your spray gun clean at all times before you spray it and after you spray will give you a great spray experience every time you pick up your spray gun to spray. Not having a spray gun clean at all times means that you're setting yourself up for failure. So you would want to have your spray gun clean in pristine shape as much as possible every time. So let's say I am done with spraying. I have a little bit of, let's say, material up to here. I'm going to put that back into the can that where the paint comes from. And I'm going to go to the sink because I typically use water-based coatings. So I'm going to go to the sink and I'm going to rinse out whatever's left in here, okay? And I'm going to, let's say, put a little bit of water up to here and put that back in there, connect it to my machine, and spray that. That is level 1 cleaning. When you're flushing out whatever is left inside the fluid passages, that would be your level 1 cleaning when, let's say, for instance, you need to step aside for a few hours, or you want to set your gun down for next coats. You want to wait for your finish to dry. So you need to set your gun down for a few hours or so. This is the kind of cleaning that you will want to do. Leaving any coating inside the cup is not advisable simply because it'll harden, it'll start flashing, it'll start drying, and it may clog up the fluid passages of your spray gun. So you would want to avoid all of that at all costs. So after you've done your level 1 cleaning, and let's say, for instance, you go on and spray throughout the day, and you come at the end of the day, I'm going to show you right now how to disassemble your spray gun to do a level 2 and level 3 cleaning. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and do my level 1 cleaning, which is spraying out the solvent or water. Solvent could be whatever you use to thin your paint or mineral spirits. So you're going to spray that out. Now your fluid passages are nice and clean. They're not 100% clean though, so you'd want to go ahead and do the following steps. So I got my bottom feed gun here. I'm going to disassemble it. I'm going to remove the cup assembly. So you're going to do that. Loosen that up. And because, once again, I'm using water, I have water-based coatings. I don't need to go crazy and use all kinds of solvents for it because water will do the trick for me. So I'm going to clean this up very nicely all the way to the top. Sometimes a little bit overspray comes to the top of that, so I clean that. And I have my cup cleaned, so I'm going to set that aside. Okay, what I typically do is remove the little component here. Sorry. Cut. Check valve. Okay. What I do typically is remove the check valve so it doesn't get wet. And I'm going to go ahead and remove all the components from the spray gun. I'm going to start off with the back where the needle sits. So put that aside. I don't really need to clean it unless you find some paint on it. Then you can go ahead and do that. Pull the trigger and you're going to see the back of the needle come out a little bit. And you can put this in actually to wash because the tip will always have a little bit of paint residue on there. So I'm going to put that in the sink. Coming to the front here, my air cap sometimes gets a little bit of overspray, so I'm just going to clean that too. Okay, so I'm going to put that there. And this color doesn't typically get paint on it, so I'm going to just put it aside. You don't need to wash that. Get my wrench. Have my gun pointing upwards, otherwise all the components will fall out. So by having the gun pointing upwards, you're making yourself a life easier. Here's the fluid nozzle. You'll always have paint in there when you spray, so I'm going to put that in the wash. All these here are air passage components, so you really don't need to clean them. Okay, so put those aside. And now you have your bare air passage. And in the center is the fluid passage. Over here is your fluid passage as well. Fuji Spray offers a cleaning kit, part number 3100. This is what it comes looking like, okay? And inside that cleaning kit, you get a whole bunch of set of brushes. It's a 19-piece kit. You get all kinds of different size brushes, including a lubricant bottle. So what I'm gonna do is use that one of the brushes from the cleaning kit, and then just run water from here and coming out on the bottom. Okay, so water's running down here. I'm gonna go in there with my cleaning brush, get that cleaned out, and run water down this way and get that cleaned out, and then water will just come out from the front center. Okay, and voila, your spray gun is fully clean. What I typically do is, to speed up the drying process of all of these components, is you hook it up to the machine and you let air pass through. It's going to sound a little loud, but air that is running through the inside components, inside cavity where the air passes through, it blows out all of the remaining water that may have come inside in the air passages. So I'm going to put that aside. Of course, it's not 100% dry, so I'm still going to put that aside. These other components that I took out, the needle, the nozzle, and the air cap, I have brushes for that too. There's some nice little nylon bristles here that will allow you to clean those components. We even have even smaller brushes to get inside the fluid nozzle, like so. So this cleaning kit is super, super useful when it comes to for cleaning your spray gun. Okay, so let's say I have all of my components nice and clean. I am done for the day. I am going to be spraying tomorrow. What I typically do is set my towel out like so, and I lay out all of my components to air dry for the next day, like so. And so I will come tomorrow and I will reassemble the spray gun, make it everything, all the components nice and tight. I know they're clean, and I'm ready to spray all over again. So I'm going to assemble the gun for you so you can see how easy and quick that was. And you saw how quickly I took it apart, but I've done this 1,000 times, so that's why it comes like second nature for me. So when you're going to assemble the spray gun, you would want to assemble the spray gun from the front first and then put in the needle last. The reason we do that is because you don't want to have the needle sticking out like so while you're putting the fluid nozzle, because then you're running the risk of damaging the tip of the needle. Same with when disassembling the spray gun, you would want to take the needle out first and then go ahead and remove the front component so that you don't damage, once again, the tip of the needle. So we're going to go ahead and assemble the front of the spray gun. There is a little hole here, a 12 o'clock position hole, and you're going to align it with the little 12 o'clock dimple that's on the spray gun body, and you just put it in like so. And you're going to grab your diffuser and diffuser seal together. And there's a little notch here that sticks out. That is to align with the air divider and air divider seal together into the gun body. And this guy here, the fluid nozzle, will lock everything in place. Whenever you're doing the fluid nozzle, always be sure to use the wrench to give it a nice tightening, whether you're changing the air cap set to a different size or whether you're assembling your gun after a good clean. Make sure this is nice and snug, because otherwise you're going to see a lot of leakage come out from the threads, and that's because it's not tight enough. So I'm going to go ahead and continue on with the front of the spray gun and continue reassembling. You see how quick this is? And I'm still doing some talking while I'm doing it. So this is pretty quick and easy. And lastly, as I mentioned to you, will be the needle. Put that in place, and the needle spring and the fluid control knob all in place at the same time. And then just pull the trigger a few times to make sure that the trigger action, the engaging of the trigger is properly done, that the needle is retracting from the tip, everything's working fine. So my cup is fully dry. I'm going to put that together now. Okay, and I'm just going to set that here like this. Make sure that the latch is facing the front, so you have easy access to put in or remove the cup at all times. And just go ahead and give that a nice tightening. Don't over tighten it, you'll break it. And then you put the check valve in place. Now this check valve is a one-way valve. So what that means is that air will pass in one direction and will not allow it to flow back. There's two reasons for this. It keeps the cup pressurized at all times, which is very, very important. Otherwise, you're gonna have pressure loss when you're spraying or when you're picking up the gun to spray again. And then the other reason is for protective purposes. It prevents any paint to flow up into that pressure tube and back into your spray gun, which will get into the air passages, and that's going to be problematic. So I'm putting in the check valve in place in the right spot, and I'm good to go, ready to spray again. And that's how you clean your spray gun, how you take it apart, and how you put it back together.
And that was all done very quickly while talking. So it's very easy to do.
So I missed that one step. Just do it again. I'm just
kidding. So in a gravity feed spray gun scenario, it will be slightly easier because you don't have to deal with cleaning the pickup tube of the bottom feed cup as you would with a gravity feed cup, because all you have is the inside of the cup and then the bottom of the cup, and that's it. And then the lid. That's all the cleaning you'll need to do on this end. And of course, the material drains directly into the spray gun, so there's not much other flow that needs to be taken care of in between. So it is slightly different and a little bit easier to clean a gravity feed spray gun than a bottom feed.
Oh, very good. So in your opinion, is there any benefits of using a gravity over a bottom feed? Or, should people be looking for a preference if they're doing certain applications?
It is a personal preference to go between a gravity feed or a bottom feed gun. I'm a diehard bottom feed spray gun kind of guy. I know I have a colleague that prefers a gravity feed gun, and that's all they're gonna deal with. It is down to personal preference. You are able to get into certain angles with a gravity feed as much as a bottom feed gun. There are over tilting restrictions with both guns. For instance, like on a gravity feed gun, you can't spray a ceiling because you got all the material going into the lid of the cup, causing risk of leaking through the threads or running the paint up into the pressure tube and back into the air passages. So as much as a gravity feed gun and a bottom, there are restrictions with a bottom feed as well.
Okay.
So since Mike and I are both woodworkers, we have traditionally said hashtag round over, hashtag chamfer. In this case, it's either hashtag bottom feed, hashtag top gravity feed. So
yeah, which one is for you?
Yeah, what do you like below? Let us know in the description or in the comments below.
Vote bottom feed.
Here I'm thinking vote top or gravity feed. I'm all about a gravity feed. I'm a stage one cleaner, and I shouldn't be when it comes down to like going to be the next day. But normally I try to have, yeah, I'll do, well, because if it's gravity, there's not that much going on. I will wipe out the cup, though. I have started doing that. But I will flow it through, and then I'll put whatever the solvent is. Like for me, it's lacquer thinner. But I'll squirt some of that in there so it sits inside of the gun overnight. So when I go to use it the next day, I can spray it. Is there any issues I should look for? Because I know there's some spray guns on the market that will not really like that to be done to them. What is the build quality for the Fuji versus some of the others on the market?
Okay, I see. Well, when it comes to, let's say, leaving solvent overnight in a spray gun, there's no harm to that. As long as you don't let it soak for too long. I see what you mean. Having the fluid passages filled with the solvent, that's not a problem whatsoever. But if you're doing it for a month or maybe even 2 weeks for that matter, then that's when you start seeing issues there, because the there are some nylon components in there that the solvent will come in contact with. And after an extended period of time, those nylon components will swell and they'll start to degrade. And that's how you're going to get issues. Leaking issues for some, in some instances, or the needle retracting is going to become sluggish because the needle packing nut is going to overswell. So you will experience a little bit of issues if you were to leave solvent inside your spray gun for an extended period of time. That's why we don't recommend you do that overnight when it comes to leaving finish in there or leaving solvent. We just want to keep it across the board, make it nice and simple for everybody. We just advise against it.
Gotcha. Now, if you were having, like, let's say one of the benefits of a bottom feed is that if you had the PPS system, you could technically leave that in the cup all night long and then, kind of give it a little shake and spray it. Would you say that's an accurate statement?
That is a yes and no accurate statement. A lot of people do that.
Okay.
A lot of people do that for sure. I would imagine that they know what the limitations of how long they can leave it before the coating starts to get to harden a little bit. Because there is exposure to UV rays. There is, some sort of exposure to oxygen introduction. So that's why there's that likelihood of things just getting a little messy. But I would still, as a manufacturer of paint spray equipment, I would advise against it too.
Okay. So just take it out if you're not going to use it over a period of time, because I think 2 hours is a good time frame where it starts to settle. And when it starts to settle, it also makes your life a lot harder when it comes down to cleaning, because then you have to get all of that settling out.
That's correct. Yeah. And that's a bigger nightmare. There's only so much little bit of flushing can do. Once it starts to set, I've cleaned spray guns to a point where you remove the cup assembly and you have your cup there and your gun is not there, but you're removing this long strand of latex paint all dried up, and it just it looks like you're doing an operation. So you don't want it to get to that degree.
No, there's some things you don't want to experience in spray finishing. That's one of them.
Oh, for sure. That's one of the nightmares that you don't want to experience.
Well,
so remember, kids, always clean your guns when you're done playing with them.
And we also have cleaning videos in our YouTube page that people can visit. We have videos on how to assemble and disassemble a spray gun effectively, cleaning videos, how to maintain your turbine, how to swap out an air cap set. A lot of videos that you might find useful along the way as you're using your spray equipment. We have those. And of course, if there's something you don't see there that you're still unsure how to do, then you feel free to reach us at support@fujispray.com. We're always happy to help.
Yeah, I can definitely attest to that. If you have any questions or any technical advice as far as when you're getting the sprayer going or you're in the middle of something and something happens, definitely reach out to Fuji Spray or at Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Chris now is getting into the turbine life, so he knows a lot more about it and can help answer questions when it comes down to it. I myself can help answer as many questions as I can. I've got a Q5 and I absolutely love it. So it all depends. I will say that we started out with a Mini Mic 3. It's not that it's loud, but I will say that the comparison to the Q5 is worth every penny, especially if you have neighbors near you, really close to you, or maybe if you are trying to do some work at home and you have someone sleeping in the house, like a child, you're caring for them, whatever you want to say. If you need to make sure that the sprayer is not loud, like a shop vac, then yeah, absolutely look at the Q series. It's great for DIY. It's a higher price point, but I think for the longevity, if you look at spraying, that it's a worthwhile investment.
Absolutely. And then there are folks out there who are on the fence, should I get let's say a Mini Mic 3 or a Q5? I should say that, and this is what we always say, is that the higher you go in potency of the machine, let's say between a Mini Mic 3 and a Q5, you're going to definitely see the difference. It'll complement the work that you've put into building a piece of furniture. It'll complement the hard work you've placed into prepping the piece of furniture, and you'll definitely see the difference in the results. A Mini Mic 3, on the other hand, it is a little bit less powerful. So if the budget does not permit, you can get a Mini Mic 3. But that's not to say the Mini Mic 3 is not capable of producing great finishes. It definitely is. It's a workhorse, definitely. It'll give you some great results. It'll spray a lot of the light body coatings. When you get into the heavier stuff like latex paints, for instance, or enamel paints, it may struggle a little bit, but with a little bit of finessing, quote unquote, you'll definitely get the results you're looking for. The Q5, a 5-stage, nonetheless, it'll give you professional results every time. It'll give you that showroom finish that you're looking for, and you won't regret it.
That's absolutely true. And another thing too is the build quality. Aren't all of the cases metal?
They are. They are metal, definitely.
Yeah. So if you're online looking at them and they look like they're plastic, they're not. They're metal cases that are all completely screwed together with some with rubber washers on them. So I mean, it's a really well built product. It's not something that's cheaply made whatsoever. Yeah,
definitely. If that was to fall on your foot for whatever accidental reason, then it's gonna hurt for sure. Yeah. It's gonna hurt. Yeah, and it's got some weight to it, you know, not only because of the metal casing, but the motor itself. It's got some weight to it as well. The inners of the each turbine, they're well made. They're made to last, provided you take care of them, of course. Yeah, definitely, they're well made.
Now, are the internal components metal as well? As far as like the turbines themselves, the housing?
The motor is metal, absolutely. The motor has got made of metal fans. The casing is metal. All of it is metal. It's got some copper wiring in there. So it's a well-built, structured machine for sure.
Yeah, if you've ever used any of the lesser build qualities that are out on the market and they happen to have plastic turbines, what you'll notice is that over time, when you're starting to use the machine starts to warm up. It's just the nature of it. Those plastic fins will actually start to flex and you start to lose your PSI on there. So having a rigid metal blade that's constantly going, even when the machine gets warm, it will show itself right there. You know, as far as build quality goes, you have that durability and longevity out of the machine. Well, great, Josh. I don't have any other questions, man. You've been here an hour and you've knocked it out.
Okay.
So,
well,
yeah. So is there anything that you want to say, and then we'll just do an intro to it and we'll be done for the day, man. This went really smoothly.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I just have a few words when it comes to spray finishing, and that comes from mainly the dilution. When you're diluting your coating, the heavier body coatings, that is, when you're diluting them, always keep in mind to dilute the least as possible. It's very, very important to start off from the bottom, and then you slowly add as you need to. You don't want to start from the most dilution and it's going to be becoming watery. You're going to have spray issues and so on. So start from the least dilution possible. And another thing I do want to importantly mention is safety. Whenever you're spray finishing, whether you're at home or you have a professional grade booth setup, you always want to use a respirator. Having a respirator is so important to a human life because you may be dealing with water-based coatings that have low VOCs and so on, but you're still breathing in those chemical vapors that will in the short term be very harmful to you. So be always very careful and keep safety in mind at all times. Having the turbine as far away as possible when you're spraying, ideally the 25-foot length that the hose is, but as far away as possible from your spray area is very important as well. That will lengthen the life of the motor. You will keep the overspray away as far away as possible so it's not ingested into the turbine, and shorten the life of the machine. So you have that turbine as far away as possible is very important. Having some sort of overspray extraction as well is very important. If you have a garage setup, open your garage. If you're in your garage during the winter, then be very careful on how to get rid of that overspray, because it will kick in. Even though HVLP turbine spraying produces very little overspray, there is overspray nonetheless. So you want to keep that in check, as controlled as possible, so that you don't have any of the overspray kicking around. And that's all I wanted to sort of briefly mention as far as spray finishing goes. And we're always available. Our customer service line is always available. You can reach us at 1-800-650-0930, or reach out to us to support@fujispray.com. You'll always get somebody that's knowledgeable, almost, or I would say just as knowledgeable as I am with spray finishing and the equipment together. Will always be helpful and willing to help you out with anything you may require. Yeah, so 0930, or email us at support@fujispray.com. We're always happy to help. Our customer service team is always eager to help you out in anything you may need.
In this video, I'm going to show you EasyWood's complete hollowing system, from their mini set for doing small things like Christmas ornaments, to the mid-size set for doing small vases and hollow forms, and to their new Pro set. These are monsters for doing deep hollow forms. So we'll go ahead and work our way through a couple different projects, and I'll show you how each one of them works. Let's get started. This is the mini hollowing set. We're going to start with those. And these are for doing small stuff like Christmas ornaments. Has a couple different angles so you can get around the corner there. And this one will go down and get down to the bottom of it. Let's get started. This one here has a little bit of an angle, so now that I have the majority of it cleaned out with the straight one, I can come around here and start working on the corner and get this material out here. And this one here is a little more aggressive on the curve, and it's for just getting this material right up in here. So even if you had a smaller hole, you could fish that in there and come around and get that material out there. But we have a big enough hole we can go right in. All right, that's the mini hollowing set, and it is for doing small stuff like Christmas ornaments, about 3 or 4 inches on the diameter, or, you know, if you're doing a small vase, something like that, some small stuff. So with the straight one, you go in with that and clean out the majority of the material, and then the 2 curved ones, you can come around the corner right up against the lip of it there and clean out the material right in there. So the straight one actually gets probably about 80 or 90% of the material out, depending on how steep that curve is on your lip, but it gets a lot of it out. And then these ones are to clean up right around there. But these are great, and with these two, they are all interchangeable with the negative rate cutter. So if you're using some resin or harder material, you can switch them out for the negative rate cutters on it too. So you can change those with the other tools. All right, let's take a look at the mid-size set, and it's for doing just vases up to about 7-8 inches in hollow forms like that. To do hollow forms that are a little bit larger, the mid-size set is perfect for that. the number 1 hollower here, and I'll clean out the majority of this with that. And then to get right around the corner here, I'll use the number 2 hollower. Now that I have most of the material cleaned out, I'm going to switch over to the number 2 hollower. And with this one, I want to back the tool rest up a little bit so it seats down right there. So figure about where you are and lock it down back here, and it overhangs a little bit. And you can get right back around into this corner. And as far as when I'm turning, I'm just putting pressure down on the top of it there to hold it flat down on the tool rest. There we go. And this is the mid-size hollowing set, and this is the number 1 hollower. This is one of my favorite tools. So as far as doing a vase like this, you can clean out, again, probably 80–90% of it with this one tool, and then get right around the corner with the hook tool. But they are fantastic for doing hollow forms. As far as the number 1 hollower, I use it for a lot of other things besides hollowing, so it is a great tool. And let's move on to the new Pro set, and I'll show you a big vase I've been working on. This is the new Pro series from Easywood. Has a 20-inch handle on it. There's 3 different ones with a little bit of a curve on them, and then the straight one. So these are doing for large vases. I have an acacia vase I'm working on the lathe. So again, with the straight one, you can get out the majority of it, and then you switch over to the curved ones to get right around that lip on it. I'll run through a little bit of how I'm hollowing the vase out, and then we'll come back and wrap this up. A Forstner bit is a great way to clean out some of the material and set your depth. So I do this not only with large hollow forms, I also do it when I'm doing small Christmas ornaments and things like that. It sets my depth for me so I don't go through the bottom. I even do it when I'm turning lidded boxes. It works great, just turn the lathe speed down. On a larger piece like this where I need to go in deeper, what I did was have a Forstner bit that was a little bit bigger than the chuck, so it went all the way in. For something this large, I need to set up a steady rest so there's no vibration. And you will notice that I went ahead and set the whole thing up, and my tool rest is on the other side of it. So anyway, I had to take it off, slide the tool rest out, and put it back together. There are a lot of different steady rests on the market out there, and a great way to line them up is to use a speed square on the ways of your lathe. And then you just bring the wheels up. They all work kind of the same. They run off of rollerblade wheels, and you just bring them up till they touch and then tighten everything down. I started out with the number 1, the Pro Series number 1, and what I do is I clean out the majority of the material with that tool. So I get it down. I don't get my wall thickness, down too thin yet, not my finished wall thickness, but I get it probably 70–80% of the material out with this tool at this point. And then I start at the top right around the lip, and that's when I switch over and start using the number 2 or the number 3, depending on the size of the rim of the piece. So just take nice light little cuts, and same with this one. You pull the tool rest back. I just keep my thumb on the top of it so it's flat on the tool rest. And the cutting edge, just like all Easywood's other tools, you want to have that on center. and just take light little cuts. And what you want to do here is just slowly work your way down to your finished wall thickness. And once you get around the corner, then you can go ahead and switch back to the number one, the straight one, and finish the piece up. There we go. And that's a large acacia vase I've been working on for a while now. It sticks out so far from the headstock, I had to put a steady rest on it to keep the vibration down. But the Pro Series works great for deep hollowing, stuff like that. And I mentioned earlier about the negative rate cutter. So all of the tools from the small mini set for doing Christmas ornaments all the way up to the Pro Series, they're all interchangeable with the negative rate cutters. So you can switch those out with that. If you're doing like a hybrid piece or a super dense wood, you can switch them out. This right here is the number one hollower that I've been using for years, and this is the difference. So it's like a little brother. Yeah, super nice. The extra length on the handle is great. It gives you a lot more control. It's super steady, and you can get way out over the tool rest with this tool for doing deep hollowing stuff. All right, hope you enjoyed the video, and go check out the new Pro Series tools if you like doing large hollow forms. I think you'll be very happy with it. All right, take care.
What is up, everybody? Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today, man, we've got a cool video for you. Brand new product just launched. Well, it's an extension of a product that we're launching. And for years, we've had the full kerf, high quality Klingspor blades. Well, guess what? We are just now launching them in a thin kerf. You want to see more about that? Hold tight, because here we go. First things first, we've got in 5 new blades. We've got a ripping blade in 24 teeth. We've got a combination blade in 50. And if you're a combination fan like I am, this is a fantastic blade. I love the other that we carry in the full kerf. This is just going to make it even better for you underpowered saw operators. We'll get into that in a moment. We have the 60 tooth and the 80 tooth in the miter blade. Both of these can also be used on the table saw. And of course, the big mama 12-inch miter. This is a fantastic little blade for those little miter saws. Great cuts and good quality. So what we're looking at here is an amazing difference between the full kerf and the thin kerf. You're looking at a few thousandths difference. Now, nominally, the full kerf is going to be 1/8 inch. Nominally, the thin kerf is going to be a 1/16 inch. However, that is nominal. Just like 2x4s, it doesn't quite always work out that way. So always check the manufacturer or the blade itself to see what the exact kerf is going to be. Because if you're trying to make a specific kerf line, that's very important when you're doing that. And so as we get into this, we'll look at the different sizes that we have available. We're going to look at the different tooth configurations, the hook angles, and we may hint a little bit with a little bit of technical as we go along. So let's get started and see what we've got. Let me clean this table off here. First things first, just like in woodworking, we're going to start with a ripping blade. What we've got here is a 24 tooth blade, and ripping blades are traditionally just for ripping. You don't want to use them on crosscuts, laminate, or anything else really other than ripping hard and softwoods. Everything else, meh, stay away from it. So let's take a look at the blade right quick. You can see, just like with our other blades, this is made of a high quality German steel, and the carbide teeth that are applied are also high quality German as well. It is trifoil braced, and I'm not going to go into all that detail on every blade, but I wanted you to get a look. I mean, let's take a look at that up close. This is a very thick tooth, and if you notice, that is very thick. A lot of thin kerf blades would put a thin chunk of carbide on there, which will, well, it'll leave you minimally not being able to sharpen very much. But with the Klingspor blade, you're going to get multiple sharpenings out of that, which is going to be fantastic. Now, one of the cool things about the 24 tooth, and I'm going to back up just a little bit, is if you draw an imaginary line from the center out to the blade, and I'll sort of do something like this for you, what you'll notice is these teeth have a certain hook angle. I'm going to get a little closer for you. Now, what that hook angle means is how far forward or backward that hook is. Now, for a ripping blade like this, you want a very forward tooth. And this thing's got a, as it says here on the blade, a 20-degree hook angle. This thing is going to plow through material very easily and do a fantastic job at just about any kind of application you need it when you're ripping on those hard or soft woods. And this will cut thicker woods as well. So anytime you got to rip, these little blades work good. So one of the biggest benefits of ripping blades, and I'll cover those in just a moment, is going to be, you know, how much material it removes. But the nice thing about this, and let me grab a tool here that might help you see, these blades happen to have what's called an ATB. Now, ATB stands for alternating tooth bevel. Now you can see this tooth right here is sort of slanted off to one side. If I rotate down to the next tooth, all right, so you can see that this one is angled off to the other side. So that is an ATB. So every tooth, as you go around this saw blade, every other tooth is going to be angled to the right, and every other alternating tooth is going to be angled to the left. So that's the nice thing about an ATB. And on a ripping blade, this does really well for knocking through the material. So let's take a look at another blade. Set this one off. Let's take a look at this combination blade. Now, combination blades are really popular among the people who are lazy, like the person talking to you now. A lot of times I like to leave one blade on, and the combination blade is the blade you can traditionally do that with. So one of the nice things about the combination is if we look at the tooth set, you'll see a giant gullet, and then you'll see 5 teeth. Then you'll see another giant gullet and 5 teeth. So a combination, as the name implies, it is a combination both rip and crosscut. That's the whole idea. And that's the reason why most people like it. Now, what you're going to find is with this particular blade, you are going to have what's called a 4+1. So you're going to have 4 teeth that are alternating tooth, and then you're going to have 1 flat raker. That flat raker is designed to kind of get in there and just really clean out the meat. And these 4 are designed to leave you a fairly clean cut. So when you're doing ripping, this is going to hog out the material while this cleans the edge. When you're doing crosscut, this is going to do the same thing. This is going to leave you crisper corners and edges and minimize the splintering. And then this will come in and do a lot of the hogging out of everything that's left. So really good result with that. Now, one of the things you'll notice is you've got these really tiny gullets along these 4 teeth and this really deep gullet here. This deep gullet is designed to allow for a lot of that heavy removal. So traditionally, that's going to be where the flat top raker tooth is. Whereas these are all going to be, the other ones are all going to be your traditional alternating tooth. So let's take a look at that. Notice on this one, if we were to look, this one happens to have a 15-degree hook. So it's a little more forward on these hook angle. So that's going to help you with your ripping, but it's not quite as heavy as the ripping blade with the 20 degrees. So that's also going to help you with your crosscut as well. So let's take a look at it from the front. Notice here, this is going to be your flat tooth on the end, right near the heavy gullet. If you back up one, notice the alternating tooth there. Back up again, and you've got yet another alternating tooth the other way. And they're going to keep alternating until you get back to this deep gullet here. So that is one of the cool things about a combination blade, is it works fantastic for both ripping and cross-cutting, and makes your life easy if you're a lazy slacker like some of us woodworkers tend to get. Now, let's take a look here at the miter blade. Now, I'm going to the 80 tooth instead of the 60. The reason why I'm going with the 80 tooth is if you're looking for a really good thin kerf crosscut blade for your table saw, is this will also work well for that on the table saw as well as the miter. So this is where we're going to start differentiating between those other blades. You're going to start noticing that the hook angle is going to start being less. It's either more straight vertical, or in some cases going backwards. And that's what we're going to look at with these crosscut / miter blades moving forward from here on. So let's take a look at this. Looking at this blade, we see that it does have 80 teeth. And of course, it is an alternating tooth grind, which we can see there. So that's a very common thing with blades. You're going to have that alternating teeth, leaves a fairly clean cut, and does really well for woods, plywoods, and a variety of other things. And notice this though, this is a 0 hook, meaning this blade, if you ran that straight line right up the middle, this tooth is perfectly straight up and down. So there's no more forward momentum going. That means you're going to get a cleaner cut on a table saw, but on a miter saw, especially if it's a slide miter, it's going to reduce that jerk and that pull that happens when you do those sliding applications. So let's take a look at that tooth there from the front. We've already seen the ATB, but we'll get a quick look at it right fast. Notice that. And even on this blade, you're still dealing with that really thick carbide. So this would be your ATB to one direction. I'm going to skip back, and that's your ATB the other direction. And you've got 80 teeth on this blade that are going to perform that action. So whether this is going on a table saw or miter saw, this will perform exceptionally well. All right, let's get to the other miter. Okay, so next we're going to take a look at the 60 tooth miter blade. This is set up for a compound miter, whereas the other was set up for either a traditional miter or on a table saw. You'll notice a significant weight between the two. The 60 is much heavier. You would think the 80 would be, but the 60 is much heavier because of the thicker plate that's applied so that you minimize that vibration. One of the things when you're chopping, you don't typically get too much side-to-side deflection. However, when you bevel that over and start to make that a compound cut, what happens is you get a lot of vibration. Now, on thin kerf, you get a ton of vibration. But what they've done is they've made this plating extra heavy so that when you do that application, you don't get that, which produces a much cleaner cut, which is the whole reason why you go with a nice heavy-duty blade. And this is a specific blade for that compound cutting on a miter saw, but this could potentially be used on a table saw by itself. However, let's take a look at what we've got. With this, we've got an ATB setup. All right, so as I give you a little bit of a close-up, you'll notice that this has a negative 5-degree bore. That means the hook on that is negative 5 degrees. It's going backwards. So whereas before we were going forward, now we're going backwards. This is what makes this blade, when used on a miter saw, especially a slide miter, it'll produce 0 run. Means there'll be very little effort for you to have to make your cuts, and you're not going to be fighting the blade trying to roll forward on you like you do with a positive hook blade. So between that and on the other side, we're still looking at this ATB. Now this is an ATB, but this is got a little bonus cut in here. All right. And we're going to take a look at that real quick. Now, if you look at this blade, let me back up where I can get it in frame for you. All right. What you've got is that is a very unique tooth. Notice that is not beveled to the right or beveled to the left. What that tooth is it's a triple chip, meaning that on both sides of that, you'll see the corners have been knocked off. It's sort of chamfered, if you will. And that is going to be part of what makes this blade work so good. Now, if we move on down, notice this tooth is actually alternated to one side, to the right. This tooth alternated to the left. And you'll have a series of those all the way till you get again to yet another triple chip. This was what was going to make this blade stand out amongst the crowd as being a very, very good option for that slide miter and the miter saw in general. So taking a look at these, this is going to be a great option if you're looking for a good blade and a 10-inch saw for both the table saw and the miter station. You will not go wrong with this blade. Lastly, in our thin kerf line, we have our 12-inch 72-tooth miter blade. This is fantastic. Again, just like the previous 10, if you are using this on a slide miter, this will work exceptionally well. So let's take a look at it. So notice on this has a -3 bore. That means it is going in the reverse or backwards, -3 degrees. This is what's going to help it work really well for those miter applications. And this also, you're going to have a 2 ATB plus 1 flat. So this is a unique geometry, which is going to help mill that out, but leave a clean cut. And this flat tooth will give you a very cool result, which will help aid in that negative hook to prevent that from wanting to run, just like the other. So let's look at this from the front. All right, so if we take a closer look at this, what we're going to notice when the camera catches up is you've got a nice ATB going here. So this is going to be your alternating to the left. This is going to be your flat, and then this will be your alternating to the right. Then it will pick up again left, flat, and right. So you're going to have that ATB plus flat along this configuration, which is going to help you with this cutting on a miter saw. So, okay, so that's a quick close-up look at our new thin kerf blades. Now, why the heck would you even want them? Well, there's a few reasons why you should at least consider them for your shop. One, they produce less material removed per cut. So if you're cutting up a bunch of small pieces, that means you might yield more per sheet if you're doing sheet goods. If you're doing large projects, maybe that particular advantage isn't for you. But either way, you're producing almost a 30-second less in thickness per cut, which does generate to other factors. One, you're going to get less resistance as you're making those cuts. Full kerf blade, you are having more resistance as it's making the cut because it's having to plow through that fuller 1/8 thickness of the blade. Whereas a thinner kerf, you got less resistance as it's making those cuts. Also, it's going to cut faster. That doesn't mean you can run your saw faster. That just means it's going to pass through that material faster. So as you are passing your material across, you can actually feed that, in most cases, feed that a little quicker through. So you're going to get less burning, less issues with chip out. That thinner kerf gives you those advantages. And awesome, all of this culminates in the fact that it runs far better on underpowered saws. So if you've got a 2 horsepower or less, basically anything that plugs in 110 volt is considered underpowered. These are going to work far better on there. For years, I ran a contractor saw, and I found that the full kerf blades cut okay, but what really worked well was the thinner kerf blades. All of those previous things I mentioned, the less resistance, the thinner the kerf, the faster cutting, all of that was able to be done better on a underpowered saw. So if you've got a contractor saw, maybe you've been struggling, maybe try one of these thin kerf blades. You might like what you got there. So we're excited about this. I don't know, personally, I have been waiting on these these thin kerf blades to come in since the full kerfs were launched years ago, 2017 or something like that. So over 5 years, I've been waiting on thin kerf. They're finally here. Can't wait to get my hands on them, get them in my shop, do some testing, and that way I can give you some real world experience reviews, which I hope to do soon. Well, you know what? We appreciate you watching. If you've got any comments about anything we talked about, don't forget to go down there in the description, leave us that comment. And while you're there, click that little like button and subscribe to the channel. Maybe you might get some content that you might be interested in. Well, this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, and we'll see you later. Hey everybody, Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today, we're got a little project for us. We're going to take this slab cherry top and we're going to end up turning it into a beautiful spray finished top that's going to be a desk for our boss. But before we get there, we got a lot of things we need to do to prep this top. One, we got some cracks to fill, some little blemishes to take care of. And so we're going to fill those, we're going to sand it, and we're going to have a lot of tips and tricks along the way. So you will want to stay tuned. You might learn a little something today. So let's get started. So what today we're using is we're using the Timbermate Cherry. And the reason we're using the Timbermate Cherry is, one, this does a really good job of blending in with the different color shades of cherry. Plus, the Timbermate flows in really well. It's easy to apply. It dries. It doesn't dries well. It doesn't shrink. Alternatively, we could have used the Mohawk wood filler. This cherry happens to blend much better with the particular wood that we've got here. I did some tests on the bottom, and this is what we're going to go with. And so you can see this applies really well. And what I like about it is the fact that you get no shrinking with it. And if it starts to dry up, you can mix a little water in there to achieve a much better consistency. So if you wanted to use this as a wood filler, you use it like it is. If you needed to use it as a grain filler, you could actually thin that out with a little bit of water straight from the tap, and you wind up with a really nice slurry that you could use as a grain filler if you want to. So there's a lot of benefits to the Timbermate option. Easy to use, easy to apply, easy to sand, dries quickly. So hard to go wrong with it. So one of the cool things about the Timbermate is it dries really fast, doesn't shrink, and works exceptionally well. And they've got a wide range of colors. And as you can see here, this is darker, but once it dries, it does dry very light, and it'll blend very well with this cherry top. So let's let this dry, and then we'll start sanding away. All right, so the wood filler's all done. It's dry. It's ready to be sanded. Now, there's a lot of options that we could choose from to sand this top. What we've decided to go with today is the Green Tech. The green, obviously, by the color implies, this is a very good product. It's got a lot of abrasive qualities, so it's going to be very aggressive. It's also going to be very durable. It's going to last a long time, and it's not going to load. So all of those properties are the main reason why we chose it for this top. And normally I would say we could start with 100, but for this, I know that I'm probably going to need to start with 60. Then I'm going to hit it with 100, and then I'm going to follow that up with some 150. And that should cover all of our needs for this top. So you know what? Let's quit talking and let's get sanded. Okay, so after doing a little more thorough examination of the top, what I ended up doing was I used a 100 grit to do the initial sanding using the Green Tech, the 150 in the Green Tech, and then I followed that up with a 180 grit in the PS33 Sterate. The reason being, and this is a good tip to know, on tops like this, especially if you're going to stain, in this case we're not, but especially if you're going to stain, the Green Tech can be just a little more aggressive. And so the Sterate aluminum oxide does leave a little cleaner scratch. So when we go to finish this, there'll be a lot less swirls and a lot better look once the finish is applied. So we use the Green Tech all the way through, finished it with a 180 grit, and that's going to give us a really nice look. And you might have noticed the light that I used in a couple of occasions. What this does, if you've got this happens to be the LED shop light, what this allows you to do is get a reflection on the top so you can see if you've got any swirl marks, pigtails, anything like that that may show up later down in the finish. Now, of course, we could have dampened the surface and seen some of that, but this is a good preventative measure to let you get that angled look to be able to see if the top looks good. Because I took a lot of time, and I took my time and went very slow, which is key when you're doing a lot of this sanding on big surfaces like this. Take your time, let the sandpaper do its job, because it is the tool that's abrading the surface. So full range, we did 100, 150, and then 180, and this is where we are. So we're about ready to put the seal coat on. So let's get started. So the top is all sanded and ready to go. I've got it wiped down and clean, so no dust is going to be present. What we're going to do is we're going to spray on a coat of this Zinsser seal coat. This goes on really well. I love the amber look that it gives you, and it really makes that grain pop in preparation for our top coat, which is going to be the General Finishes High Performance. We're going to go with a satin sheen today. This is the boss's top. He don't want this stuff sliding off, so we're going to go with a satin sheen, and then we'll scuff that with the silicon carbide 220. Now, today I will be using the Semi-Pro 2. This is my unit here. I've got now outfitted. Normally, you're going to get this heavy-duty hose. This is very stiff, rigid hose. I highly recommend going ahead and upgrading to the whip hose. The whip hose gives you much more control. It's a much lighter hose to be using with the gun, especially if you're trying to, hold the hose. It gives you more flexibility and the ability to move around more freely. I highly recommend the upgrade if you're going to get a Semi-Pro 2 or one of the other Fuji models. Get the whip hose. You won't be disappointed. Now, today I do have this set up in the top gun. I'm ready to go. I have this sitting on the stand. It's already full. I got the seal coat already prepped and ready to go with it. If you'd like to know more about the Fuji Semi-Pro 2 or the other line, feel free to check out the video below in the link where our store manager, Jack, from Ashfield, covers the unboxing and shows you all the details of the different sprayers that are available. So go check that out if you want to know more about the Fuji. But for today, we're going to dial in the air, we're going to dial in the fluid and the fan control, and we're going to get to spraying on this top. So let me get this all set up, get my mask on, and we'll get going. Okay, so I've got my fan control adjusted here. I will be adjusting the pattern there. The fan pattern will be adjusted here, but I adjust the width of the fan here, and then I have the airflow control that controls how much fluid's being evacuated out. The actual air control is done on the hose. I have that wide open, so we'll be closing this all the way up and then slowly opening this up until we get relatively the right pattern we want. I'll adjust this just a little bit to get the right distance on the fan, and then we'll do a test run on this piece of cardboard. So let's see what I can do.
So quick tip, literally. The different manufacturers will have different air caps or needles available for their guns, depending on what type of finish is being sprayed through it. In this case, my gun for the Fuji Semi-Pro 2 is the M model, and this particular card was the card held for the number 1mm tip, which is the one we used for the seal coat, for the General Finishes seal coat. And you can see the number 1 has a very tiny hole opening compared to the number 2 in this hand, which has got a much larger opening. So these different air caps, they all correspond to each other. So this particular air cap, you would have a needle, you would have the tip, and then you would have the fan pattern, and it typically comes with the threaded piece. So all of this would come in your kit ready to go. So check your different manufacturers. Fuji has different tips that are available for these specific guns. Make sure yours, the different tips will fit your gun, as well as check the different finishing manufacturers. Sometimes they'll offer charts as well. You can see that General Finishes has one on their website, and we'll pull up the graphic there for that. And you can also see that Fuji offers one on their website based on their recommended. And sometimes, in most cases, those will overlap. So in this case, we use the number 1 for the seal coat, and we're going to use the number 1, the 1.3, or we could have used the 1.5 for the General Finishes high performance top coat. In this case, I'm going to use the 1.3, and we'll just see how it goes. So that was a quick tip. Always make sure that the right air cap set is correct for both your model of gun as well as the type of finish that you're going to be using. So once you've got your first coat on and it's dried, you definitely want to scuff between your first and following coats to make sure that you get a good bond with a waterborne urethane type finish like we're using here with the high performance. Whereas lacquer will melt together and it'll melt to the next layer, the water-based finishes do need to make sure that it's got a good, even, consistent scratch so it can properly bond and sit on top of that previous coat. And the perfect tool for that is these Ultraflex in the 220 grit. You could go 180, but 220 or 220 is ideal. And that Ultraflex in silicon carbide is the way to go. Silicon carbide's got a really sharp grain to it, and that will do a nice job on giving an even, consistent scratch and prepare you for your next coat. Once you've scuffed it, feel free to come in with some kind of tack cloth or something like that to really get the surface clean and dust free, and you'll be ready to rock and roll with your second coat. Now, quick tip when you're using this to sand, you want a good grip on the pad, but you don't want to apply a lot of pressure. If you apply a lot of pressure, then you ruin the grain. The silicon carbide is friable and will fracture off. So you want to just barely enough weight with your hand to lightly scuff that surface and get a nice even result. That'll knock off the high spots. It'll give you an even scratch pattern across the surface and allow you to just literally come in with just a real light scratch, real light pressure to prepare that surface. And I like to use my hands across as opposed to this way, because what can happen if you go this way, actually the high spots of your fingers can actually create those indentions, but by going this way, it does allow you a little more even pressure and consistent use of the pad.
You know what time it is.
Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today, we're spray finishing a table. All right, so here we are, all finished. That is right, we're done. So just a quick recap of what we used. So we took advantage of the Timbermate and we used the cherry Timbermate to fill all the gaps, holes, and everything in between, which worked out fantastic. And as big a gaps as I had on the bottom, I still had plenty of Timbermate left. Did a really good job. There were some I had to do 2 coats of this, but nonetheless, Timbermate did the job. We sanded everything with 60, 100, 150, and 180. And as you can see, this is the 60 grit that I used, and man, it is still fresh. There's a lot of life left on that 60, and I had to make 7 passes with this on the back just to get it right. And so the Green Tech did a fantastic job of knocking that out, and there's plenty of life left on all these discs. I did only use 1 of each to do all of this process. Once that was done, we moved over to the Fuji, got everything sprayed down with the seal coat from Zinsser. And I'll tell you what, if you've never used this, this really does bring out that shine, dented can and all. Did a great job of really bringing out the color and the grain. So while I was finishing and doing everything else, we took advantage of that and used the General Finishes High Performance Satin as a top coat. That worked out exceptionally well. We did 1 coat on the bottom, and then I did 3 full coats on the top, and I love how it turned out. So the General Finishes, boom. As far as this, we scuffed with the 120 premium pad after the seal coat to get all of that good and worn down and get it etched in. I did come behind with the fusion foam, and as you can see, this I happened to use the 10 millimeter just because it's what we had, and this worked well to do a really nice smooth job on the sealer to be able to prepare for that top coat. Between each coat of the top coat, we did use the 220 grit silicon carbide Ultraflex, and what a job it did. This is just, it was able to do everything, and I still got plenty of life left on these pads as well. So when it comes to sanding, you know that you can't beat what you get from Klingspor. So enough chit chat, let's take a look at the final top.
I'd say that was the creepiest thing I've seen all day.
All right, guys, so here we go. Here is this beautiful top. I want you to look how the color of this cherry and the grain is just popping. That combination of that seal coat, then with that clear water-based finish, it brings out all the different colors of the cherry, all the different direction of the grain, and that satin sheen. I just want you to look at how it just makes that shimmer. You can see the lights, but you can't see the details in the lights. That's how you know this is the satin sheen. I learned that little trick from our finishing expert, Michael Ziegler. He's got a cool little thing about how he shows the different lights, and that's one way to look at the sheen. You can see it's dull, not very detailed. This is going to be a beautiful top for the boss, and hopefully he likes it. So this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, how to spray finish a top. I hope you learned something. Please leave us a comment down below. Let us know what you think. If you saw something that maybe you've never seen before, or maybe you think I did wrong, let's talk about it. Drop us a comment. Check out all the links below for other the details that are available, for other videos that we've shot when we did the other top, where we did a brush on finish. This is the spray on finish using the Fuji system. Well, this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. We'll see you next time. God, if this collapses and it's on camera. The lighting's horrible.
Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today will be the first part of a video series. We are talking about pin turning and everything you need to know. Today we will be discussing on what you need to get the pin blank onto the lathe. Let's get started.
Okay.
So as you can see on the table here, we have a ton of different options at Klingspor, but we're going to get started on this end of the table. This right here is our most affordable option. Right around $30, this kit comes with just about everything you need. It comes with an adjustable Morse taper adapter that's colleted, as well as the mandrel and some slimline bushings, as well as spacer bushings, as well as your brass nut. It also comes with a standard 7mm drill bit for you to get starting with slimline pin turning. The downside to this kit here is it doesn't come with some wrenches. We do sell the wrenches separately here at Klingspor, one for the backside of the Morse taper and one for the top of the collet. We also have what we call a live mandrel saver, and what this does is it helps eliminate this brass knob that you would regularly have on the end of the pin mandrel. And what it does is you stick this into the tailstock side and use your tailstock to bring it all the way up to the bushing to put pressure on the bushing rather than with the brass knob putting pressure on the mandrel. So it helps eliminate that pressure and gives your mandrel a longer lifespan, running the risk of buying new parts. We also have a more upgraded pin mandrel saver. This one is a whole lot better machined, as well as it has 2 bearings on the inside to help keep from having too much slack in between the Morse taper and the cone itself. They're actually thrust bearings, so it actually helps have a longer lifespan as well. We also have, going back down here, a Klingspor exclusive kit, which upgraded from that one there. We have it's better machined, as I said, compared to the other one, as well as it comes with a barrel trimmer, and we'll get into that in a moment. It just helps you clean up the pin blank and make everything square. The good thing about this kit right here, we have it has a set screw on the side that actually helps tighten down more securely. Open it up here. It actually has a brass set screw on the inside to help not mar or dent your mandrel itself. So it actually helps with the longevity as well as clamp more securely. We also have a complete mandrel kit that comes with your mandrel saver, as well as a more machined colleted mandrel. If you can see here, it's actually really well machined, as well as it has on the inside of it, it has a brass collet that's dust free. That'll help keep dust free with how this is designed here. And note to self, do not tighten this without the mandrel in place. You will struggle to put it back on. We also have this mega pin turning kit, and this will have everything you need to get started with slimline pin turning. Inside, you even have 5 slimline pin kits, the ink. You also have the barrel trimmer to help true up the tube to the blank itself. You have your colleted mandrel, your nice colleted mandrel, as well as your slimline bushings here. And you even have finishing bushings that are tapered on the end to help you finish and get on the edge of the blank a little bit easier. As well as you have 3 different tin coated drill bits, one at 7mm, one at 6.9mm, and one at 6.8. And the reason it has all 3 of those is to help with softer material woods. Say, for example, if you're going to be dyeing some soft maple or basswood even, and you're going to be drilling through it, it'll tear out, and you can use those smaller blanks to help with to take up the slack for tear out. The only thing I'd recommend upgrading with this kit and getting extra would be the mandrel saver. It just helps a ton. But this kit, for right around $100, coming with everything you actually need to turn 5 kits, is pretty awesome. Ready? Well, that's all we have for pin mandrels. Next time, we're going to be prepping the blank and getting the blank on the lathe. Stay tuned. I'm Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Thank you. Have a good one. With that all being said and done, this first video in our series is done. Our next video will be prepping the blank to get it on the lathe. We just talked about everything to mount the blank on the lathe, and now we're going to get into prepping the blank. So with that all being said and done, that is all we need to get the pin blank mounted onto the lathe. Well, next video, we're going to be talking how to prep that blank for the lathe. So stay tuned, and we'll get to that video next.
Put your hand out of there. I was looking for something.
Ready? With that all being said and done, brain. Well, that's about all we have today with getting the blank on the lathe. Well, next week, we're going to be prepping the blank for the lathe. Well, that's about all we have for.
But all I got to say about that.
Well, that's about all we have today for putting the blank. Well, that's about all we have today for putting the blank on the lathe. Well, that's about all we have today. That's about all we have today for.
Yep.
One more time. That's about all we have today for pin mandrels. Next week, we're going to be talking about blanks and getting the blank on the lathe. Stay tuned. Well, that's about all we have for pin mandrels. Next week. That's about all we have for pin mandrels. Next time, we're going to be talking pin blanks and how to get the blank on the lathe. Stay tuned. I'm Chris. Well, that's all we have for pin mandrels. Next time, we're going to be prepping the blank and getting the blank on the lathe. Stay tuned. I'm Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Thank you. Have a good one. Well, that's all we got for mandrels. Next time, we're going to be talking about blanks. Stay tuned. And I'm Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Thank you for watching.
Today's presentation is brought to you by Klingbond CA Adhesive Debonder. Available only at Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Shop us at woodworkingshop.com.
Sometimes twisting and pulling just doesn't pull the pin blank off your finger. But in that case, Klingbond CA Debonder. A few pumps, and it's loose. Hi, I'm Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Welcome back to our second part in our video series on pin turning. Today we're going to be discussing on how do I cut the blank or how do I drill the blank, because we get that question a lot here. So I got a few different methods today, and I'm going to show you a few good ways you can get to it. Let's get started. Okay. So in the last video I discussed that we are going to use a pin turning kit that has just about everything we need in it. And so first things first, we're going to open up the kit and we are going to grab out our pin tubes and our drill bit. First thing I like to do is lay the pin tube onto the blank like you see here. Kind of keep it about a 1/16 of a way from the end on this side and about a 1/16 away on this side. I'm going to take and mark my line here. And then I'm going to do that on the other side of the line. So I'm about a 1/16 away from the line on this side. And then I marked the line over here as well. And then a quick little tip while we're here is we have this paper here. I can take and draw some arrows on here. And that way we know where that center cut is. So when we put the pin together, we can kind of match things up. That'll help us out in a later video. But so let's get started on cutting this. So today I'm going to be using a Japanese saw with the double-sided. This is just something we have. You can use a chop saw or a bandsaw, but I thought this would be the easiest way and the best budget-friendly way to cut these pin blanks. You can see here I have an acrylic blank here, and this saw actually cuts just fine through it. It's cut about through any surface I've tried with it. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to start where that first cut is there. I already have it started here. So and one little tip for you is if you rock back and forth, you'll actually help keep on your center line all the way through and cut straight. But with this, it's nothing to be scientific about because our big old kit has some barrel trimmers in there and will help square everything up. Like that. So one thing I like to do is I like to stick my finger up against the blade, and that just kind of helps me guide. Do a couple push cuts until it starts to grab. And with this, marking the blanks, you don't have to be all scientific about it. You don't need to square everything up. You just kind of need to cut a little bit straight, but if you're off, it's okay. And the reason you don't really need to square everything up with the drawing where you need to cut is because that barrel trimmer will actually go through the hole where we're going to drill the next step and square up the ends. So when you mount it on the lathe, everything's nice and 90 degrees to the spindle of the lathe. And we're about through here, and we're done. So now the next step is to drill the pin blanks. We're going to use 3 common methods to drill the pin blanks. I have 3 different sets. I have 3 different sets all cut out now. A simple, grab the wooden set here, and so with this method, you need a simple clamp of some sorts. I prefer these wooden ones because you can lay them completely flat on the table and they don't rock too much. And then only thing else you need is another kind of clamp to clamp that to your workbench and kind of keep it over the edge or in one of these holes or near your vise or something like that. So when you drill down through, you don't damage your workbench. So with this method, we have it all clamped out here. You could put a piece of material underneath it to help from blowout, but because I made this pin blank a little oversized in the length when we barrel trim it, so only other thing we're going to need other than the clamps is a drill to mount your drill bit in. Next step would to be roughly find your center. You can use a ruler to help find your center a little bit better. If you have a piece that's a little small, these pin blanks are a little oversized. So I'm just going to kind of eyeball it here. Simple. First, you line up the tip of the bit into the center, and you kind of look over it this way as well as this way, and that way you're kind of going down straight. Start off slow. And just enough pressure of the weight of your hand is good enough. And that should have went through all the way. So unclamp it here. And we did. We went all the way through. This reason here is one reason I do not prefer this method, because it's a little unstable, as well as you're kind of trying to angle everything right and needing multiple hands to do one thing. I actually blew out the pin blank here at the bottom with this stabilized burl. This pin blank is salvageable. Only thing we need to do is put a little bit of thin CA glue here and clamp it back down and let it dry, and then we can re-drill this. I'm going to go ahead and drill the second blank and get this gluing up while we're drilling the second blank, and it should be good to go by the time we get done with our second blank here.
3 hours later.
Medium cling bond CA glue. Kind of hold it there. I'm going to use one of my clamps to clamp it down into place and let that dry. One tip for you is I like to set the blank down, kind of hold it straight up on the table itself, and then tighten the clamp to it so everything kind of squares itself up. It's just one little trick I've always found that worked for me. Our rough center again. Quick tip that you can use is to use a pin blank itself, or a roller, or we even have some squaring jigs to kind of find your center here. Simple as that right there. And then go to the other side. Like so. Eyeballing is my preferred method.
Well, isn't that special?
And so I don't blow out this time. I'm kind of cleaning out the cut, going down, then back up again every single time, every few seconds here. And we went through. And have a hole on the other side. So our next method here will be using the drill press. I went ahead and mounted my drill bit into the drill press here. And first things first, one thing I really like to make sure is that when I extend the drill press all the way, that we don't go into the table. We actually go through the hole here. And then you can go ahead and tighten down your table on the back side. This is my preferred method for using cutting into hybrid blanks or resin blanks, because it's a whole lot more square and more accurate and more stable compared to the drill bit, especially when you get some of the more expensive pin blanks that some people get into. It's just a whole lot easier. I'm going to go ahead and find my rough center here. Same thing as I did last time. I laid my pin blank down. You can see here my clamp is loose from the pin blank here, and so I'm square where it needs to be. The only thing I'm doing is tightening it down here, and that way it kind of squares everything up. And the reason I'm using this clamp is rather than hold the pin blank and holding on to something small, if that catches while I'm drilling, then I have these square edges coming at my hand. Therefore, I have more to grab onto right here than I do that little bitty pin blank. That's just something I like to do there. So we're going to go ahead and turn on the drill press here. Kind of give it a tap to make sure we're in the center and we're good. And I can kind of hear we're getting close, and there we're all the way through, see? And we can go ahead and turn off the drill press here. Clean it off. And we've gone all the way through the blank. And everything's nice and square. And this we're drilling here is actually a Banksia pod hybrid, is what they call it. So it's half wood, half resin. And it comes from a Banksia pod, which comes from New Zealand. And we're all the way through. So that's our second method. Good. So moving over to the lathe is my third option for drilling the pin blanks. This is actually my preferred method because it's a whole lot more accurate, and especially when you get into like some of the crazy burls, and they eventually, when they dry and they twist a little bit, this is the most accurate way, as well as when you get some of these like grain matched or pattern matched blanks. Like here I did the arrows to kind of line everything up. here. So when I put the blank together, everything will look consistent all the way through. One thing to mention as well is I'm going to switch drill bits here. We were in this kit, there's 3 different drill bits. Right now, I've been using a 6.9 millimeter for the snuggest fit of the tube into the blank. Like there's no play in there, as well as it only needs a little bit of glue for everything to bond together. Because we're going to be using the lathe and I'm going to be cutting a resin, we're going to be spinning a little faster on the lathe, as well as we're going to have more frictions. I'm going to be using the smaller drill bit, the 6.8 millimeter on this, to get an even snugger fit. So that one right there. And we're going to, this is the next option if you have a chuck with pin jaws, as well as if you have a drill chuck to mount in your tailstock here. I'm going to mount my drill bit in here like so. Because we are going for a grain match, I worry a little bit more about squaring up and finding center. This way is nice. And one thing to mention, I cut these, like the cut was right here. So if the bit wanders while going through, it'll blow out the other side and you won't really notice that it's off center. That's just one little trick here. Let's go ahead and get drilling. So one trick for you here is to actually take your marked X and find the center and poke it onto the tip of the drill bit, and then you tighten your pin jaws here. And the reason we're doing that is because when you're tightening your pin jaws, they will actually shift the back side of the blank, but if you're holding the front side of the blank, it'll actually make it crooked. And so when you put the pin itself together, your grain will actually line up a whole lot better. So first things first, I'm going to turn the RPM all the way down on the lathe. I'm going to go ahead and turn it on, and then I'm going to slowly bring up the RPM to something I like. RPM for drilling isn't too critical. Somewhere I like to be is about the 500 to 600 range. Right now I'm about 500, and that's good enough for me. So what I'm going to do is just slowly go in and back out and back out again. One trick I forgot to mention is loosening up the tailstock and pulling it out rather than screwing in and out the quill of the lathe. It just makes life a lot easier and saves a little bit of time here. And the reason we're pulling it back out is because it's catching all this fiber right here. So we just want to make sure we're cleaning everything out there. And I should be about all the way through here. Yep, right there. You can hear. Pull everything back out, clean everything off, turn off the lathe, and let's check the blank. Yep, and we are all the way through here. Next pin. So now that we got our pin blanks all cut and drilled out, the next step is to take the tubes and scuff them. So I'm going to take our gold Klingspor here and wrap them around. I'm actually going to cut a little section of it because we don't need much. And just wrap around and just twist and scuff the brass tube. And the reason we're doing that is so when we apply our CA glue, the glue has something to grab onto. It also cleans any imperfections off the brass, like if it has a little bitty burr on the corner or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
So this is what they look like. The reason for scuffing and scratching the tubes is for when you apply the CA glue to the tube, that it actually has something to grab onto, as well as the sandpaper helps eliminate any imperfections from having a burr from being cut or having any kind of oils from being milled. So the next step is I like to grab a paper towel and fold it over. And what we're going to do now is we're going to take some CA glue and spread it onto the brass tube and kind of smear it around there. And then we are going to insert it from the side where we cut. You see we have the arrow there. And we're going to insert it there and kind of spin it around. And then what I like to do is flip it upside down and press it on the table right there. And then spray the opposite side with activator. And flip it back around and activate that side. And the reason I like to do that is so the brass tube is flush right there. And if there's any excess over here, we can always trim that off when we get to the barrel trimmer. So we're going to do the same thing. Spread some CA glue. And I'm using medium CA glue. Thin will work all right. Thick is normally the better for this. But medium is kind of the best of all the worlds right now. And that way we're activated. And let those dry and cure, and we'll go ahead and do the rest of them. Any other kind of adhesives will work just fine for this, like 5-minute epoxy or other kind of epoxies, 15-minute or the T88 we stock. All of them will work fine. They just take a little bit longer than what I prefer. I'm normally the kind of guy where when I'm working on something, I'm rushing like you see there, trying to get through things fast. Quick tip for you about CA glue. If you're stuck like this, don't pull it off, twist off. Now that we have all of our tubes glued into the pin blanks here, we're good to go with squaring up the blanks with the tube with the barrel trimmer. So let's get started on that. The next step is to use the barrel trimmer. And what this does is squares the inner tube with the top of the blank. So when we mount it on the lathe, everything is nice and squared and lines up properly. I prefer to use the drill press. That way my hand is free from trying to use this and hold the blank at the same time. What I like to do is put it on the lathe, spin it on a lower speed, like a 300 or 400 RPM, and just make sure you hold this tightly. So what I did here is I left it loose on both sides, or what I did here is left it free from the clamp on both sides. That way I can just easily flip both sides from it and just line it up in the hole there. And little presses. And the reason you do little presses is so you can glance down in the top here and see if you have any shiny brass tube showing through. And I'm not quite there yet. And maybe I'm right there. So what you want is that shiny brass tube to be square with the top of the blank. So we're going to flip it over and do the other side. This one will not take much. And I'm squared right there. And so we want this shiny tube. You'll know when it's at the top is when it starts to get shiny from rubbing on the top of the cutter. And then you should have everything squared right there with the inner part of the tube. So when you mount this on the lathe, the bushings will sit flush and you won't have any gap. So now we're going to do our other blank. So one little tip for you is make sure your CA glue is completely dry. Like here, we started trimming it up and the brass actually slipped out from underneath it, so we need to re-glue it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. I'm just going to add a little bit because it still feels like there's some glue in there. And now we're going to let that dry for a little bit. And you can see with that side, we already have the brass shiny. What I'm trying to do is, you see this flat spot here. I'm just trying to make sure I get a nice surface all the way around. So I'm going to work on that side a little bit more. So probably one more press. Yeah, and it made everything nice. This barrel trimmer actually acts like a Forstner bit sometimes. So if you do your blank a little over, like I do, you can actually drill and get a big old step down there. I prefer to do this method. That way you know for sure you have enough room, because I've cut them too close before and then the blank is too small for the tube. Same as this side, it doesn't need much. And maybe a little bit more. And there we're good. And you can clean these off just by pulling on it. You want to make sure you turn it off though before you do it. You just mainly do it so you can see what's going on. A little bit more. Another thing the barrel trimmer is doing is cleaning out the inner brass tube and making sure there's no glue on the inside of it, as well as both openings are nice and clean. So now that we have these blanks all cut and trimmed, now it's time to get them on the lathe and spinning and turn them down. We did a few different materials here today, and I'm going to get into that in the next video on why I chose some different materials and how you would turn these different materials. So stay tuned for our next video. Thank you. So now that we got all the blanks cut and trimmed, now that all the blanks are cut and trimmed, we're going to get them mounted on the lathe and spinning. I did a few different materials here today, and the reason for that is I'm going to show you how to cut these different materials and turn them on the lathe. Stay tuned for our next video. Now that we got these pin blanks all cut and trimmed, next thing we're going to do is get them mounted on the lathe and get them spinning. I did a couple different materials here today, and the reason for that is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Welcome back to the third video in our pin turning series. Today we will be discussing on how to actually turn the pin themselves. So let's get started. First things first, we're going to open up our kit and show you how we're going to get things mounted on the lathe here. We're going to be using this kit we have that comes with everything. We're going to need this piece right here. It has a collet, so we're going to loosen that collet up and slide the mandrel out majority of the way. And we're going to hand tighten it for now. And stick that in our headstock, which is the motor side of the lathe. And then we have 3 little bushings here. We're going to stick 1 and then a pin blank. I'm going to start with the wood pin blanks because that's the easiest for beginners to learn how to turn on. And then we put our pin blank on there. We're going to do another bushing and then 1 more blank and then our final bushing. And normally you'd fill this extra space up with some extra bushings or tighten this brass rod on here. But we're going to use this piece here, and that actually goes into our tailstock, a ball bearing mandrel saver. So it goes in our tailstock over here, and we're going to slide our tailstock up and move the quill in. And just tighten it to where it's snug up on the blanks. Next thing we're going to need is we're going to need our wrench and our little bitty bar here. So we stick the bar in, just holding the mandrel in place, and then we're going to tighten up our locking collar here, and you're just going to barely snug it up. Just, you don't need to apply too much pressure, just snug as can be. Move our kit out of the way. So we're going to put our tool rest in here, and we're going to line it up. Bring your tool rest in as close as possible. This big tool rest is kind of too big for what I'm doing here, but it'll work just fine. As you noticed here with the pin blanks, I didn't orientate them grain matching because this blank I had was actually just scrap wood we had laying around, and they were big enough just for individual pin blanks. They don't match, but we'll get into that in another pin blank that we do have grain matched. So first things first, I'm going to grab my tools. For beginners, I would recommend start using a spindle roughing gouge here, and the reason I like this is it's easiest to use for beginners. You pretty much just hold it up on center, raise it just a smidge, and then you can slowly go across the pin blanks. The way I'm standing here is I have both feet shoulder width apart, and I'm just kind of rocking my body across the tool rest here. So first things first, we're going to put our safety glasses on. The next step I like to do is open up the headstock here and make sure my belt is in the highest speed possible that it can go, which it currently is. Now the next step I always like to do for safety, and it's a good habit to get into, is turn the dial on the variable speed all the way down, and then turn on the lathe, and then slowly spin up to a working speed. And that's a good habit to get into, especially for bowl turning. Pin turning, it's not too big of a deal, but it's just a very good habit to start out with. So right now I'm spinning about 2,000 RPM. So I'm going to bring in my tool. I'm coming straight in, dropping the handle slightly down, and just knocking off those edges. And remember what I said earlier, I'm rocking my body right and left. So I'm bringing in the tool, and rocking my body, slowly chipping away those roughed out sections. And for your first pin, you'll want to go a little slow. Now, if you're going to do an acrylic blank like we are going to do our next pin on, I would not recommend this tool. I'd recommend a carbide tool, and we will get to that in a second. But for wood, you can use carbide or this roughing gouge here. And so now that this blank is still a little out of round, but I'm hitting my edge right here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start nicking away the corners on this one. Remember, just slowly rock your body, keeping your hand pretty steady. I'm grabbing the tool underneath rather than over top, because if something flies off and comes off the lathe, the first thing it's going to do is hit my hand right here. So especially in the acrylic blanks that are a little brittle, even this stabilized wood is a little on the brittle side. So I'm just tucking my hands underneath the tool and holding firmly against the tool rest and slowly rocking. And once you get comfortable enough with roughing it out, you can kind of move back and forth a little bit more quickly. And once these blanks are majority of the rough out is knocked off, you can actually crank up the speed a little bit more. RPM doesn't really matter for pin turning. The higher, the better normally. Right now, if you really care, I'm spinning about 2,800 RPM. You can see it's working just a little bit faster. So right now I'm at a stopping place where I'm actually going to turn off the lathe. And you can see where my tool was. I was pretty flat. I actually want to come down a little bit since the majority of the corners of the edge are knocked off. I like to turn off the lathe and adjust my tool rest. That way, if you had a smaller tool rest, you don't hit anything here. And this one's quite large. So that's just another safety practice to get into. And since we are roughed out majority, I'm going to just go ahead and turn on the lathe without turning the RPM down and back up because I don't have any wings flying around. You can see it's cutting a little bit easier there at that lower angle. And if you can see right here, my tool is kind of catching and stopping. That is actually not because of the wood. There are dents right here in the tool rest. You can actually get those out, and for pin turning, you would really want to get those out. That way you can get smoother cuts. That's made from bowl turning and getting really aggressive and having too many people turn on this lathe. For right now, for the sake of the video, we're going to be fine. But if you see why that's happening and you see it in your own turning lifestyle, you could take a file and kind of straighten it all up with a file and then sand it down with some sandpaper and smooth it all out with like a 220 grit. So we're getting pretty low here, close to our bushings. And so I'm going to work on this other one. I'm going to move a little fast here. And another good way to tell if you're fully round, rather than turning the lathe off and turning it back on, you can see the back side of my tool here is smooth. I can actually take it and rest it on the tool or on the wood. And if it was still roughed out, it'd be bouncing up and down. Or you can see right here, it's gliding pretty smoothly. That's just a quick and easy way to tell. So what I just did there is I was rotating the tool a little too much, and the wing on the spindle roughing gouge actually caught down in and created a little divot you can see there. That's just because I was rotating it too much. You can just get that out by keep turning. With slimline pins, you got to take away a lot of material, and that's what we're turning today is a slimline pin. They're really, really small feeling in the hand. Some people like them pretty flat. I like them a little rounder. So what we're going to start doing in a second, you'll see here, is I'm actually going to start rounding these edges over like so. So what I'm doing is I have my tool pretty much flat, and I'm taking it as I'm turning and rounding. So I'm going to do that on both sides. And what that's going to do is give it like a tapered look. You can do these pins really fat if you wanted to by leaving a lot of material. I kind of like the best of both worlds, a little meat to grab onto as well as a little thinness. And because I'm getting close to this locking nut right here, I'm actually going to use the tool right about in this area. I pointed out, I'm going to use the tool right in this area. So if I'm using it over here, this wing is more likely to hit that nut. So I'm going to use it right about in this area. And that's just so I don't damage the tip of the tool. You can see I'm a little bit farther away from that itself, being very careful not to hit it. I'm going to rotate the tool and come back the other way and even everything out. And the whole purpose of pin turning is turning this wood on these corners here to the same diameter of these bushings. And what the purpose of that is for is when you put the pin kit together, so the tip of the pin, also known as the nib, feels seamless in between the metal and the wood, as well as the center band and the clip. So that's what I'm doing right now, is turning the wood to the size of those bushings. And what I'd recommend doing for you new turners out there is kind of what I'm doing right now, which is turning. I don't know if you can see it here. Right here, this wood is slightly higher than those bushings. And when I'm doing that is so I can get it really, really close, and then I can use sandpaper to sand that down. So that's what I'm going to do right here for the first one, for you all to get a hang of it. I've turned a bunch of pins, so I'm going to get a little bit closer. It just takes practice and practice and practice. Okay. You can see the shape I was talking about now, where it's slightly higher and fatter in the middle than it is on the sides. Clean off my tool so I can see what I'm doing a little bit more. And I'm going to do one final pass to kind of smooth everything out here. Come back the other way. Okay, now my pin is all turned. You can see here we got good clean lines all the way across. Now we're good to go ahead and start sanding. We're actually going to do, so right now we're at a good stopping point to go ahead and start sanding, but actually what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take these off the lathe, and that way we can do a whole separate video on sanding and finishing, because there are a bunch of different ways to do that. So stay tuned for our next video where we talk about sanding and finishing. So let's go ahead and get these off the lathe. And don't drop these little bushings, because they will get lost in the sawdust underneath the lathe. And there's both pin blanks off the lathe. Now we're going to do our hybrid. So it's a little bit of wood and a little bit of resin. So we left our first bushing on there, went ahead, put the blank on there. We'll do our next bushing and our next blank. And this kit right here is kind of grain matched. It's not perfect. Right there you can see it's kind of off. So we're really going to worry about grain orientation on these next resin blanks. But for right now, this will be just fine. Just getting it roughly close. And you go ahead and snug up your tailstock. And as I said, learn from the beginning to turn your variable speed all the way down. Turn on your lathe, and then work your lathe up to the working speed. So I'm about 2,000 RPM, and for these hybrid blanks, I would recommend using. You can use two different options here. You can use a negative rake carbide scraper, or you can use a skew. If you have a kit that has a skew and you don't feel like buying another tool, the skew will work just fine. We're going to use it like a negative rake scraper. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. We're going to lay the skew flat on the table or on the tool rest and slowly present it to the tool and just kind of nick away at the corners. And I'm going to raise, turn off your lathe, let it slow all the way down. I'm going to raise up my tool rest a little bit because I lowered it earlier. You can see where we were starting to nick away on the corners. So I'm going to turn on the lathe again. And what I did there is I brought, if you see over here, the center height of the skew is parallel with the spindles of the lathe. So I'm presenting this skew right at center of the lathe. And if you have a skew with these sharp points like I do, that you can see here, one safety trick you can do rather than doing it like this, going straight on and worrying about those points hitting, is you can start on the corner here and just nick away at the corners and slowly work in. You can see where the pin blank stopped there. That means I'm going to tighten up my tailstock just a smidge here, pushing this part inwards a little bit, and that way everything's a little bit more friction fit. And the reason you want a negative rake scraper for doing resins is it cuts a whole lot cleaner. It helps prevent tear out and also helps prevent the blank from cracking in half. I have done that before where the blank will actually crack in half. And another trick you can do is you can kind of present the wood up in the middle here and slowly work it out, leaving this side a little bit away from the wood, so you're less likely from poking that corner in there. You can see the blank stopped a little bit more. I'm going to add a little bit more tension, making sure I tighten down my tailstock to see if it's tailstock backing out. One thing I will say about resins and hybrids even is they're just slow to turn. So we're taking our time here. You don't want to rush with resins because they will blow up. And right now you can kind of see where I'm getting those little hairs come off the lathe. I am mostly round on that corner, but I can, as you can hear right here, I'm still roughly shaped. But over here, I'm round. So I'm going to go to the next blank and start on it. And this is just how I like to work. Come back to this corner. So I'm going to talk about safety here real quick. You see these little hairs right here? You can get them off by kind of moving the tool around, but you won't get them all the way off. If they're getting to be too much, especially right now while this blank is rough, you can see here it's bouncing. You really want to turn off the lathe. Sometimes these can be spinning and you can't really see what you're doing. When the blank is rough, as I said, make sure you turn off the lathe. When the blank is fully round, it's a little bit safer to go ahead and pull them off. I'm going to turn my skew over a little bit. That way I can get in this corner just a little bit easier rather than moving my whole body. I'm going to flip my skew back over, clean off my tool rest so I don't rest on any wood, and have it to make the tool rotate without me wanting it to. So one thing to talk about right now without getting into a whole nother topic is you may have heard me mention negative rake scraper. And essentially what that is you see how the skew has a double side, bring it up closer here. See how the skew has two sides, kind of like it's an oversized knife pretty much. So a regular scraper would only have one of those, and a negative rake has two of them. And what that does is if it was just a regular scraper, it would pretty much be a blunt force going at the tool, and with a slight relief on the back. With this being a negative rake scraper, it relieves a lot of pressure up top, as well as you can get a little bit sharper. So the burr is actually, when you sharpen these, is left on the tool, and that burr is actually cutting the fibers of the resin and the wood here. That's a whole nother topic for a whole nother video, but if you're kind of curious while I'm turning here what I was talking about. Now that we're mostly around, I'm going to get a little aggressive with this without trying to blow up the blank. You can see I'm pushing in quite a way. Although we still are not fully in the round. Now that I'm starting to get fully round on both sides of this blank here, you can hear it. I'm going to work on the other one. And one advantage of using the carbide tool, as you can see here, this tool is about dull and it's not really cutting much anymore. The carbide will last a whole lot longer than this tool will. But for the sake of the people who don't have a carbide tool, nor do they want to spend money, this is just me showing you how you can use what you already have. If you had a sharpener, you'd probably want to go ahead and sharpen this tool. I'm going to tighten up my tailstock a little bit more. I'm getting a lot of chatter. Clean off my tool, clean off my tool rest. So if you hear that noise, what it is me pushing a little too hard. Just trying to speed up the process, and things are vibrating. It's nothing really to worry about right now while we're still really thick to the bushings. I'm going to turn up the speed a little bit to hopefully help that. Okay, that should help a little bit. If you know how to use a skew and you want to use it like a regular skew, like that right there, you can. You can see it's helping out my process a little bit more. But if you're a new turner, probably don't want to try this. You can see there I just caught. You can clean it up since we're still rough here. If I turn off the lathe, I'll point out. Well, I didn't catch too bad. But you can see right here some of that burl from the Banksia pod, and the way this hybrid blank travels, the grain is kind of going everywhere. So it's really easy to catch with this skew. Clean up all the fibers while the lathe is off here. Turn it back on. Let's get back to work. I just had something fly up at me, which is an indication of this hybrid giving up and failing. And you can see that's why you don't want to go fast with acrylics, is because if you go too fast, there you go. If you go too fast, it'll actually fly off at you. So what we can do to fix this is we can make this side thinner and leave this side fat, or we could fill it with another kind of CA glue, or find the blank, which I have, and glue it back on there.
3 hours later.
So what I'm going to use here is I'm going to start out with a thin, and the reason I'm going to use a thin first is because I actually want it to penetrate the wood itself, and that way it actually has something to grab onto a little bit. And I'm going to use a medium on top of that and kind of mix the two together. And that way the medium is just a smidge stronger. And I'm going to go ahead and insert my piece. I'm going to hold it. And yes, I have glued myself, but I'll show you a trick for that. In pin turning, you're going to glue yourself a lot. I'm going to activate both sides. And with pin turning and filling voids and stuff like this, you will glue yourself a lot. You can see here I'm pretty stuck. With CA glue, if you just twist, it'll shear right off. So I'm going to give that a few seconds here to cure. Put all my glues back, and the longer you take to get back to it, the stronger it'll be. If you go right back to it, it'll be a little weaker. Looking here, I got it pretty solid into place, and you shouldn't never notice that it would ever came off. Now we know just to take our time. So we're going to start again. I normally recommend waiting a little bit longer, but now that I know that there's a weak spot, just be very careful right there. And you can actually work on the corners a little bit more and get through that in a minute. And you can see here in these final passes what I'm doing here. To smooth everything up, I'm really rocking my body back and forth. And that way I get the cleanest cut as possible. I'm going to turn my tool over and come back this way and do it again. And right now I'm not applying much pressure at all. Pretty much all I'm doing is keeping my weight of my hand on the tool itself here and moving my hand and my body both. So now I've worked on this side and I've worked on this side. I can come back to the glue spot. Just remember, take it very easy. You can see it's probably a little rough right here, and that's just me knocking off the CA glue. And this is the reason you want to wear eye protection, and stuff will fly off while turning. Sometimes not intentionally, but it does happen. So right now I'm specifically working on the area I glued to even it out in thinness and in size as the other side, so it looks all looks even. Now that's about where I want to be. For you beginners out here, I'm leaving a little thick on the parts closer to the bushing so we can sand down and work our way down with the sandpaper. If you feel more comfortable to turn a little bit more on the edges, you can. Just make sure you don't mess up the bushings, because if you mess up the bushings, you mess up how the fit is on the blanket itself. I'm going to turn just a smidge more on them corners. With this acrylic, I don't want to sand as much as I have to. Okay. So now we're a little bit closer. And so we're going to go ahead and turn off the lathe and see where we're at. You can see we're looking good and consistent on both sides. This side's a little bit thinner. That piece we can have our hand, and this piece we can have our clip. The grain, as I said, this one's not perfect, and it'll probably never look perfect just simply because of the material. And we look pretty symmetrical. We can rotate these back and forth and kind of get them where we want. It won't matter until we get it on the pin itself, and I'll show you a trick when we put the pins together on how to make it look better. So we're going to back off our tailstock, hold our bushings in our hand, bring the tubes off, and be careful not to drop these or nick them into the live center here, because you can dent it and then you'll have to return it.
Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Woodworking Extravaganza is presented by Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Quality tools and supplies for the woodworker. Visit us at 800-228-0000 or call us at woodworkingshop.com. So, Chris, how are we doing?
Hey, man, we are doing just fine. We are sitting back here live. Got a special guest here. He's so cool. His future's so bright, he's got to wear shades, even indoors. Mr. Artisan Pirate, Tyler, welcome back.
Welcome. Good to be back. Good to be back up here at the Extravaganza.
2 years in a row.
2 years in a row.
That's right. This time you're here all day today, all day tomorrow.
Yep, I will be here both days this year doing live scroll saw demos.
So what you been scrolling over there?
I have done some cutouts for the company I'm with, NC Woodworkers. Some compound cuts, some nature cuts, a turtle. That's what I'm working on now. When I break to come over here, I was working on a turtle and for people, and they were really just stopping to talk. I've got my blade alignment jigs with me this year that are patented for me, so I've been giving those out to people that I feel are genuinely interested in technical scrolling, just to give them that next leg up into it. And just trying to show off is such an amazing tool to use. And a lot of people now, when lasers are becoming cheaper and cheaper. Not like 3D printers, you know, people think of scroll saw as a bygone tool. So I'm just trying to preserve it and, you know, just show everybody what a joy it can be. And for me, it's still, even after all these years, I've been scrolling since I was 14, it's still therapeutic for me to use it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that's cool. I know I've heard you, you were just standing around here and all of a sudden you have like a fanboy is coming out chasing you down. Oh, I've been following you forever. Love your stuff. He's bragging to his lady friends. So
Oh, yeah. You know,
got fans everywhere.
yeah, I appreciate it. And no one knows how much it humbles me. You know, the people have, I've met 4 or 5 people today that said they came to this event specifically to meet me and get a picture with me. And that's just humbling. And I'm like, there's way more better artists here than me this year. You know, I'm like, do a full lap, you know, take it all in. You know, it's the biggest show of the year and it's the biggest in North Carolina.
Well, and that's the cool thing though, is there might be bigger names, there might be better artists, there might be this or that. But the key is though, you know, with you, you keep it humble. You keep it coming back. You spread the love.
Absolutely.
You know, you're always giving other people credit throughout your different work that you might do. You might take their design that you recreated and do a little spin on it your way. And a lot of artists, they take it and pretend it's their own and forget that someone else created it.
Yes.
You do a great job of doing that and feeding everything back to the community.
I try to give back so much to Fox Chapel Publishing, the book company, has been helping me with the patterns and everything. Steve Good's been a blessing to me. We correspond through email, and I always thank him. And I'll link everybody back to where I get stuff because that's what keeps everything moving in a circle and keeps it moving and keeps the ground hot, you know, where everything can keep going and growing. As far as like going with the YouTube stuff, you know, doing videos, I want to do those as long as I can. And I would not still be doing them if I was not still having fun. I'm still having a ball. I've got my cameras up here with me. I'm filming a video for this event. You know, as soon as I get back home to Burlington, I'll be editing that video to get it up. Because I just want to show everybody how amazing the event is, and it's worth the trek to North Carolina to come to this event.
Well, we certainly appreciate you coming out, and I know the ncwoodworker.net folks enjoy that because you always draw a little crowd, and you even have a friend from almost in Canada down here with you.
Yeah,
working with you on that.
My friend Robert, he came last year, and he was only able to stay because he drove straight here from New York last year. This year he broke it up, and I think he stopped in Virginia, and then he came on down into Hickory yesterday for the unloading of everything for NC Woodworkers. And it's just a blessing, and social media plays such a huge part of it. You know, like who would have ever thought that you would connect with people? I've got friends in London, I've got friends in Canada, Mexico, UK, Australia, New Zealand, you know, that reach out to me. And that's just humbling. It just shows the power of what a social media app can do.
Well, and when you're a friendly kind of guy, you're not stuck up about what you do. You're always giving back. You're always trying to teach, and that's one of the things we always enjoy. And you've come and been a part of our couple of different store anniversary things, and being that you're semi-local to our stores,
absolutely.
You know, it's always cool to have you in, and I know that the people, like you've already found out, people come to be a little fan and want to.
Oh yeah, I look forward to tomorrow. I've heard from several people today that Saturday's a busy day, and I've never been up here for the Saturday, so I'm really looking forward to it. You know, I've got a lot of stuff prepped. I've made more stuff probably and got it prepared than I needed for my demo times, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
Indeed, for sure. Well, I tell you what, anything you got good coming up? I know you were just featured not long ago in Scroll Saw magazine, I believe it was.
I'm talking to a couple people about being on podcasts.
Okay.
You know, people have been wanting me to come up to the Hickory store up here and film it. And for me, you know, it's more to come up here and film and everything, you know, it requires an overnight stay and arrangements and all that. But I'd be more than happy to do that. I'm open to teach, you know, anyone that wants to come by the shop, look, let me just arrange it where I'm not filming. Because with me being full-time on YouTube, I have to keep so many videos filmed. And usually, you know, when I get up, I'm filming. When I get up, I'm editing, then I'm filming, then I'm going about my daily life, and then it starts right back over. So you try to get ahead, you know, to where you can come out to these events like this. Like right now, I'm probably 3 videos ahead for my channel that are ready to go up that I've got saved in my computer. because I know that this event was coming up and I wanted to be fully and mentally prepared for it.
Right. Well, it definitely takes a little bit to prepare. It's not just a you show and go. But we certainly appreciate you coming out and wish you well over in your booth, and keep promoting your stuff, and we'll keep pushing your name because
I do
you're pretty
appreciate
good
it.
products. So.
I do appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Well, this is Tyler, aka Artisan Pirate. Go check him out on all the social media sites, and certainly check out his YouTube and go learn a little more about him, see what all he does, because he's into a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
So, well, Tyler, we appreciate it.
Oh, no problem, man. Anytime.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Well, all right. I don't know what we'll do. We'll just keep doing something. We might need to take another lap around the building. What do people want to do?
Let's take a lap.
Oh, he's got his gear in hand. He's all sophisticated. Thanks, Tyler. Well, what do you think, Mike?
I think we should do a
make a
lap
lap?
around. Yeah, let's do a lap.
Let's see how it goes. Something is squirrely here. Let me see. One of these mics is acting funny. Okay. Let's go see what's new. Now our board, Jerry, is going to be doing a new demo, and he's going to be making colored or painting up the birdhouse. So we might try to peek in on some of what he's doing over there, but it won't be near as fascinating as the house. But I'm sure for those who like turning those birdhouses, you will absolutely love it. So let's just see, because we were trying to get earlier a little something with the Yeti guy. Hold on just a moment. I left something in the booth.
This booth here is King Arthur Tools, proud sponsors of the Carve It Up sweepstakes. Going to be announced tomorrow, the 3 winners.
So it's been waddling on this block most of the day. A lot of these tools make quick work out of it.
Okay, cool. Right, bigger. Yes. Appreciate it. Yeah, see, put a face to the voice. There you go. Take care.
Okay, let's walk in here and talk to the gentleman from the Yeti. Back up a little bit on that camera.
It's quiet. Oh,
yeah.
I hate these.
All right, so we are in the Yeti Smart Bench. Tell us who you are, what you got here, maybe a little bit about your machine.
Absolutely. I'm Eric Schiller with Yeti Tools Southeast, and this is the Yeti Smart Bench. It's a portable 4x8 CNC machine, and you can set it up or knock it down in about 5 minutes. It's made to be assembled and moved and keep things open and fluid for your shop. We thought we'd have more customers taking it to job sites. More likely, we're having people that can set it up in their garages, do their work, and then knock it back down. Put it in the closet or raise it up to the roof. It's everyone treats it a little differently. So it's been fun to see how people need and want a 4x8 CNC machine set up.
Yeah, and it looks like it based on the stand, it appears.
Yes,
and
it's going to
from
come
there,
with 7 pieces, the 2 legs, the long Y-beam, the lower beam, the upper beam, the Z head, and the console. So from a user's point of view, what they'll add is their spoil board, a dust extraction system, which I have underneath, and I use a pre-separator in front of it, and your bits, and you are ready to go. Design software. Most of our customers tend to use VCarve Pro, but we have users that have specific needs. They may be cabinet shops or sign makers and things like that. They have other software that they already deal with. And so with VCarve, you can suck those drawings in, and they don't have to redesign anything. They can still work with whatever system they already know, and then they can just do the tool pathing after the fact.
Well, it looks like that easily will do a 4x8 sheet, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And really all you'd need is that design software.
Design software, bits and spoil board. That's it.
And you're using a 1/4-inch MDF, it appears?
Yes. Yeah. And what's odd about ours is you'll see that in this case, the spoil board is moving, but that doesn't matter because when we move the spindle over here, the spoil board is going to be supported by the lower beam that has rollers on it. So when it gets down here, that's the only time that it matters, when the spindle's near it. So that's when it'll come up and be perpendicular to the spindle.
Very nice.
It's a different approach, but it works really well for working with wood.
Well, and the fact that it can be taken on site, easily milled while you're at a job house or a job, or in your own house, in your garage, easily stored away. That's a quick and portable CNC option for those who may not have a full shop setup to be able to have one set up all the time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Actually,
like
in the wide beam, the long beam, it has 5 wood panels in it, but we'll give you the files to cut new panels. You can cut them out of PVC or Xtera MDF and actually leave that up on top on the ladder rack because there's no electronics on it. All the electronics would be in the Z head and the upper and lower beam. So you can leave that outside exposed to the elements, no problem, and just protect the other stuff. And we've got designs and drawings done for flight cases made out of 1/2-inch, well, I guess they're all 1/2-inch plywoods for all the parts if you want to bring them to the job sites.
Well, that's cool. Looks like a 1/4-inch shank.
It comes with a 1/4-inch ER16 collet, and that's what most of our customers use. It'll also come with an 8mm shank or collet, and so a lot of cabinet shops will use an 8mm compression bit to do their dados and mortise and tenons if they're doing that.
Nice, very cool. And it looks like it's easy to control from the front.
Yes, the console is very easy. We made it as simple as we could, and part of the advantage of this is we're not having to work with different languages when we sell into other countries. So we've got the tortoise and the hare for fast and slow, and I'll put it on slow and then move it. And then we can move in smaller increments. So 10mm, 1mm, 0.1mm, and 0.01mm. So if I really want to define where my laser crosshair is to get to the corner of a part before I start machining it, we can really get exactly where you want and then set that as your material XY00.
Okay, so that even comes with its own laser.
Yes.
Let me zoom in on that a little bit. So no more guessing where your XY is located.
Right.
You set that based on that.
Right. It's a very simple calibration. It takes about 3 minutes to do. We'll basically lower the spindle, peck the spoil board, and then jog the laser to the center of your hole, and then that knows the offset.
Nice. Very simple, very easy. Yeah. Well, certainly appreciate your time. I really hope that you do well. And I think we'll probably be doing some discussion later on.
Love it.
Thanks a lot. So, folks, that was the Yeti Smart Bench. Sorry about that. I jerked the camera. So you can see that was the Yeti Smart Bench. Very cool little setup. I'm going to back up a little bit so maybe you can see what he was talking about down below. He's got the little shop vac and a separator leading into that. So very simple design. If you're looking for CNC, and they're not that bad if you look at what you're getting. This is a full 4x8 plus and can be easily taken down where a traditional 4x8 cannot. So, quite handy. Let's check out some more of the marquetry stuff. Let's see what Mr. Brown is doing here. So a lot of detail in that marquetry work. First time all day that we've been able to come over and check out the table. And Shell Parsons is over here with some of her stuff on display that she's wood burned. She's also showing off and demonstrating the different wood burners. Looks like she's got a coal wooder, maybe a laser wood over there. Oh, that's coal wood. She's also showcasing her easel. So if you've never seen this, go check out our YouTube page and you'll see an entire video where she showcased how to utilize the easel in beginner carving, or excuse me, beginner wood burning. And that really does make a difference. All right, let's see what else is going on here. You might recognize that guy from a video that was just playing, learning how to turn pins. Or maybe you did learn how. I don't know. Finally, let's talk about that. So, Bart, that right there.
All right, what do I say?
Well, we are live, and this is the Grex booth. So, Grex is not only known for their nailers, but they have a fantastic line of airbrush. So, tell us a little bit about the airbrush.
Sure, I'm Brian Dunbar with Grex Airbrush, and we make a very versatile product. There's a lot of different markets that airbrush can be utilized in, and we're really trying to educate the woodworker, wood turner market as to the capabilities of our product. Just very quickly here, I'd like to do a really quick demonstration. First of all, we have the pistol grip airbrush, which is very intuitive and easy to learn. A lot of people are familiar with the trigger on top, and that can be uncomfortable. It can be difficult to learn. We have people that are getting up there in age and they want something that just works for them. And everybody understands the trigger, like on a firearm or just as kids growing up with squirt guns, that kind of thing. So it's very, very intuitive. It's a two-stage trigger. The first stage is air. Second stage, the more I pull, the more flow. I can do fine line work. In the case of woodworking, maybe that's a scratch, in which I have the fine line capability to be able to get in there with a die or a stain and accomplish whatever I need to do to take care of the restoration in that aspect. Now I'm going to very carefully swap over to our fan cap, which is a really nice system that we have.
You need me to hold that for you?
Okay, so now I've put my fan cap on. So now when I hold in one spot, it's an oval shape. So now when I come across, this could be with my finish, whether it be a varnish, a clear coat of some sort, and then buff out or polish as necessary. And hopefully the scratch or mar has been taken care of, and they've taken care of that. The tool is very useful for small scale stuff like jewelry boxes, duck decoys, things of that nature. But again, even for large scale stuff, people that go to a job site, maybe install cabinetry, they've done their job, they leave, but other contractors come in, knock around, damage things. Now they're asked to come back in and take care of those knickknacks before they sign off on the deal to the lessor or owner of the property. So airbrushes definitely have a place in woodworking. With wood turning, you see a lot of fabulous artwork. There's some wonderful artists out there. Nick Agar is one of them in particular that does beautiful wood turning, but also he knows how to use an airbrush to great effect. And he also teaches at the Mark Adams Woodworking School in Franklin, Indiana, for anybody that can get to that school and take any class there. I don't care what it is, whether it's Nick's or any of their classes. It's a phenomenal school with world recognition. But again, with the airbrush, you can utilize alcohol dyes, stains. Some stains might require straining. Others may just go right into the airbrush just fine. Otherwise, there's a variety of paints that are designed specifically for airbrushing. Some paints can be used for airbrushing, even though that wasn't the original intent. but that's kind of the challenge sometimes. People wanting to see if a product will work through an airbrush versus brush painting, and so sometimes that can be a little bit of a challenge. But we're here to help them out. We've got great customer service. If we don't have an answer, we probably know somebody that does. If it's maintenance and care of the airbrush, either it can be information that we can be provided by a video from us, instructional video on cleaning, how to take the airbrush apart, how to put it back together to do a deep cleaning situation every once in a while. Or if there is a catastrophic issue with the airbrush that's been damaged or dropped or something of that nature, we'll make arrangements, get the airbrush into our facility, facilitate the repair, and get it back out to the customer as soon as possible. So that goes for our entire product line, including our nail guns, pinners, all our pneumatic tools and cordless guns that we have in our product line.
And plus, you've got a really cool green in your shirt.
Yes, everybody loves the apple green. We really stand out, and that's always appreciated when people look at it. We get comments from people saying that they really like our marketing, so that's a really nice thing.
It's not about just marketing; it's marketing a good product. So
Thank
you guys do a really good job. And matter of fact, one of our local store guys absolutely loves, and he's got the really, really expensive competitor version that he went out and he bought the Grex because it was that much better than his expensive non-name.
Well, I can tell you on the tool side of the house, our pneumatic and cordless guns, we are known as the Festool of pneumatics. And Festool themselves have actually told us they will not come into this market because of us. That's how good they see our quality. And of course, everybody knows Festool quality as well. So that's a really nice feather in our cap, and very much appreciated that they're not just trying to jump in on us. But we feel we make a very competitive product. You will not see us necessarily in big box stores, but quality stores like Klingspor, Woodcrafts around the country, and other privately owned properties that really see a higher quality product that they want to provide to their customer. That's really important.
Well, we certainly appreciate your time explaining it. We know you're busy.
Yep.
We'll let you go, but definitely come to the show if you're there. Check out Greg. Learn about their airbrush system, their nailers, and everything they've got to offer. Well, we certainly appreciate it.
My name is Brian Dunbar.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. So there was Greg. Now you know.
Hi, you know I do my camera. Oh, he's good. You can get him. He had all the new products. He's a new line for you guys.
Okay. Well,
But give him a camera. He speaks so loud you can barely hear.
I'll wait till he's not eating an apple. So a new line that we've got, we're expanding on the buffing and compounds. This Dyco product.
All the new products.
Yeah, we're live. So you can see full line of buffing product. Polishing, compound, all sorts of stuff.
Are those nylon wheels?
What's that, Mike?
Down on the table there, are they nylon wheels? What are those? Yeah, Nylox. Okay. That's pretty interesting.
So if you're, I think we're getting ready to expand into this line pretty deep. So if you guys are interested in any of the buffing wheels, buffing compounds, buffing products, and let's go over here and take a look at these a little closer. These little nylocks, these are not wire. These are more of a nylon product. Let's see. It's a stiff nylon. So if you need to do any kind of a little bit of aggression without the need of a wire, like a metal wire product, this is a good option to look at. And these should be available in the stores, if not now, shortly. Got that in a traditional wheel, as well as in a small cup wheel and in a larger cup wheel. Different aggression levels. So,
And on a
some
side
of those
note, great
cup
for
wheels have a
cleaning
spindle
grout.
on it, and some can be connected directly to your 5/8 arbor on like an angle. So there you go.
Okay, this is what the problem is.
Yeah, well, here's how the turn it around. Like, so in the box comes with the color code fit. You take that scale, lay it over your top. Now, whatever color zone you land in, right? Land in the green zone. Make sure the green is in, right? Number now, as long as you follow the color coding, you're good to go. If you have to have the luck of landing exactly on the side.
So what he's explaining there is the difference between the gripper to go with the color coding system that's available. So it makes it simple. If you're within a certain range on that gripper to go, the color code is actually, you mount that to your scale on your saw, and it allows you to quickly identify how far away from the fence you can be based on that color, so that the blade goes through the groove instead of cutting into your actual block. So now he's working through the standard gripper, the original. It's going to drop that shoe.
Okay.
Been a fan of the Microjig system for quite some time myself. That makes life so much easier. And you're going to need to make safe cuts, and it will pull the part through on both sides of the blade, so you're not left with one part thinking. It could come back and hit you.
You have to hold on to your lock.
Look at this guy. Oh, and he brought a friend with him.
When you going to come down and play CNC with me?
We can do it. So Miss Maggie there, Mr. Izzy Swan, and we can't forget Gary. So yeah,
That's pretty cool. That is quite the tripod, and it tracks. So you focus in on something, it's a roaming, it'll roam. So like if you focus in on Izzy and you keep moving, it's gonna stay on him.
I could pinpoint him.
Watch this.
Hang on. Oh, I don't have this connected. Hang on. We're gonna see if this works here. We'll test it.
He's targeted on the rear end, like right on his arse. It looks tough.
I was like, every time I try to do something, it would start off fine and it would just roll and swing. I'm like,
Yeah. See, look at that. It's moving with him.
Well, I've got to get this connected, and I don't have it connected at the moment.
It was moving.
Yeah. Well, that's because I hit this.
Oh, you're cheating.
So while we're live, we're just talking about our camera gear here. We are using a gimbal system with a little roll around dolly. Make life easy.
You're live?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to the show.
Sorry.
And we've all enjoyed sitting here looking at Izzy's backside for the last couple minutes.
Right there.
And this is the Axiom AR4 Pro. If interested in CNC, something smaller, and you might like the Yeti, we've got the Axiom line here. They are at the show. They'll be glad to talk to you about the machine if you've got questions. Still got it the rest of today until 6, and all day tomorrow until 4 to come talk to them about CNC or any of the Jet Axiom.
Oh, yeah.
And so easy to check out up here. We've got 3 different registers with 6 computers ready to check you out as things get busy.
Can you still hear me, Chris?
Nick here. We can get Nick involved, but he can tell us something new might be coming down the line with Klingspor. So Nick, tell us what's new with the Klingspor line.
What's new with the Klingspor line? Definitely not me. I don't know.
Well, that's good to know. What about those kits right there? Tell me about those.
Those what?
The big roll kit, the quick roll kit.
I don't know.
Okay.
Greatest interview of all time.
Well, we tried. We tried. Giant wall of discs, belts, sheets. We didn't get a look at this earlier. I want to take a look at this. The Crown has got this much higher grade, this M42 metallurgy, very, very hard tooling. The edge lasts a very long time. So if you're looking for an upgrade from the standard tool, and Crown made out of Sheffield, England, you know the quality is good, craftsmanship, and been making tools a long time.
I had to figure out how
All right. So we've got the Erlex, the Wagner spray systems. And like I said earlier, we're now carrying the tints, which is going to be a really good deal. If you're doing a lot of different finishing, we've also got the heat guns, which we've been carrying for a while. So we're expanding in the Wagner line, the Erlex line. Would you like to tell us about the sprayer you're using there?
Hi, I'm Sam with Erlex Paint Sprayers. We have HVLP equipment today. I'm showing our new 5700 model right here. This is the whole system. It's very compact and easy to use. Two-stage, produces 2.25 PSI at 42 CFM. This is an excellent gun, guys. This gun operates on polyurethane, shellac, lacquers, paints, varnishes, anything you want that's thin enough to spray works great through this gun. Clean it up with water, clean it up with mineral spirits, clean it up with lacquer thinner. It all works. Anything you want to spray, this will do it. Trim, furniture, cabinetry, automotive, airplanes. I don't care what you got. If it needs a finish, this will do it for you.
You act like you've said that before.
I said everything before, and I say it over and over and over and over and over.
Well, welcome to the show. But yeah, if you've got questions about that, come on down, man. That Erlex system is pretty good. You've seen the larger spray systems. Go ahead if you want to spray. Show them what it's about.
If I yell, can they hear me, or should I just spray? All right. Flow control, pattern control.
You can see he's changing the fan and the orientation very easily. Just by changing the fan and the fluid control, he's able to achieve those different widths. Very good. Thank you. So there you go, folks. If you're interested, come on down, check out the Erlex. I will be back by later myself to get up a small and large tent, as I said this morning. So looking forward to it. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
What have we missed, Mike? Which direction do we need to go? Let's go check out the carving for a while. Let's see what else has been added since the day started.
Sounds good.
Well, we haven't hit in these booths, so let's check these guys out. So another vendors, we've got some of the Fordham booth here. They're talking about the Fordham machine, so some of the different burrs, carving tools they've got. Flex Cut is here with a little array of some of the things they have available. Dunkel Blades is here. And if you've got kids, we've actually got a soap carving class going on for little ones. Soap carving, and I believe they're actually carving regular wood too. So if you want to learn how to carve, bring your kids up here. And let them take part of the class. And over here is the soap carving class. So lots of things going on. Get the kids involved. It's not just for the parents. You don't have to be woodworkers. So this table will be full tomorrow with a variety of birds, different carvings. A little crowded down that aisle, so I'll just kind of go this way instead.
Yeah, it is definitely filled up with carvings now.
Yeah, this will get busy tomorrow. Cut it off. Now this got to be an 8x8 stick. So you get an 8x8 stick, then you pick up your other tool, you cut it off. And then you stick it in here. We know it's glued in. Just like that. But we're not done. This is where I messed up. This is where I messed up.
So now on.
Well, there we go. That was another tour. Pardon me while I get this thing back connected. Well, there's another tour of the show. As you can see, there's a lot going on. It has dwindled down a little bit today, and we are still working towards different classes and different demonstrations going on. A lot of people have to step out for lunch, but should be back soon. And yeah, the show will be going on till 6 p.m. tonight. And I know Jerry's still working on his demonstration. There's lots of stuff going on in the woodworker.net, over here in the NC Wood Turners. So demonstrations going on in every booth, especially the vendors booth. So lots to see. So if you get off at 3 or 4, might be worth coming on down to the show and checking it out. If you don't, hey, come on down tomorrow. We'd love to see you. So I think we've got some other videos that we can play right after this. But in the meantime, really, this is Chris, and we'll catch back up with you after a while.
Now choose a different notch. Hold our bushings in our hand, bring the tubes off. And be careful not to drop these or not drop these or nick them into the live center here, because you can dent it and then you'll have to return it. So now we're going to work on our grain match piece. And you can see here is where my arrow trick comes into play. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the arrows face each other. We already have one bushing on there. We're going to slide one pin blank on there with the arrow facing where the other pin blank will be. Slide your first bushing on, and your second one, this one seems to have some gunk in the tube. Yeah. Slide your second blank on, and then your third bushing. Bring up your tailstock, slide it over that mandrel, pressing against the bushing, and just hand tighten the tailstock, lock it down, and let's make a good practice here. Turn off your variable speed, turning on your lathe, and slowly working the RPM up. Before we do that, I want to talk about, so here I'm actually going to use a negative rake scraper. You can see here this tool has two angles on the back side there and on the top. We're using this because it cuts cleaner on acrylic and less likely to tear out and break the blank itself. One thing I want to talk about is how to hold it. If you can see, the tip of my tool is actually slightly higher than the center point on the lathe. So I'm going to drop my tool rest down, and it'll feel weird because carbide tools are actually a little bit lower than mostly every other tool. You can see right there my tip of the tool is in the center line of the lathe. So now we can go ahead and turn on, again, RPM all the way down, turn the lathe on, and slowly work it up. Now this carbide tool will cut a little bit better than the skew did. So we're going to present the tool flat, straight in, and slowly nick away, rocking my body. And for carbide tools, I prefer normally the bigger the better. You can also use the square tools. I've always just used the round because that's what I had. With the carbide tool, you can get a little bit more aggressive here in the roughing. And you can see it also cuts cleaner. When you round things out, you'll get more of those strings. And I prefer the larger carbide tools because the smaller ones, you really have to choke up your body into the tool to actually keep it stable. With this larger one here, you can see I have my hand on the back here, and I can really relax and take my time, which is what you want with these acrylic blanks. You don't want to be choked up and want to rush because you're uncomfortable. So now that I'm mostly round, you can see here I'm mostly round. I'm going to start working on the other tool. Slowly nick away the corners. Get a little bit more aggressive with it because I got the corners knocked off. Here's a good instance of what I was talking about with these strings kind of getting in the way. I'm still a little rough right here, so I don't want to grab that one. Over here, I'm a little rounder, so I could pull that off if I wanted to. This one fell off just by touching it. This one, I can kind of get my fingers up over here on the live center and just slowly work it away. When we get more round, you can see it'll get all over the place again. And now that I'm mostly round here, you see right here, I'm perfectly round. I still have one rough spot right here. There you can hear it. I'm going to crank up my lathe speed a little bit. I'm going to spin about 3,000 RPM again. And now we're cutting a whole lot smoother. I'm going to clean off my tool rest. Take my tool, because this one's still kind of rough, I'm going to take my tool and try to get majority of that off where I'm working. There's a good shot where you can see where it really gets all over the place with the acrylics. I'm still slightly out of round here, so I don't want to touch that. Over here, I can kind of clean up. On this side, I know I'm round, but it's in that middle spot I don't want to be yet. So you can see there, I'm mostly cleaned up. I can take my tool to get the other spot away. And what that was right there is the excess material I had off on the end from where I barrel trimmed it. I did that one to show you can leave a lot of excess and really leave you some room to play around with inserting the tube. So now that I'm all the way around on this one, I'm going to come back to this left one here. Start working on it. For some people, all these strings may not bother them, but for some reason, my OCD kills me and I want to clean them up. But when it's on the blank itself, I can get rid of the majority of them. See? This is also, you can make confetti. Clean all that up. Now that I'm fully around on both of them, I'm starting to taper the ends towards the bushings. I'll clear up some here. I pressed too hard there, and that's why I was getting that chatter. And I chipped something out, but since the blank is still big, I'm not worried about it. I'm taking small bites to get close to that bushing there. I'm going to remove a lot of the fat here. You can leave some shapes in there if you want to have something different. For now, I'm not worried about it. The only problem about doing shapes in your pen is you have to sand it and make it all look the same. Especially on these acrylics, they show scratches and the coarser grits easier. So you really have to make sure to go all through the grits. And again, we're going to do a whole another video on sanding and finishing pen blanks because there's a lot of different ways to do it. clean up my shavings here so I can see how close I am to the bushing. Still got quite a way to go, so I'm gonna make these pins a little bit thinner. And right now, I'm not pushing hard. All I'm doing is putting the weight of my hand into the material. You can see I'm just barely pushing with my thumb. I don't even have my index finger on it. I'm going to do it right there to pull it back, and then I'm just pushing with my thumb. So I'm kind of evening everything up right now. You can grab the tool with your index finger. If you want to stabilize it a little bit more, I'm going to clean off the tip of my tool. I'll clean off my tool rest real quick because there's a lot of material on there and it's making the tool want to move on top of it. So on this one, I'm about at the thickness I want to be. So I'm going to do one final pass to kind of clean up all the individual lines from the tool. And what I really want to pay attention on this one is take a light cut and make it moving. So I don't want to stop and do individual cuts. I want to do one full cut. And I'm actually going to bring up the handle of the tool a little bit here. I'm actually going to bring up the handle of the tool a little bit here, kind of closer to underneath my armpit. And what that's going to do is bring the tip of the tool a little below center for this final cut. Okay, so that blank is done. Fill it with my fingers. There's no high spots or low spots. It feels all the same all the way across. I'm going to clean off some of my shavings here to see where my bushing's at. I'm going to work on this one a little bit. I'm going to start in the center and work my way to the bushing. And right here, I'm struggling to see what I'm doing, so I'm going to move the shavings. Close to the bushings on that side. I'm going to smooth up the cut where I started and work my way back down the other way. I'm going to clean off some of these shavings. Still have some ways to make this one thinner to match the other one, so I'm going to remove some excess material right here. Try to take your time when you do that, because if you press too hard and try to remove too much, you will blow out the blank. So now I'm about there. I'm going to do one final pass, doing what I was doing earlier, bring up the handle of the tool, kind of upper on my upper body, and do one small light pass all the way through. Clean off my tool so I can get a little bit easier, see what I'm doing. Especially on those bushings. Okay. I'm going to turn off the lathe and look at where we're at. And we're good. And you can see those arrows help me line up. So right now I have the green on the green side and this red color on the same side. And if they're slightly off, you can take them, loosen up the tailstock here, and loosen up the tailstock, you can see there, and then rotate them right or left as a need be.
Yeah, it's the cool thing to do.
Well, that's it, everyone. I'm Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. We have officially turned our 3 pins. Stay tuned for the next video where we discuss sanding and finishing. We have a couple different options there to show you how we're going to do that process, show you the different ways that's most common and most popular. So stay tuned for our next video, and we'll see you later.
And I'm here today at Klingspor's Woodworking Shop and the Pyrography Store, and we're going to discuss the portable rotating easel. One of the benefits of this portable easel is that it rotates very quickly, so that when you're burning, you rotate your work so that, for instance, if you're on the head, and you're wanting to burn the fur coming off the head here, you don't want the thicker part, which is where your burn starts, to be on the background out here. So you don't want to go in this direction. You want to turn it around and go in this direction. So this turntable gives you the ability to do fast turning as you're working and change your angles. When you're working on something and you are working with a skew, and you want to go around a curve like this, if you turn the easel, it can assist you getting around that curve with the skew. So you don't have to pick it up like you normally would have to brake and then pick it up and turn it and then start again. If you learn to rotate the easel while you're burning, then you can go right around that curve and you can make this very quick. Another benefit, when I pull this up at an angle, the smoke when I'm burning is going to rise straight up and not into my face. So it'll continue straight up here, whereas if I had it flat, the tendency is to bend over and the smoke goes in your face. So this easel assists with keeping the fumes out of your face. But if you're working on a very large piece, it assists you into working at the very top of the picture, so that you can burn up here. And the other, like if you had a 3.5 foot piece, the other choice would be is to lay it straight on the table, and you would have to bend over or stand up and bend all the way over to reach the top, which puts a lot of strain on your back. So this easel can assist you with burning at the top of the image while you're working. This easel has a turntable top that's got a Lazy Susan, and it's got a stop wedge which you can put in like this, and it stops it from turning. If you just jam it right in there, then it won't turn. When you're using this, you carry it by the handle here, and I usually reach right around here and put this wedge into the hole. But you can carry it with the handle here, and then lay it down with the handle towards your face, towards where you're going to be working or sitting. Then if you will lay your hand on the base and reach over and pull the turntable top up and reach under and lower this adjustment lever. You've got 6 different grooves positioning in. So it will go at 6 different angles here. And when you're done, just lift it up, fold this in, lay it back down, and then you can reach around and put your wedge in. Another question I get often is, how often do you clean your tips? And I have recently found out that a lot of people don't even clean their tips. And why do you need to? So I'm going to demonstrate here on this piece of pine. And you can see this is why we don't really work a lot on pine, is that it smokes quite a bit. The smoke that it produces. So pine smokes a lot, but it also produces a lot of carbon buildup on your tips. And you can see that better when I switch out to a piece of basswood. What I want you to look for is, see all these little black flakes that are getting in here? I wanted you to see the black, there it comes, the black flakes that are right here. If you leave that on your piece and burn over that, that is carbon buildup, and those little black specks will be fused to your wood. And therefore, you won't be able to get them back off with an eraser. You'll have to scrape them off or use the sandpaper, and sandpaper will usually take some of your burn off. So the best thing to do would be to clean your pens and clean them often. And there's the black flakes again, right there. It's like black dust. Another reason you want to clean your tips is that you want to make sure that your tip, the metal is touching the wood, and that you don't have a lot of debris like carbon buildup or gunk, say tagua nuts or gourds or debris that would actually get onto the tip. So you want to make sure that you clean that off often. And so I am going to show you a method that I like to use. I've used it for years. I know there's many different methods out in the industry that people espouse to, like tea strainers, but I don't use a tea strainer because I use a very small ball tip and it would get caught in the openings of the tea strainer. So I stay away from tea strainers. I also don't use steel wool because if your tip is a little bit hot, you get you end up when you're rubbing, getting your tip down through the steel wool. Some people use sandpaper. I definitely don't recommend using sandpaper. And the reason is that these tips are so thin, it doesn't take much sandpaper to reshape them and to actually go through that thin wire. And your pens cost too much these days for you to destroy them. If you want to burn hot and you want to burn and use sandpaper, that's your prerogative. But if you want to save your pen and not have to change them out often, I would suggest using another method. The other things that people use are cleaning with like this V tool. It's got 2 razor blades in it. This is the older model of the razor tip cleaner. And it actually, you just scrape your blade. You can do that hot or cold, but you just scrape the debris off of it. The only problem is when you have a ball writer or a bent spoon, something that's bent, it's hard to keep it on this flat scraping motion. And you can pop the ball right off of there. So be careful if you're doing that. They have a newer model out that's a lot nicer, but it's not for all pen tips. Another method that people use, and I do recommend this for tips like, this is a feather former. It's got wire wrapped around the tip there. And what that's for is for placing on the board and then dragging it, and you get all the feather barbs at one time. But when you're cleaning that, you need to use a very soft brass brush like this one. And all you do is lightly buff it. And you want to get down in between all those grooves. You can use this brass brush for other tips. And you can lightly do this. But the wires like to get caught in the opening shapes. So it becomes difficult because you keep snagging it sometimes. You can do it, but make sure you brush lightly. Also, a word of warning, do not use the brass brushes they sell at hardware stores to remove rust, because those will actually scratch your tip. It'll scratch the metal. They're too hard. So at Klingspor, we sell this one that's got a lot of thick bristles, but it's soft, and it's made by Fordham. And we also sell this one by Razor Tip. It's also very soft. So when I clean my tips, I am using simply a piece of denim. You want to make sure that your denim doesn't have any kind of stretch in it, just plain denim. And then what I do is I reach over while I'm burning, and I can do this hot if I have a protector for my table. If you don't, put it on a piece of wood. But while it's hot, you can reach over and simply wipe your tip off. And the reason this is important, there are some materials you'll be burning, like tagua nuts. They're very waxy, and you'll have to reach over and clean that tip off of all the debris about every other stroke or every stroke. Gourds you have to do very often. Wood, not so often, but every 10, 15 minutes or so, I just wipe this off. Cleans off any debris, and it stops the carbon buildup from building up too much. And after a while, when you go back to burning, you will start to see a carbon buildup, even though you've been doing this. At that point, you want to change and turn your machine off and polish your tip. If this isn't working anymore, then you want to polish it. If you're burning and you notice a lot of dragging, you will notice that on shaders. It's on ball tips a lot. So as you're pulling it across your board, you'll notice the drag. If you've ever been working with a polished tip and you don't have a polished tip, it's got carbon buildup, it starts dragging. That's when I go to the polishing system. And for polishing, I use, because I have a background as a wood carver, I use the same thing that I use for honing my knives for wood carving. I use a compound. This is Yellow Strop compound that we sell at Klingspor. And all I do is just put that on a strop. And I don't have to load it every time, but if it's getting too gunky, like this one has been used for years, so you can see all the carbon in here. And then all you have to do is reach over and go back and forth on this one. I do not hone my knives back and forth, but on this, since it's a ball tip, I just change the angle and go back and forth. And that's cleaning all that carbon off of there. And then the last thing I do is wipe this off. Make sure that your pen is off when you do this so you don't heat up the compound. But when you're done, then wipe it off on your denim, because if you don't, it's going to smoke as soon as you turn it on from any debris that's caught up in here. Polishing a skew, which is the knife blade, it's beveled on both sides, so you turn it on the side and just go in one direction. And then when you feel like you've got that cleaned, flip it over and go in the other direction. And again, wipe it off when you're done. It only takes less than a minute to clean these and polish them. So it's something that you should get in the habit of doing. Shader, and I'm wanting to polish that. Make sure that it's turned off. And then I just get it flat. You only need to polish it on the surface that's going to be on wood. If you're a person that likes to turn your shader onto its side, go ahead and do the side as well. But if you just use the bottom, that's all you need to do. Is go back and forth until you get it highly polished. And then wipe it off on your denim and you're ready to go. Now, the one thing I can say about this method is I have been using this for almost 20 years. I've got pen tips that are well over 10 years that look like the day I bought them, except for they're a little discolored up in the area, like up in this area where I don't actually polish it. Other than that, the shape is exactly the same. And I can tell you I've had friends that have used sandpaper and they will go through a ball tip. Some of them have been through several ball tips in 1 year because it grinds the metal off of them on sandpaper. So this method I know works. Many methods work, but I can tell you that this one will work. And if you want to purchase any of these materials, we do have a separate polishing kit for pyrographers that we sell at Klingspor. And it comes with a linen bag that holds your materials. It comes with a piece of denim. It comes with the leather that you use the rough side in a bag so that when you're done putting the honing compound on it, you can stick it right back in the bag. It comes with jeweler's rouge. Now, instead of this compound here, you can use jeweler's rouge. And I would suggest using the blue or the red instead of the white. The white's a little bit more aggressive. It's straight aluminum oxide. This one right here is a general compound and it's gentler on your tips. So we sell that in the kit. And you would do the same thing. You would just take your leather out of the bag and then, put your stropping compound on there. And then we also put an eraser in there for your transfer images to erase the lines off. And it comes with instructions, full instructions on how to do this. So that is a kit that is for pyrographers. So in the upcoming months, we'll be doing Wood Burning Wednesdays, and we'll put our details about the schedule on our website, and that is at woodworkingshop.com/pyrography.
Check out the Burning Post newsletter, a monthly publication about pyrography that keeps you up to date with the latest machines, tips, and accessories for your wood burning business or hobby. The Burning Post is exclusively at the pyrography store at Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Visit us at woodworkingshop.com/pyrography to sign up.
Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, we're going to be talking bargain boxes. What's a bargain box? Well, hold tight and I'm going to tell you. Hey everybody, Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. Today, we're talking about how it all got started for us. That's right, we're going all the way back to the late 80s, and we're going to take a look at the bargain box. So in the late 80s, Mr. Klingspor, that's the guy that's running Klingspor abrasives over here in the US, instead of having all the scrap material tossed away, they started putting it into a 20-pound box. And I'll tell you what, people just probably thought that was crazy. But you know what? It worked. He put an ad out in Popular Science. Next thing you know, a business was born. We called the sanding catalog. So we were selling these 20-pound boxes of coarse, medium, and fine end materials all over the country. And the next thing you know, we started a company. Not just selling bargain boxes, but now that's who we are now, Klingspor's Woodworking Shop. So we started with this 20-pound box, cut it in half, and offer a 10-pound box of the same coarse, medium, and fine material. And we offer a 10-pound box of just medium and fine. Not everybody needs the coarse stuff. So we cut that in half and used the medium and fine side as well. So anything from 80 and above would be in this box. Well, the wood turners, we didn't want to leave them out. So we've got this amazing wood turning bargain box of end rolls. If you're looking for just a variety of material, this is the way to go. And 20 pounds of this will get it done. Various widths from, I think, 1/2 inch all the way up to 3 inches. Great for your wood turners looking for a little something different to do a little turning and sanding with. And then, of course, we've got our bargain box of belts. These things are phenomenal. When you look at this, we've got it in the 3x21, 3x24, 4x21, 4x24. These are great. You get anything from 60 all the way to 180. And for the price point, it's fantastic. If you use a variety of grits, you still want an industrial grade abrasive, well, these bargain box of belts will get it done. So check those out. You get that assortment. Everything's ready to go. In the 3-inch, you're going to get 6 belts per grit. And in the 4-inch, you're going to get 5 belts per grit. Great way to go if you're looking for a bundle. Now, if you're not planning on using the belts within, say, a couple of years, you might want to consider just getting the grits you need. Because either way, you're going to get a great industrial grade product. So let's look at this a little more in detail. Let's dive into this 20-pounder and see what we got. Pop the tape in a safe manner. Always cut towards you. And when you open it up, now the thing about the bargain box is you might not get the same grit every time. You might not get the same material every time. You might not even get the same anything every time because it's just a miscellaneous of whatever's left over. But no matter what you're going to get, you know it's going to be an industrial grade abrasive that's going to work well for you. So you might get a roll this size. You might get a roll this size. You just never know what the end is going to look like. But either way, you're going to get 20 pounds or 10 pounds. These bargain boxes are the way to go. See, I can't even get it back in there. They stuff it so tight. So go check out the bargain box. You can go visit our website and you can find it on there. All of the bargain boxes, if you've got that little old-fashioned catalog, the bargain box inside there as well. But if you can't find it in either place, give us a call at 800-228-0000. One of our amazing customer service team, they'll be happy to get you the bargain box of your dreams today. Well, hey, this is Chris with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop talking about the bargain box, which got us all started to begin with. Well, y'all have a great day. Give them a call, go online, or just flip through the catalog. Either way you do it, get your bargain box and whatever other sandpaper or tool products you might need. Y'all have a great day, and we'll talk to you soon.
Everybody, Chris here with Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, and welcome. Well, today we're going to be talking about discs. Not all the traditional discs like we would normally do. Today we're going to be talking about the small discs, more specifically the 1, 2, and 3-inch discs that you might find for use on the end of a pad like this. So we're going to look at the different traditional options that we've always had, but we're going to expand on that and show some of the new items that are available that could really make a difference in your shop. So let's get digging and let's get to sanding. So as you can see, I've got a table full of products here. You're probably familiar with these 1, 2, and 3-inch discs that we've kind of always sold. Yeah, the Green Tech's a little new kid on the block, but still, we've always carried the 1, 2, and 3-inch discs. Well, what we want to talk about today is some of those common abrasives, maybe what you'd use them for, and then we're going to really shine in on some of the new stuff with this fusion foam. Again, not new as far as a product line, but definitely new in this size. So let's get looking at this. Obviously, all of this is driven based off a 1, 2, or 3-inch pad. These are typically chucked into a drill press or even one of these little, right angle drills. Traditionally, we sell a lot of these to wood turners, but there are other applications where these shine. So traditionally, you've got your 1-inch disc. Our most popular there is going to be the Stair-8. The PS33 is kind of the old go-to for a variety of applications. It's great for wood. And as you can see here, it fits very well on this pad. And this material is very good for bare wood sanding and paint and primer and other applications like that. But it does well because that Stair-8 helps prevent loading, which makes for a long-lasting product. Better yet, it's priced very well, so you get a lot of bang for your buck with the Stair-8 material. Very popular, very common, and we've got it in all sorts of formats in the discs, from 1 inch all the way up. When you get into the main like orbital sanders, we offer it with hole patterns. So we've got a variety of options in this PS33 or this Stair-8 material. And in the 2-inch, we have the same thing, the Stair-8, but we also offer a variety of options. We also have that in the Green Tech as well. The 2-inch is very popular for bowl turners. And the 1-inch is also popular for bowl turners, but a lot of carvers like it. It gets into the different crevices very well and helps sand those little power carved areas very quickly. Again, the Stair-8 is going to be a very good price point and a very economical option that's going to last a long time and not really load for you. Moving on in, we've got our newer product, the Green Tech. Now this is only available in the higher grits, but the Green Tech, it looks like I put that on backwards, but in reality, I didn't. The way that film material is done, now this higher grit is a film back product. The way this is made, you're looking at the disc, but the grain is on this side. And it does fit the standard sanders, and this comes in 2 and 3 inch, as well as all of the larger sizes as well. It's a very good product. The proprietary coating does allow for no loading whatsoever and very long life on the actual abrasive itself, which is good. If you're looking for something to last a long time and sand well, this is it. Green Tech is very popular. This film backing does provide very good edge wear that will not tear. It will not wrinkle, rip, or crinkle at all. This does very well on those contours where you need this to sort of last and not fray up. Now, the only downside is this is kind of sharp. So if you're getting into a tighter area, be cautious that this isn't sticking over too bad, or it could create more of a slicing effect. But for gentle sweeps and curves like in a bowl, this is perfect. For flat areas, this is perfect. You'll love the Green Tech for that application. It's worth money. Now, stepping on up from there, we've got something new that if you saw a recent email, these are on special through the end of the month, as well as these 1, 2, and 3 inch pads. This is our fusion foam. Now, for those who've been around and paid attention to us for a while, this is not a new product. We've always carried this 5mm in a disc form, more specifically in a 5-inch and 6-inch disc. Well, now we're expanding that line. So this comes in 3 flavors, if you will. We've got the 5mm, which is roughly a 1/4 inch. We also have the 10 millimeter, which is a dense foam just like the 5 millimeter is, but that 10 millimeter thickness gives you a little extra buffer there. Then we've got the 1/2 inch. The 1/2 inch is a much softer, more squishy foam, which does really well for getting into those contours. So traditionally, we would sell a pad like this in a firm pad, or we offer a really soft, squishy pad. But imagine if you only had to buy one pad and you could buy 3 different discs, but depending on the density levels that you needed for those applications. What I mean by that is for more flatter work, you could get away with this 5 millimeter disc applied to this. The 1/2 inch, on the other hand, would allow you to get right into those really tight contours. And I've got this little half bowl here as an example. As you can see, if you're sanding the side of the bowl, this will allow you to get right in to those contours. On the bottom, the same application. These will follow that contour very well. And even when you get into the corner, you'll notice that it still follows that. So the beauty of this 1/2 inch is because of its the density level is very soft. This allows you to use one drive pad with a multitude of different abrasives on it. Makes life a little easier. Now the bonus with the Fusion foam is you are getting an exceptionally long-lasting disc. Very reduced loading due to the way that the grain is applied to the foam backing. This is a very unique product, and you'll find that it will last long. It's fairly tear resistant. Obviously, if you get it up against the sharp edge, it will tear. But for the most part, this is a very good product, and it's a little more expensive than your traditional discs. But from a turning perspective, you might find that you like this. I'm a huge fan of this product. I've used it in a variety of different applications in different materials, and in the 1/2, the 10 millimeter, and the 5 millimeter. One pad will allow you to do a variety of different applications. Okay, so we talked about the other disc options. Obviously, with this Fusion foam, we've really expanded this line into the larger disc size. So we can get this in the 1/2 inch, the 5 millimeter, which we already carry, as well as the 10 millimeter option. We can get this in the hole patterns, and some of this we already got punched ready to go for a variety of common sanders that are out on the market. Pencil up this panel, kind of so you can see what we've got going on here. All right, and I'm going to get into the corner a little bit. I'm going to fill this with the 120. Ideally, this might be better with a different grit, but for this application, so even with the 120, this easily removed those pencil marks. So if you're just trying to clean this up, this is a great product. If you needed to level these, obviously something like our PS33 or the Green Tech would have been a much better option on the initial rail and style joints. But the 10 millimeter did exceptionally well. The problem you run into if you're doing a panel like this is, well, the disc doesn't fit in there. So what are you left to do? Well, traditionally, you would go to a sheet sander like this, which, obviously Festool's available. There are a lot of other quarter sheet sander options out there. There are some new, more common sanders in that 3x4 range, which would be even smaller than this. Surf Prep, Ecosand, even Mirka, they offer those smaller type sanders. That's actually what these pads are made for. We do offer these in a 3x4 with a 3 inch by 4 inch with a 4-hole configuration. The beauty is we have that in all 3 formats, the 5 millimeter, the 10 millimeter, as well as the 1/2. Now, this is obviously not going to fit that sander. It'd be a little small. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to outfit this with one that would be close to it, but not quite. Now that's got the 1/2 inch pad. This would fit down in there nicely, and that's going to allow us to get all the way down into that corner. Now imagine if this was a raised panel door. The beauty of having something like this is this then would allow you to curl and get into that raised panel profile. It works exceptionally well. Now, even with this, if you're sanding something like that. So if you're trying to sand anything that's radiused, whether it be an internal or external radius, this 1/2-inch fusion foam is fantastic. I do a lot of projects at home and I use these a lot to sand those smooth. And this allows you to get right in there and follow those contours exceptionally well with minimal effort. Raised panel or flat panel, this would allow you to get in there and get all the way into those corners. The beauty of the raised foam, whether you
All right, Chris, what you got?
All right, so we have been able to wrangle Mr. Ralph Bagnell, and he's going to show us in detail the differences between the gripper and the gripper to go. And there are differences, and there are reasons why you'd want both. So go ahead, Ralph, show us what you got there.
All right. Well, the gripper to go is a brand new product that we just brought out this year. And the concept is for somebody who's bought their first gripper or for somebody who's bought their first table saw, they want to protect their hands. They want to stay away from that blade. But realistically speaking, the gripper itself is a completely different level of another learning curve you got to do and everything else. And this will do 90% of the gripping you want to do and 90% of the cutting you need to do on your saw. So it's very simple. It comes fully assembled. There's no moving parts. You're either going to cut this way against the fence or you're going to cut that way against the fence. And in order to make sure that you don't cut into your own blade or your own legs with your blade, we give you a transparent sticker. It goes on your rip fence scale, and whatever color is on your scale when you set up your cut. So for a 1/2-inch cut, the green here is underneath my cursor, so I know that I don't want the green here facing me, and I won't cut my leg. If I go for a 1-inch cut, I can't make it like that because that's orange, and orange is here. I need it facing me. So it makes it very simple and very easy to keep track and not cut into your legs. Any kind of a cut that I need to make, I can do it with the gripper to go. It's the same green grip material as on our gripper. It's just a little bit simpler and easier to use. It does have some limitations. So with the gripper, if I need to cut a narrow part, I can make it stable with the balance support. We don't have that option with the gripper to go. So realistically speaking, this is limited to ripping stock that's at least all 3 legs need to be on the stock when you make your rip cut. That's the rule. But other than that, this is an easy to go starting unit. Get used to using it, get used to your saw, get into your craft, and when you're ready, you can graduate up to the gripper. I will also tell you that about half of these that we sell currently are sold to people who own the gripper like myself, because I might have the 1/8-inch leg on here, or I'll have this set up for a specific cut, and I need to make a quick cut. This is always ready to go. And so it's just as popular with our gripper owners. But for the new saw owner or the contractor out on the job site, this is a terrific option because it's a little less expensive, it's easier to use, and there's virtually no learning curve.
Yeah, and we'll get a close look. You can see that handle is actually offset. It's not perfectly in line or parallel with the edge. It's offset so that you can get a nice, clean, snug work up against the fence, and it keeps your hands away both from the blade and the fence while you're trying to work the cut. So I'm a huge fan of the gripper. I've owned that one for years. Recently bought that one not too long ago, and love them both. All right, sounds good. And as many of you know, huge fan of the match fit system. So they've got a full setup over here. They've got the different fit finder. They've got the gripper to go. They've got a full set of systems, the kits.
Can we have a demonstration of the saw blade cleaner?
Go along with that as well.
Can we have a demonstration of the saw blade cleaner, Chris?
Huh?
The saw blade cleaner?
Have you got anything going with the saw blade clean today? Or have you got it equipped, or are you using it?
Well, I don't have any solution in it, but I can show it.
Okay.
All right, let's do it here.
All right. And we've got our own version of that video, but why not use this with you actually got Microjig? A whole lot better than me.
All right, so this is our blade clean system. Most of us will never actually dull a carbide blade working in our home shops, but they do get dirty. And unfortunately, when they get dirty, we think, oh, it's burning, it's not cutting well, it must need to be sharpened. The problem is it's often just dirty. And if you're sharpening a blade that doesn't need to be sharpened, not only are you paying for something you don't need to pay for, but you're killing the life of your blade. You only get about 4 to 6 sharpenings out of a good quality blade. And if you're sharpening when you don't need to be, it's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt the life of your blade. So we start by providing a magnetic handle for being able to manage and handle your blade. Okay? Inside the tub, we have a Scotch-Brite pad, and the base of this tub is sloped from the outside down toward the middle. So you put your cleaning fluid in here, whatever you like. I prefer simple green and water. And we're just going to drop the blade in, and we're going to turn it backwards 2 or 3 turns using the magnetic handle. Then we're going to pop that off, flip it around, and do another couple of turns the opposite direction, always backwards of the blade rotation. This is going to clean all the teeth at the same time. Now, if your blade is really grungy and hasn't been cleaned in a while, you may need to let it soak and scrub it a little bit the first time. But if you do it regularly, this is a 30-second process. It takes me about 3 minutes in my home shop to pull the blade out of the saw, get it clean, dried off, back in my saw. So it's all about keeping the blades clean. There is a gasket underneath, so you don't have to take the solution out. We leave it in. Put this back here. Don't tip this on its side. It's not waterproof. But we also have a space in the top for cleaning router bits. Fill the well with the same solution. You can put 1/2 or 1/4 inch router bits in the neoprene and let them soak. Always remove your bearings first because cleaners will kill the bearings. But then when you take them out, you can either clean those router bits with our wire brush, or we provide a mandrel and 6 cleaning discs, the same Scotch-Brite, that you can put in your moto tool to clean the bits while they're in the holder. So it's all about keeping your tools clean and sharp, which will give you the best results on your cutting, and you'll save money by not sharpening a bit that just needs to be cut. So the Blade Clean is a great system. It's been out for about a year, about 2 years now, and we sell a lot of them because people who know the value of the blades they bought know the value of taking care of them.
There you go. Well, we certainly appreciate it. I know, like I said, I'm a huge fan of the Microjig line, and I own most of the products on this table. So we know you're busy, Ralph. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Nice
man.
seeing you
Good
again.
to see you again. All right, Chris, take care.
All right, boys and girls, there we go. Let's see what else we got down through here. All right. I'm hoping Mr. Tom Monahan will be in the booth. We're going to talk to him in a minute. I'll come back. Got the guys from Sorby here. Sorby, we talked earlier, they've got a full array of different flexible cutter tools as well as traditional tools, and as well as different accessories. Here they've got a whole system set up for the Pro Edge, so they're showing how that works. And you've got your standard tools as well as the different accessory tools, like measuring glasses, calipers, and got a whole series of replacement cutters, which are nice. And they both have the carbide and the steel, which is really good because it gives you the versatility to be able to choose what's right for you. And he's with a customer. We're not going to bother with that. Daryl with Dreadnought. He does a lot of turning for Sorby. He's got a little something special going on there. So we're going to let that ride. And we'll go see what we got going on over here. Been all right?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good. So, yeah, we're live. Well, I was going to catch Mr. James over here with the SawStop. We'll keep moving. See what else kind of trouble we can get into.
What's the battery pack? Is that the Jackery?
That's pretty well.
For shooting all the video. It's a full-time job. You guys do well.
Trying to look for you when you're over there.
We'll talk about that.
Yeah. Okay. I see someone that's been waiting on all morning. So we've been talking about the gym, and we know we've demonstrated this last year. We've talked with him several times. Let's see if we can. Let me go on this side because I don't think my microphone's going to work that far away, so I can get you right there. Put that on your.
Oh, okay. Down there?
Close enough.
You okay?
Yeah. So we're here in the gym booth, and you guys know we're a fan of the gym sander. And so he's going to show us a little bit about the machine, some intricacies. We showed this last year, but if you didn't pay attention, you can catch it this year. So what makes the gym stand out from all the other options, other than the fact it's a beast of an 11-inch?
It is a beast, but it's a very user-friendly beast. The main part that we feel is the advantage is the weight of the tool. When you turn on the gem sander, you're letting the tool do the work. You're guiding it onto the surface, and the weight of the tool will remain the same. And if it remains the same, your sanding will always be level. You'll never have those peaks and valleys because you're not putting any pressure on the tool. The other advantage is I'll turn it on and it makes no noise whatsoever. The noise you hear would be the sandpaper on the surface. But if I lift up, there's absolutely nothing. And we have a very special ball bearing capacitor motor that is in our tool. Very uncommon for hand tools in the industry. So the combination of everything I just mentioned will now save you up to 70% in labor time when you're doing it top. And saving will pay for itself. Absolutely.
And we get a lot of people asking, because it's so heavy, they feel like they're going to be tired.
Right.
And that's not the case.
It's absolutely not the case. And I actually just reduced the weight by 3 pounds just 4 months ago. I redesigned the motor. We took some weight out. We did some other things to make it more. Normally, when you turn a gem on and turned it on, it would start off real fast. Now you are forced to lift up, then go on the surface. So there's absolutely no chance of having it fuck on you and causing some scratches on your surface. And then you just simply lift up, and then you're all set.
Nice. Well, we've looked at that, and I know we've got on video where he shows how to remove the pad. Definitely go check that out. If you're interested in doing any kind of slabs, whether you're solid surface, wood, any kind of tops, the gym is the way to go. And of course, we've got a full array of all of the Klingspor braces to go with it.
Absolutely.
As well as the bonnets and the microfiber pad to go along with that as well.
Yep.
So, all right. Well, we appreciate you taking your time. You got people backing up, trying to push me out here.
Selling a lot of tools today.
Mike. Thank you. I can tell. Every time I've come by here, you've been slammed.
Yeah. I mean, they've already come twice with machines, and I'm selling my last one. The guys come to pick it up, and they're going to come again. I like when they have to.
This guy needs two.
We know about it.
Hang on. You know who that is, Mike?
Oh my goodness,
They'll let
Isaac.
anybody in this shop.
Yeah, they will.
You need to get better security at the door.
What you saying? That girl's not enough? I think she could take you. Good seeing you, man. And he's busy again. Dad, never. Okay.
There's always tomorrow.
Let's go see if Coleman knows something about this package that we were trying to find out about earlier. Can somebody tell me about this? That guy couldn't. So we need somebody to tell us about this.
That's discontinued. Don't spend any time. That's the last 3 hours.
Oh, well, you better hurry if you want one of those. You better come to the show right now, woodworkingshop.com. Pull that out. That is item number. I don't even know what the item number is.
MSK 001.
Yes, MSK 001. You heard it here from the general manager. It's no wonder that guy didn't know because it's out the door.
It's out the door.
Okay, let's quit looking at people's feet and move on down the aisle. All right. Oh, getting stopped by everybody here. We've heard a lot about him. We've talked to him. Let's see his action. See what he's doing.
One more.
You never know what you're going to see here. So we've got Artisan Pirate doing his thing over here. Got his Delta GoPro scroll saw on one. All right, let's back away and see what else we can come to. We're gonna go check out the General Finishes booth. We're gonna see what Tom's got for us. For those of you who don't know, would you rather have it a clip on?
Yeah. You want it demo?
Sure. All right. So we've got Tom Monahan here, and there's a new product that they just came out with. So I think he's going to talk about that.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
How you doing, Chris? Well, today we're doing the hard wax oil. We introduced this earlier in the year. I sold out of what they brought me this morning. Apparently people are really interested in it. So I'll give you a quick demo here. Just some raw walnut. I make these boards for my daughter and her husband's cheese business. I'm just going to mix up a small amount. You use very little of it. A little pipette. Now I'm going to add the hardener, which just makes it cure faster. So a little bit of hardener. And just mix it up. And once the hardener is mixed with it, it's going to be good for about 6 hours or so. But you use so little, it goes a long ways. I'm just going to, you know where I can get some sandpaper?
I think we do.
I'm just going to spread a little bit of oil. A little goes a long way. And just work it into the wood. I'm just using a little Bondo scraper or epoxy scraper. If you're doing larger surfaces, you could put it on a random orbit sander with a white pad, white finishing pad.
I'm going to just take a clean cloth and just wipe off all the excess. That's the most important part, is get the excess off. Otherwise, it'll remain sticky. Just rub it into the wood. Now we take a clean cloth. Just buff off the excess. I'd say the most commonly asked question is it food safe? Well, the reality of it is, once a product's cured and completely inert, it's safe for contact with food. That's why I'm using it on the cutting boards. But what it does, maybe you can see in these, how it brings out the color and the depth of the walnut. And what's nice about it is, as a maintenance product, you can come back at any point in time, buff it out, put on another coat, and rub it out, and you're good to go. I really like the simplicity of it, and I think that's why it's so popular.
And that's certainly one of the nice things about it is it doesn't have a chip layer like a urethane or a varnish.
Exactly. I mean, we make, you know, armor seal and wood bowl finish and all those types of products. This product doesn't form a hard layer, but it kind of impregnates the wood and protects the wood below the surface. So it's got excellent water and chemical resistance. Neat stuff. I understand why it's so popular.
How well does it hold up to like heat? So if you're put like a cup of coffee or...
Well, again, for furniture, I just built a 6-foot white oak table for my son. It's got excellent chemical and water resistance, but also for dining room tables and furniture or countertops. I think that's the beautiful thing about it is its simplicity, but it's still very durable. And adding the hardener to it improves your chemical and water resistance and just overall film durability long term.
And as you saw, it didn't take a whole lot. So he mixed up just a little bit and it went a long way.
I've been working all day long and I've used probably less than an ounce or two of fluid. And I did the 6-foot table I built, I used less than 2 fluid ounces. So a cost, it's expensive in the can, but it goes so far. You start measuring out your board feet, I think you find it's actually more economical than some of the other coatings.
And that's going to leave what, more of a satin or matte?
Yeah, it's a nice close to the wood look, but you can build up and buff out more coats. Now tomorrow, I would come in with Klingspor's white polishing pad and buff that out and just get a nice hand rub uniform finish with it. I like the look of it.
And you can easily get away with 1 coat, but 2 is probably a little better.
I've been doing 2 coats only because I don't think 1 coat of anything is durable enough.
Agreed.
I'm sorry.
No, hey,
just an
I'm with you.
opinion.
The woodworker in me agrees with you.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Well, Tom, we appreciate it. As usual, General Finishes coming to the table with some fantastic finishing products. And we look forward to see what innovations come out next.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
I was shocked. I sold out everything you had. But try not. They're getting more built.
I look good. Well,
thanks, Chris.
Loving it up. Have a good day. All right, let's walk around, see if we can't see a local icon. No, but right there we see apples. So if you walk the show and you see these apples laying around, that's because we put them out. These are locally grown in near here, and we go buy bushels and bushels of them for the show. And that's one of the things we've always done is we've given away free apples. And we've tweaked that over the years, but always had the free apples. It's one of the things that we enjoy. The free parking, free admission. It's one of the things that, as Klingspor's Woodworking Shop, as you heard the general manager say this morning, it really is what sets our show apart from a lot of the others that are some are not even open anymore, but from other shows. Is other shows you end up spending, $20, $30 minimum before you ever even get in the door. And here, that's not the case. Here you come in, it's just, like I say, free parking, free admission, We want woodworkers to be able to come in and enjoy themselves in a relaxed atmosphere and fellowship with other woodworkers, kind of show off what each other is doing, learn from each other, and have the chance to learn about new tools, new products, new techniques. And that's what this show offers that many of the others don't. It's a much more relaxed atmosphere than what you'll see at some of the bigger shows that are more international, and even some of the more regional shows. This is done very well. And honestly, I'm pretty happy to say that I've been with Klingspor Woodworking Shop a long time, and they do a really good job with this show. And we get a lot of people even acknowledging that, both from a vendor standpoint and as a patron coming in as a customer, checking things out. So, all right, the Rikon guys are sitting up here. So let's see if we can't get somebody to tell us something about new tools or some kind of Rikon something or no. All right, so who up here in the Rikon booth wants to tell us about some new tool or some product or something coming down the line? Anything, everything.
As Joe disappears.
Yeah, don't worry. I know how to follow him over there. He's not going far. So I will point out, this is one of the new tools. Their little table saw, little job site saw. Comes with a stand, everything ready to go. Quite a cool little deal if you're looking for a job site saw. Let's go up there and see what that special show price is, which you're not supposed to display, but we're going to. So there you go. If you come to the show, that little portable 10-inch saw, $611 and some change. So absolutely a good deal. Little portable benchtop joiner. If you're not into the portable stuff, Rikon certainly has the bigger stuff as well. The 10326, that is one of the most popular bandsaws we offer. We sell that, and it is a beast of a machine. Does very well. 14-inch, got a nice riser block there, got plenty of height. Comes with that very beefy fence. All bearings on the block, so you're not going to have to worry about you're dealing with those pillar blocks. This is an actual, or excuse me, those tool blocks. Those are all bearings, and those are toolless adjustable, which is really cool. If you've ever had to adjust others, getting out all your wrenches and sockets and everything else and fine tuning, the toolless change is made very easy by this knob here that allows you to do that very quickly on the fly. And this is the slightly smaller variation of that, the 10324. This happens to be the open stand model. Very similar, but instead of some of the higher features like the blocks, it's got a smaller set of bearings and that open stand. And Joe got tied in with our purchasing manager, so we're going to roll around and see what else we can find. George Wurzel's over here. And finally, doesn't have an audience, so we're going to sneak in here and kind of just watch him turn a moment. And I'm going to zoom in, watch a master at work. And for those of you who don't know, you might be saying, well, man, he's getting his fingers awfully close. George is turning, but he is turning by touch, turning by feel. And he is a master at what he does. He does all sorts of woodworking, just turning. So don't ever let your, what people would call your disability, getting in doing something you enjoy. Woodworking, fishing, golfing, whatever it is, do it. Enjoy life. Live it to the best. You're only limited
Wait.
by your own desire, your own willingness to get off
Did you
the
just
couch
say
and-
golfing?
Huh?
Did you say golfing?
And George is turning on the newer 1842 sander, or 1842 lathe, I'm sorry. It's a little bit short bed, but it's a beefy little lathe. So lots of stuff going on. I've tried all day to get over there with the Shaper Origin guy. He's staying busy. I was hoping to have a conversation with Joe from Rycon, see what news coming down the line. See if we can get somebody to come over here and tell us about this local club. So as we mentioned earlier, we've got the Western Piedmont Woodcrafters here. Let's take a look at some of their work that's on display. This morning when we came by, it was a little busy. Let's zoom out just a little bit. A little easier to see when the crowds die down later in the afternoon. We'll take advantage of that. So it looks like they're doing some spoon work there, spoon carving. So a lot of the demonstrators that are doing working in here all day, they've decided to take a little break. Well deserved. You can see here they were doing some handwork with a hand plane and left the shavings to prove it. Would somebody here like to tell us about the Western Piedmont Woodcrafters Club? Someone's been nominated, so we're going to come over here and we're live, so just tell people about the Western Piedmont Woodcrafters Club. What do you do? Where do you meet? Things like that.
Group of people who care. There are other specialty groups that are around, but woodcrafters are a combination of everything that goes on. So we all have our meetings and we people talk.
What day do you meet?
We meet on the fourth Saturday of every month at Klingspor.
Which store?
The Hickory store.
In Hickory.
The
Okay.
Hickory store. Except on Thanksgiving and Christmas, we don't meet. We meet once in the early December.
Okay.
That's it.
And you guys cover just general woodworking.
General
Could be
woodworking.
hand work to machine, power tool, everything else, right? There you go.
All of
So
different-
they don't specialize, you just do it all.
Yeah, and we furniture. Some people make furniture. Some people make trucks, cars, toys.
Well, we appreciate it. I know I put you on the spot, or they did. So you can feel free to flog them later and make them pay. Hey, I think you guys need to buy him dinner. Well, there you go. Western Piedmont Woodcrafters. They've been meeting at the Hickory location for, oh gosh, years and years. It's been longer since 2001. So, because when I started then, they were meeting there. So, very good club. A lot of knowledgeable men in there and women for sure. All right, now that we got a moment, we can get up close. Let's see what kind of stuff here that Michelle has got on display. Lots of books and many books she's actually in. And she's actually doing something now. Let's see what we can get a little close. I think I can. She's creating quite a bit of shading in that piece, it looks like. We're not making her talk this time, so maybe she can just focus on proper burning technique, showing all the people live exactly how it's supposed to be done. Well, there you go. That's Michelle Parsons. Definitely, if you're interested in chirography, wood burning in general, check out the burning post. You can find that on woodworkingshop.com. There'll be several articles. You can sign up for that newsletter and take advantage of getting that, once a month. I think she sends out a newsletter with different tips, techniques, tricks, updates content. So woodworkingshop.com, burning post. All right. Back over here to Maker Collab, rolling on around. Let's see if he got through the hole here. Oh, he did. Look at that. Fantastic. No, never doubted you the least. Well, there we go. Let's go check one last time over here on Jerry. Let's see what he's doing. You see, I've got a camera, so I'm just going to walk right up on him. I don't even care. Let's see if I can zoom in and see what he's got going on there. I don't know. Am I going to see from this side? I don't think so. Nope. All right. I tried.
Uh-oh, he's here. He's caught us.
Let's go see. I think we've been trying to wait on Daryl. Let's see if he's free. Still busy. Not sure what Jerry's doing, but we're going to squeeze over here. See if we can catch a little bit of something. Right there.
I think maybe he needs to talk to Grex.
Yeah, it'd be a good place for it. He's got quite a little gadget gizmo thing over there. I'll sneak over there and we'll get a good look at it in just a minute. Let's see if we can't get a good look. We can see he's painting. We're going to walk over there. We're going to get a close look at his little setup. As you can see, that is quite the little setup. He's got all his little airbrush setup systems prepped, loaded, color coded. And air going to each one of them. Quite the little system. Back away and not intimidating. So this Woodworking system, we've been around for a while. And King Arthur's got a whole lot of really good tools. So we're going to check this out. I'm going to see a demo. I've been waiting on him as well, but every time I come by here, he seems to be busy. So right now he's tearing up some LS312. That would be the gold J-Flex. Looks like he's going to try to do some sanding inside that little carved up piece there.
Hello.
Definitely not something you want to do with the lathe on. Always lathe off. The lathe is always off. Oh, no.
This, and then that's the address.
And that is not smoke coming off there. That is sawdust.
There you go. Bring it on there. Yeah, but we'll take it. Couple of days. Once Klingspor gets it, it only takes a couple of days. Oh, Lordy, Lord.
You can't let him get behind you. You got to watch him. Let's scroll the table here. See what kind of stuff we've got on display. Got some very intricate parts. That part right there might look familiar. That guy. That part. Both of those parts. Green bowl, blue bowl. There you go. Come on, get myself focused here. Maybe.
Oh, that works fine.
Sorry about that. It's a one-man show around here.
Yeah, 6.5 hours later.
Yeah, I know, right? All right, close enough. Okay. Well, as far as I think, day one at the 23rd annual Klingspor Woodworking Shop Woodworking Extravaganza, I think it went pretty well. Maybe had a few hiccups with this, but hopefully you caught something with the live, something drew your attention, makes you want to come on down, take advantage of the deals. I think we're about going to call it good for today. Tomorrow, we're going to come back and we're going to catch the SawStop. We'll have hopefully multiple angles for the SawStop and catch that demo so you can see what that's all about. If you've never seen it live, check in tomorrow. We'll catch it out. Tomorrow, we'll also be looking at more of Jerry's stuff. We'll see if we can't get a little closer, see the final outcome of a hat, different painting options. So a lot of good demonstrators, a lot of good vendors here, a lot of knowledgeable woodworkers out in full force here to educate, teach, and help you learn if you're interested in woodworking. So come on down to the Hickory Metro Convention Center and come on in. It's free, right? So, Mike, have you got anything else to add?
No, sir, that is it for me today. Thank you for joining us for the 23rd annual Klingspor's Woodworking Shop Woodworking Extravaganza live at the Hickory Metro Convention Center, brought to you by Klingspor's Woodworking Shop.
That's right. Well, thank y'all for coming down and seeing us, and I guess we'll see you next time. Have a good night, everybody. See you tomorrow.